Teresita Blanco, the Artsy sister, and today we're starting the Lover's Pentacle, Love and Madness. This is chapter 1, The Lovers. It was a sunny afternoon in Hialeah. The year was 2003. There was a group of maidens waiting in line in the Savannah apartment. In room 14A, there lived an infamous psychic by the name of Irina. Irina was rumored to have the power to bind the fates of individuals. Waiting in line with the rest of the poor desperate woman was Karina. Karina had recently broken up with her boyfriend, and since she was afraid of ending up alone, she decided to bind herself to her best friend Kain. The pair had been together since high school, and they had a typical on-again, off-again relationship, and she was hoping that with a bit of witchcraft, their relationship could evolve into something more. Karina Garcia was almost 24 years old, and all of her friends were married. She had a petite build, a well-toned body, raven hair, expressive hazel eyes, honey-colored skin, and brown eyes. She didn't consider herself to be pretty, but she knew that she wasn't ugly either. She kept waiting and waiting for her turn to speak with Irina, and she was waiting, either from nervousness or due to the overwhelming heat. After 2 hours that felt like an eternity, Karina was finally able to speak with Irina, and this was the first time Karina had ever entered the home of the infamous psychic. And she was surprised by the cold, calculating blue eyes of the Cuban Russian old maiden. Karina sat before Irina. She was dressed all in white. The only color came from the black and red beads and necklaces and bracelets. The centerpiece was an elewa, covered in honey, surrounded by marbles. Karina looked about the small apartment filled with clutter or children's toys. Only the round table had enough space to accommodate Irina's things. Irina said coldly, "You wish to bind your fate with that of your boyfriend?" "Well," said Karina, impressed, "they truly were not exaggerated when they said that you were powerful. I am going to give you the same advice that I gave all the women who passed by my shop. If you want to force your boyfriend to marry you, just get pregnant," said Irina. "But I don't want to have to do that," protested Karina. "I want King to want to form a family with me, not because he has to, but because he loves me." "Let's consult the cards," said Irina, shuffling her tarot cards. Irina threw the cards, and like all algorithms, the meaning of the cards varied from psychic to psychic. The first card that was revealed was the Lover's card upside down, followed by the Hangman. Scars upon Kain's soul keep him from settling down, and his father is the source of all of his frustration. "So what you're telling me is that I need to force Kain to confront his father in order for him to marry me," said Karina, desperately designing a concrete plan of attacks. "I haven't told you to do anything. The cards only reveal the road you have traveled and your destination, though one doesn't need to be a psychic to know that what you're planning to do is a bad idea. My advice is that you start trying to force your best friend into marrying you and instead cherish your beautiful friendship," advised Irina. "Why don't you want to meet new people?" "Aren't you psychic?" asked Karina. "You should already know the answer to that question." Irina flipped the last card, and when she saw it, she had a hearty laugh. She wiped a tear from her eyes before settling the card right down. Karina, unamused, looked at the final card, the Empress. She didn't understand what about the card had made Irina laugh, and in the end Karina decided that the psychic was just hamming it up for tips. "I still want that binding spell, Irina," insisted Karina. "As you wish," said Irina, extending her hand to receive the just recompense for her services. Karina paid Irina for her time, and she acquired a brown paper bag with spell components and a set of instructions. Karina had to throw the paper bag into the Okeechobee River on the new moon, and this would give her enough time to decide whether she wanted to bind herself to Kain. Karina on impulse decided to send an anonymous letter to Kain's father. She opened the yellow pages, and she looked at the address of Kain Sanson. Karina wrote and rewrote the letter till she was satisfied with the proper tone. "Father, I do not resent you for abandoning me. You were always so busy with your work that oftentimes I felt neglected. I don't hate you, Father. Now that I'm older, I understand the importance of your calling. I do not want to spend the rest of my life being angry at you. When you're ready to be forgiven, you know where to find me. Signed, your son, Kain," who is still waiting patiently for his father to return home. Karina giggled, proud of her tearjerker of a letter. If Jack truly cared about his son, this letter would compel him to go speak with Kain. When she was satisfied with the letter, Karina drove out to Jack's apartment. She slipped the letter under the door before fleeing the crime scene. With his problem out of the way, Karina returned home to prepare herself for her date. There was a time when Karina fancied that she loved Kain. The Kain that she loved no longer exists. In his place there was the cynical, apathetic nihilist. The metamorphosis had been slow, so slow that Karina didn't realize the change until it was too late to do anything about it. Today they were going to the cheesecake factory in Daylight Mall. Kain liked the interior decorations of the restaurant as well as the dessert, and his grandma Esther was also tagging along to the date. Esther was an Irish Catholic woman, aged 67, and she had long silky silver hair and a wrinkled face and ash-colored eyes. Kain loved his grandma, and she was the only constant in his life, and he loved to include her in all of his activities. Karina looked at her boyfriend over the top. Physically, Kain was a handsome devil. At the age of 23, he was built like the Michelangelo's David. Kain had started life as a wee skinny little twig, and he beefed up quite a bit when his grandpa Raphael began to mold him into his perfect idea of a man. While in school, Kain distinguished himself both in track and wrestling, and this is Kain maintained his form more out of habit, and his face had even features that complemented his short raven hair. The main point of interest of his face were his almost feminine full lips, and his eyes were lackluster, almost as if the soul had left the body years ago. Kain arrived to his date in his police officer uniform, and this was a bit unusual. Kain wasn't the type of person to work overtime. Kain handed Karina the trophy he was carrying. Karina studied the trophy with a bored curiosity. It was a life-saving award. Kain explained, "Last year I saved a stupid brat from drowning, so my uncle gave me this plastic trophy. I would have preferred a raise instead of this worthless piece of plastic." "To get raises, you need to be promoted, son," said Esther dryly, "and to be promoted, you need to put in a bit of effort." "I show up to work, don't I, Grandma? I do everything my uncle tells me," said Kain. "And last month I ticketed more drivers than any of my peers. And where's my trophy for that accomplishment?" Karina said, "What happened to you, Kain?" "Life happened to me, Karina," said Kain. "I spoke to my doctor," said Karina, changing the subject. "You mean your psychic," corrected Kain. "You weren't always like this, Kain," protested Karina. "What happened to you?" "Here we go again," said Kain, rolling his eyes. "Can you at least wait until we eat dessert before criticizing me?" "I'm not here to criticize you. I'm just worried about you, and I think you need help, Kain," said Karina. "Maybe if you finally confronted your father, you wouldn't be so angry and bitter all the time." I agree with Karina," said Esther. "It will do you both to finally pass things off. It isn't his fault that he wasn't able to take care of you." Kain tapped the table nervously with his index finger. When dessert came, Kain breathed a sigh of relief. Karina usually forgot most things whenever there was dessert nearby. The dread of seeing his father again created a temporary change in his behavior, and he shuddered away like a little parrot over all the things that Karina liked, and he pretended to be interested in Karina's psyche. And at a certain point during the conversation, Karina suggested that they do yoga together. Kain agreed to it for the sake of peace. He figured that he could add this stupid yoga class to his workout routine. The trio went to Kain's house, and Kain sometimes shared a living arrangement with his grandmother. Esther paid the utility bills while Kain paid the mortgage. And since her husband's death, Esther spent most of her time with her favorite grandson. Her grandson was so much like her dead husband that at times it was painful. And when the trio arrived at home, they found a large box in the front door. Did anyone order anything expensive?" asked Karina. "This box wasn't left by the mailman," said Kain, flipping it around, "and it doesn't have stamps or even an address or even my home address." "Maybe he has a bomb inside," said Esther, hiding behind Karina. "Suegra, you watch way too many news," said Karina, laughing. The friends locked the mystery box inside the house, and based on the sound of it, the box contained something solid. Karina brought a kitchen knife, and she opened the box. Inside there were 2 plastic guitars and a PS2 game. Kain smiled happily, and this was the first time in ages that he had gotten a present he actually liked. As of lately, the only gifts he got were clothing or decoration for his house. Esther was thoughtful about the present, and she imagined that this present was Kain's way of encouraging his nephew to keep up the good work. Esther got changed into her pajamas, and she sat down on the couch in order to watch the news. And Karina entered Kain's bedroom, and she saw the bookshelves littered with comics and books, and there was a row dedicated to weekly world news. Kain had gotten into the habit of buying that spoof news magazine every time he bought groceries, and in total he had amassed 75 issues. The other reading materials were Harry Potter, Tokyo Babylon, Claymore, Alishino, Saikano, Laughter in the Dark, How to Draw Books, and a bunch of Osamu Tezuka mangas he had bought at a flea market. Below the print media there was a shelf littered with CD, and save inside were the music, books, and movies and episodes of comics that Kain hadn't felt like paying for. And he also had a decent collection of public domain books in his digital library. In a corner of the room by the window was a computer, and it was still turned on, forever downloading from LimeWire whatever piqued Kain's interest. And there was a drawing station beside it with paper, pencils, and reference books inside the drawers. Dominating the entire room was his king-size bed. Kain has lived most of his life in a tiny and comfortable bed, and when he was finally able to afford his own bed, he spared no expense, at least in the mattress department. The Paris-themed bed cover had been a gift from Karina, and she wanted to imply into Kain's head subliminally the idea of going to Paris as a couple. Everything in this room was so tidy that Karina had suspected that Kain suffered from OCD. As if to confirm this suspicion, Kain noticed that his pencil wasn't properly aligned with the table. He gave it a quick fix before focusing on his girlfriend. Seeing Kain take a minute to fix the stupid pencil irritated Karina to the very core. She rubbed her temple as the migraine began to manifest. Kain saw his girlfriend rubbing her temple, and he said with a look of concern, "If you have a headache, we can just call it a night. We do not need to make love at the end of all of our dates." It's fine, it will pass," said Karina, doubly irritated. Karina pushed Kain into the bed, and she got him out of his officer's uniform. The two became locked in the maiden embrace. After an hour, Karina got bored of the exercising futility. The headache was making it impossible for her to enjoy her boyfriend's familiar touch. And she took her shield pill for her headache, and she closed her eyes to sleep. And while she tried to rest, Kain left the bed, and he showered off Karina's cooties. He always did that after every play session, and at the end of his libations, he went to his side of the bed, and he slept as close to the edge as possible. While Kain slept peacefully, Karina turned in the bed, spinning like a wheel, and she turned her head to watch Kain's peaceful slumber. How she envied the fact that he could fall asleep so easily, and she stretched her hand to touch him, and he was so far away in the bed that she actually had to roll closer in order to pet his silky black hair. Karina closed her eyes, and instead of sleeping, she thought of high school. The former cheerleader had fond memories of her time in Barbara Goldman, and she was in the best shape of her life, and she had her hot boyfriend Kain to boot, and Kain was quite active in the afternoon after-school clubs, and he was a track star. And whenever school had a late-night event, there was Kain either in the audience or as a participant. And this was to avoid going to an empty house. His grandparents were not always around. Grandpa Raphael and Grandma Esther had other responsibilities that also included helping Jack get rehabilitated. And when they were home, the pair would busy themselves grooming Kain into their perfect grandson. From his grandpa, Kain had learned how to shoot a gun, how to fix the sink, how to change the oil in the car, and other manly lessons. And while he lived, Grandpa Raphael encouraged Kain to maintain a healthy lifestyle, to always exercise, and to kiss girls whenever the opportunity presented itself. And from his grandmother, Kain learned how to cook, clean after himself, and how to balance a checkbook. Grandma Lester also taught Kain to respect women and how to cook. Oh, I also mentioned cook. Karina was trying to find the exact moment when Kain started changing, and before Karina realized that she had fallen asleep. Karina woke around the afternoon, and while she slept, Kain had gotten up bright and early. Kain made breakfast for himself and his grandma, and as tradition among grandmothers, Esther began her day by nitpicking Kain's relationship with Karina. "I can't believe you allowed that alley cat back into our house," said Esther before sipping her judgmental coffee. "I know that you don't like that grumpy old cat, but I'm worried about him," said Kain, alluding to a tuxedo cat he would sometimes allow into his house. "Somebody looks like he might drop dead soon, and I want to make as many fond memories with him before it is too late." "I wasn't talking about that stupid cat," retorted Esther. "I'm talking about Karina. She comes and goes like she owns the house, leaving her little presence in every corner of the room." "If you don't like that large ornamental cherry, you can just regift it," said Kain, pointed at a cherry ornament he had received from Karina as a gift. In order to mark her territory in Kain's home, Karina was of the habit of leaving random things. Sometimes it was as benign as her toothbrush. Other times she would give Kain a wallet made by a Cuban painter she particularly liked. Kain turned his head to admire the painting, and it featured a menina on bike wheels, and on top of her head she had a meat grinder that was turning poultry into fishes. It is whimsical, commented Esther, and I must admit that it really livens up the dining room. Well, you know, Grandma, that I have a fondness for cat, and Karina's a lot like a cat, said Kain. But do you love her, insisted Esther. People throw that word around like it means anything, said Kain. I enjoy her company, she's amusing, and most importantly, she is predictable. She hasn't changed one bit since I met her. Not that she needs to change, she's perfect just the way he is. Well, she's almost perfect. Almost perfect. Whenever her friend starts giving her stupid ideas, she becomes a pain in my ass. Does she want to go to Paris again, asked Esther. Yes, that is the newest thing she wants me to do. Like Kain, Karina wanted Kain to confront his father. Doesn't she care that you'll get airsick, asked Esther. No, she doesn't, said Kain dryly. As long as I do whatever she wants, she doesn't care how much I suffer. Did she bring the whip again, asked Esther, worried. That was a one-time thing, and it was her birthday, and my hands were tied, literally and figuratively. I truly do wish you would find yourself a nicer girl to settle down, said Esther, hugging and puffing. They don't make nice girls anymore, Grandma, said Kain sadly. And with breakfast concluded, Kain went to do his morning jog around the neighborhood, and in order to distract himself, he put it on his son in an audiobook. And the device had been a gift from his uncle, and after his morning jog, Kain did a bit of weight training, and after an hour workout, he was finally free to continue with his life. And when he entered the living room, Esther and Karina stopped talking. If you two are done plotting against me, I'm taking Karina to her yoga class, said Kain, holding up the flyer. Yes, yoga, yay, said Karina, yawning. She had completely forgotten the couple's activity she had suggested. Both got inside the car, and Kate drove to FIU. The class was to be officiated by a Janice nun, and it was only for FIU students, so that the nun never bothered to check for IDs. Any person could enter her classes whenever they felt like it. And Kate parked and the two left the car with her carpets, and the class took place in the park area facing the library. Kain laughed when he saw that the letter I from the FIU library was missing. Kain pointed this out to Karina, and the two got a hearty laugh out of it. You know, like if you remove the I from FIU, you're left with the letter F and followed by the letter U. That actually, like, it did happen for real one time in FIU. I was thinking, why don't we take a class together, asked Karina. Let's finish with the yoga class first, and then we will see, said Kain. Both took their place in the background of the group, and the Janice nun walked into the scene all in white, and she was walking with a broom before her to avoid stepping on tiny ants. And she also covered her mouth to keep herself from devouring microbes. And her assistant directed the class, with the nun making corrections every so often. From time to time, the nun would ramble a bit about Janice's philosophy. Kain removed his jacket and he stretched his elegant limbs, and Karina frowned when it came for her turn to do the same, and her tight leggings had given her a muffin top. Karina grabbed her small fat folds, and she said to herself, "You have really let yourself go, Karina." "You're fine," retorted Kain. "A little meat in the bone never did anyone any harm." "That is easy for you to say," retorted Karina, starting to stretch. "I frankly prefer your current pin-up version. Back in high school, you look like a walking skeleton," said Kain, assuming the warrior pose. Karina frowned when she noticed that a nearby woman was checking out her boyfriend, and she was starting to regret suggesting the yoga class idea, and her face was turning red in impotent rage as she saw the woman attempt to start a conversation with Kain. "I haven't seen your face around campus," said Karina's competition. "I don't go to school. I do not see the point of wasting away the best years of my life in a classroom," said Kain. "Do you work handsome?" asked the maiden. "Yes, I am employed, and I give tickets to speeding drivers. It isn't an important job, but somebody has to do it," said Kain. "Have you ever shot anyone?" asked the maiden. My Uncle Boss doesn't let me use guns with real bullets," said Kain, before assuming the reverse warrior pose. "When an incident does occur, I call for backup and I hide behind the biggest rock I can find." The maiden laughed heartily, and Karina, extremely jealous, asked, "And what's the joke, Kain? I want to laugh too." "I told her that my uncle doesn't let me use guns with real bullets," said Kain, laughing. "Is that a fact?" asked Karina. I don't know, you tell me, said Kain, reaching into his jacket to show Karina his revolver. Oh, put that away, hissed Karina. And why do you even carry a loaded weapon? It is not loaded, so relax, said Kain, showing the empty cartridges. I keep the bullets in my pocket to avoid any accidents when walking among stupid civilians. You still didn't answer my question, said Karina. The nun passed by and she instructed Karina to assume the downward-facing dog position, and this pose made the blood rush into Karina's face, and this combined with the new sun made her pretty dizzy. The interaction made her forget what she was talking about, and when she transitioned to the outward-facing dog, she was peeved when she noticed that Kain was still talking to the other woman. At the end of class, Kain had been cordially invited to a sorority party. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye.
not quite. Not quite. It's not going to.
Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy sister, and today we're starting the lower span. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy sister. The Lover's Pentacle 1, Love and Madness in South Florida, Chapter 2, Seven of Swords. We don't have to go if you don't want to, said Kain. I'm not even a university student, so I had no earthly business going to a sorority party.
Yeah.
It is just a party, and there's nothing wrong with going there just to have a couple of beers, said Karina, giving a fake smile. And it will save me the trouble of cooking up something, said Kain, giving a sly smile. And are you always complaining that we do nothing fun together? The night came and the two showed up at the party. Karina couldn't remember the last time she had been to a stag party. She had been so focused on her classes to bother with matters of the mortal world. Karina wore her skimpy marlon dress decorated with oranges and leaves. And she had curled up her hair and she had worn her cheapest plastic accessories. And with her high heels she was tall enough to reach Kain's shoulder. Kain arrived a little later after sending his grandma to Uncle Gen's house, and since Esther had fallen once and broken her hip, it became the popular opinion that she should not spend her time alone. And as much as Esther hated the chaotic household populated by Gen's twin daughters, she hoped that Kain would meet a nice girl at the party. Kain came dressed in the first junk that fell out of his closet, this being a green tank top and orange shorts, and he had no sense of fashion, and he left the gun at home, and instead he brought a fully charged taser. Karina saw the device sticking out of Kain's pocket, and she commented, "Since when do you carry a weapon?" "Since high school, though back then I was only able to sneak in a box cutter knife," said Kain. "Of course nobody knew since I never had to make use of it." "Sometimes I feel like I don't know you," said Karina, narrowing her eyes. "You will know me if you spend less time trying to change me. And when have I ever nitpicked anything that you have ever done," said Kain before going to dance with another woman. Kain tortured Karina by dancing with another woman for 2 hours, and Karina boiled in her jealous rage while she rubbed off against random guys. And she tried kissing one within Kain's line of sight, and Kain yawned, already used to Karina's childish tantrums. Kain turned his head to look at the skank that had invited him to the party. The one was dressed in one outfit that left little to the imagination. And she gave a shrill laughter, and her shrill laughter deeply annoyed Kain. "She even laughs the same," said Kain more to himself. "I can't hear you," said the woman, and she took Kain's hand before saying, "I want to show you my room, and we can talk more all quietly there." Kain allowed himself to be taken away by that strange woman, and running behind the two was the jealous Karina. If Kain slept with another woman while the two of them were together, Karina was going to leave him for good. This is at least what she told herself over and over while she simmered with murderous rage. Kain entered the other woman's bedroom, and this maiden was a ginger, skinny twig with brown eyes and a pasty face covered in freckles. "What was your name again?" asked Kain. "Eugenia," said Eugenia. "Where are you from?" "From here," said Kain. And he looked at her college board and said, "Are these from all of your trips?" "Yes, I have been to Paris, to China, to Japan," said Eugenia, bragging about being well-traveled. "It must be nice being rich," retorted Kain. "Rich, please. I have more than $200,000 in credit card debt, and don't even get me started as far as my student loans are concerned," lied Eugenia, laughing. She was indeed a rich heiress. Karina had her face glued to the door to eavesdrop, and a guy tried to get her attention, but Karina pushed him aside. For one so pretty, she had a lot of strength when she was in a rage. "Who was that girl you were with? Is she like your little sister or something?" asked Eugenia. "Karina is my pet cat. She comes and goes as she pleases, and during the rare occasion when she's in a good mood, she lets me sleep with her," explained Kain. "Karina hasn't been declawed yet, so try not to get on her bad side." Kain opened the door, and his mouth, seeing Karina eavesdropping, Kain beckoned her inside and much to Eugenia's annoyance. Eugenia looked at Karina over the top, and she wasn't her type, but Eugenia didn't want to dismiss Karina out of fear of being called racist. Eugenia decided that a little moonshine was needed in order to make the threesome happen. Though, truth be told, Eugenia was only interested in Kain, and to get the private party started, Eugenia brought out drinks, and she added a little acid into the mix in order to liven the mood. And before Karina drank it, Kain took the glass and he shook his head. "Why is it that you people drug every person you run into?" asked Kain. "You people? I'm sorry, Kain," said Eugenia. "I assume that you like to run with the wild horses, plus you look a little tense, so I thought that you could use a shield pill." "You still haven't answered my question," said Kain with a hostile tone in his voice. "Why was your first instinct to drug me?" "Well, look at you," said Eugenia, laughing nervously. "Just because I shop for clothing at a flea market doesn't make me a crackhead," retorted Kain. "First of all, that wasn't crack. It was a microdosage of ecstasy. And studies have shown the positive benefits of microdosages," said Eugenia, folding her arms while she defended her lifestyle. "A century ago, scientists used to say that lead was good for you," said Karina, interrupting the woman she perceived as a threat. "Forget the shield pill," said Eugenia before gulping down one of the drinks. Going straight to the point, she said to Kain, "Do you want to fuck me or not?" "I will, after you answer my question," insisted Kain. "What answer do you want me to give? I don't know why I did what I did, alright? This is just something I do every time I'm about to sleep with someone at a party," protested Eugenia, flailing her arms hysterically. "Sounds like the ritual of a serial killer," said Kain. "If you don't remember why you do something, isn't it about time you take a step back and carefully evaluate such a compulsory behavior? Everyone is different, and what would you have done if Karina had suffered an overdose because of your so-called microdosage?" "It wasn't micro because I was able to see it." "Get out," said Eugenia, pointing to the door. "Not until you provide me with a satisfactory answer to my question, and I will ask you again, and this time pay attention. Why is your first instinct to drug anyone that behaves in a way that is slightly inconvenient for you?" yelled Kain. "Do you also drug small children, Eugenia? And what type of a monster does it to a small child? Answer me." The commotion drew the attention of the frat guys, and they entered the room with the intention of throwing Kain out of the sorority. And before they had a chance to do so, Kain tasered one of the guys and he punched another. And he brought out his badge from his pocket and he called for backup, and he got Eugenia arrested for possession of a microdosage of an illegal substance. Karina had not expected for this night to turn out like this, and Kain left quite satisfied with his police work. Karina spent the rest of the night as quiet as a mouse, and she had never seen Kain behave that way. And as soon as Kain fell asleep, Karina left the bedroom and she went to call up Esther. And she hung up the phone immediately when she realized the time. The phone immediately started ringing. Karina unplugged the house phone, complained Kain, who had woken up. Karina picked up the phone. It was Uncle Gen. "I was meaning to call you, Karina." "So you heard," asked Karina. "I heard one version of the truth," said Gen. "And what happened exactly?" "This gang tried to drug us, and when Kain attended a citizen's arrest, her cocked-up buddies attacked us with beers, bottles, and knives and pitchforks." Exaggerated Karina, covering up for her man. "I figured that's what happened," said Gen. "That addict, what was her name?" "Eugenia. She claims that Kain was threatening her." "No, he asked a simple question. Why are you trying to drug me?" said Karina. And she saw that as a threat displaced because we dare to question her lifestyle. Plus, a person who is flying can get easily spooked. Gen sighed and he went to his office to go deal with the problem that Kain had created. And Gen allowed the university students to get out of jail without any charges. If they didn't cause any problems for Kain, Gen wouldn't show their toxicity report to the university police campus. "But that night he attacked me," protested an injured man. "And for what his girlfriend tells me, you started it," said Gent. "And I have affidavits from 17 other students corroborating her side of the story, and if you bring this issue to court, I promise you that you will go to jail." Gent allowed the rest of the students to leave after giving them a slap on the wrist, and Gent tended to be soft on drug addicts because his little brother Jack was a former user. Eugenia returned to her dorm extremely perturbed by the night's event, and once she was in her home element, she began to the slow process of digesting what had occurred the night before. The only thing she learned from that experience was to never do drugs in front of a police officer. The morning came and Karina had fallen asleep on the couch next to her phone, and she saw that she had a pillow under her head and a blanket that Kain had brought for her. why she loves Kain, the true Kain was thoughtful and considerate. Well, his police officer job is stressful, said Karina, trying to rationalize Kain's unusual behavior. He probably deals with junkies all the time, and it makes sense that he no longer has the patience for their nonsense. Next time that happens, I'm just going to get him to leave with me. Karina allowed for Kain to sleep off his feet, and she went to the kitchen to make breakfast, but then she remembered that Kain didn't like her cooking, and he was always stubbornly insisting on cooking everything himself. Karina returned to the bedroom, and she lay down beside her friend, and Kain was so close to the edge of the bed that he seemed like he might fall off. And Karina, who wanted to cuddle, waited for Kain until Kain was facing her. She then wore her frame into his strong arm, and once she was comfortable, Karina immediately fell asleep. She awoke close to noon when Kain left the bed, and while Kain was showering, Karina entered the bathroom to watch the show. And Kain's bathroom was a clear glass standing shower, and Kain chuckling proceeded to seductively pass the soap all over his side, pectorals, and his lovely neck. The seductive shower had the intended effect, and Karina pounced on him in order to make love in the shower. After this morning workout, the two went to the kitchen, and Karina sat down to wait for her breakfast. Karina sighed and said, "Do you think I'm fat, Kain?" "Again with this? Who called you fat last night?" asked Kain. "A good number of people, but it's not as if I care about their opinions," protested Karina. "How do you want me to make your pancakes?" asked Kain. "Add strawberries, blackberries into the pancake mix," said Karina, focusing on her food. "Are you almost done with school?" asked Kain while making the pancakes. "Almost, but there is this one class that has 2 prerequisites, and I'm bullying my counselor to get her to count that microeconomics class we took in high school." Changing the subject, she said, "What do you want to do today?" "Oh, so you're finally giving me a choice in the matter," asked Kain, sitting down to eat his breakfast. "Tell me, Karina, what activities am I allowed to suggest to you?" "You make it sound as if I'm a control freak," protested Karina, rubbing her temple. "Tell me, what do you want to do? Whatever it is, I'm going to say yes to it, I promise." "You promise to say yes to whatever request I have for you," said Kain, giving a slight smile. "Yes," said Karina, shifting in her seat nervously. "We will do whatever you want today. No request is taboo. And what is it that your heart longs for me to do?" Kain gave a playful smile, and after thinking about it, he said, "I want you to watch with me the latest season of Inuyasha. My computer just finished downloading the episodes." "Can we just watch the Sesshomaru episode? He's the only character I actually care about," protested Karina. "The episodes are our only number, and I have no way of telling when the aristocratic assassin is going to make an appearance," said Kain. "But we can watch something else if you like." Karina was about to suggest seeing something else, but then she noticed that Kain had a bruise on his face from the night before. Karina brought an ice bag from the fridge, and she placed it over his face, and the two watched a couple of episodes from season 6. Kain, frowning with disapproval, went to look for something else to watch, and it felt to him that they were stretching the show in order to bring more money out of the series. And whenever a series got in that mood, Kain immediately lost interest in it, and Karina suggested that they try watching new shows. Kain had downloaded the first episode of a bunch of new anime series, and after failing to find something new to watch, Karina asked, "Do you even like anime anymore, Kain?" I need a new hobby," said Kain, sighing with disappointment. "For every esclafone, there's thousands of uninspired Eiken clubs." "The extra shows are god-awful," said Karina, "and I can't believe there's so many of them, and somebody must like them. There wouldn't be so many if there wasn't an audience of brain-dead buffoons who are impressed by a pair of balloons fluttering in the wind." "I sometimes wonder if the makers of those shows have ever seen a real woman, but no matter," said Kain. "I got nothing else planned for my day, so let's do what you want, Karina." "Do you want me to go be my new psychic?" asked Karina. "Sure, why the hell not," said Kain. "I have nothing better to do with my time in this earth." The friends went to meet the infamous psychic, and Karina had developed a taste for palm reading and tarot cards and the occult things thanks to Esclafone. And Irina was the first true psychic that she had ever met, and she was curious to hear what Irina would tell her boyfriend. Both showed up unannounced at Irina's home, and when she knocked on the door, a teenage girl with crazy hair opened the door, and the crazy hair maiden was Irina's granddaughter, Lucero, and her successor. Irina's second side will always skip the generation. "If you're looking for my grandma, she's in the Bucky Den," said Lucero, "and no, she doesn't know the lottery numbers. If she did, do you think we would still be living in this dump?" They made their way towards the buggy then, and it had an Olympic-sized pool, 2 slides, and a kiddie pool with a jungle gym. And they found Irina suntanning herself while reading Laughter in the Dark by Nabokov Vladimir. Kain couldn't help but notice the difference between Irina and his grandmother Esther. While Esther was shy about showing skin, Irina was a cool grandma with her sun hat and her bikini and her heart-shaped glass sunglasses and her large Cuban cigar. When Karina showed up with her boyfriend, Irina said, not bothering to look up for her book, "Here's a bag with 2 baby suits. Instead of worrying about your future, why don't you take a moment to enjoy the present?" Kain got changed into his swimsuit and Karina did the same, and both returned to pester the psychic, and even without a crystal ball, Irina was an expert at reading people. And the former chess champion was always 2 steps ahead of every person she met. And Kain had been skeptical at first, but Irina had shown with a simple action to be the genuine article. "Wow, you really are real," said Kain with a childish smile on his face. "Are there others like you? Or are you like the last of your kind?" "The Spanish Inquisition thinned down our numbers," said Irina dryly while browsing a fashion magazine. "Unlike my ancestors, I know how to keep a low profile." "Oh, I get it. My lips are sealed," said Kain, winking. "That's cute," said Irina. "And if you want a professional card reading, do so during office hours." "Can you just give me a quick look?" insisted Kain, shoving his palm into Irina's face. "Pay for the pizza and the sodas, and then I will see," said Irina, annoyed. Kain paid for the food and the sodas for Irina's grandchildren, Jana Maria, Lucero, Eufrasio, and the youngest, Marlene. And while the kids were shouting down, Irina gave a cursory glance at Kain's palm. Irina commented, "Your lifeline has 2 interruptions." "What does it mean?" asked Karina, leaning forward on her seat. Irina took Kain in Karina's hand to examine them closely, and the fact that she was looking at them so intently did not inspire the lovers much confidence. Changing the subject, Irina said to Karina, "I see 1 marriage, 2 marriages, 3, 4, and 17 in total, with the most recent divorce taking place 2 months ago." "Oh, you're looking at the times we have broken up," said Karina, laughing. "My mistake. I normally see the word marriage, but these lines can be interpreted as any type of romantic relationship," said Irina, giggling, and she seemed to want to say more, but she changed her mind. Irina said while looking at Kain's hand, "Your hand tells me that you're quite content with your love life, and this contrasts with Karina's hand, and you see how this line starts in the pinky and it ends in the middle finger. This tells me that her love is egotistical." Karina frowned, not amused by listening to the truth, and Irina, laughing, said, "If you don't want to hear the truth, I could just tell you the sweet lies you long to hear." Irina brought on her spectacles to look at Kain's hand more closely, and she saw small marks on the hard line, and these lines represented 3 different traumas. And the way she was staring at the hand almost made it seem as she was having a vision. Irina blinked twice, and she went to focus on a different line. "This straight line across the middle of your palm means that you're a realist, Kain, and you see the world for what it is and not for what it could be. And see how it contrasts with Karina's wavy lines. Your lover is a dreamer, and her mental lines show that she has a short attention span, and both have long lifeline, and this interruption in your lifeline show that you have experienced several changes in your lifestyle. This trend is further reinforced by your log line, and your lifestyle is dictated by external forces, and your girlfriend, her broken log line, shows that she is the master of her own fate." And she added, "Whether your life turns out for the better or for worse depends entirely on you, Karina." "Grandma, you forgot to mention the elements," retorted Lucero. "Ah, yes, the elements," said Irina. "My protege, why don't you do the honors?" Lucero examined Kain's hand and she said, "This is an earth type of hand, and you are materialistic and stubborn." And Lucero added, looking at Karina's hand, "And this is the hand of an egotistical fire type, and you are also impulsive and optimistic, and that is it for today. That will be $100. "About the food," protested Kain. "But not dessert," retorted Lucero. Kain bought dessert for the brats, and then he went to the pool to burn the empty calories. And he swam laughed while Karina played catch with the kids. Karina, becoming tired of playing, swam over to Kain's side to interrupt his workout, and she protectively wrapped her arms around his handsome shoulders to have her boyfriend ferry her about the pool. And Karina began to ponder why she was still with Kain, and she thought about all her previous relationships, and they all started nicing up, but as soon as they dropped their masks, Karina ran for the hills. "Kay, when will you marry me?" asked Karina. I have no guarantee that you won't divorce me as soon as you get bored or angry at me, said Kain, being brutally honest. You always leave me, Karina. You always leave. If I stay for an entire year, will you marry me? Asked Karina. Well, you heard the psychic. You are the master of your own fate. As for me, my life is always changing due to outside influences, said Kain. But do you love me? Insisted Karina. You are my best friend, so I own you the truth, said Kain, turning around to face Karina. When you are with me, everything is alright in my world, and when you leave me, I miss you. If that isn't love, I don't know what it is. Let's get married right away, said Karina happily. I think we should see other people, said Kain, swimming away. Kain, you jerk, yelled Karina, splashing her friend. The sun set over the Bucky den, and the lovers wanted to linger, but the place closed at dusk. The lovers drove back home in order to wash away the pool water, and when Kain entered within, he found his grandma and his uncle again entertaining guests. And the guests were Eugenia and her parents and the family lawyer. Eugenia was a rich heiress, but she liked to cosplay as a pauper. The guests regarded Kain with a look of pity, and Kain had told the visitors a version of Kain's truth. And Kain, annoyed by the situation, locked himself in his room, and he put on his headset and he blasted at full volume into his eardrum system over down. Mostly toxicity. I was just telling our guests how Kain's mother died of an overdose, said Kain. And such a tragic end to such a beautiful, kind, loving woman. And like Eugenia, she fell for the microdosage myth, and over time the dosages grew bigger and bigger till she became a shadow of her former self. My grandson was only trying to help Eugenia, said Esther, making excuses for her grandson, and he saw the path that you were taking, and he's all too aware of his final destination. Do you know any good rehab centers? Said Eunice's stepmother of Eugenia, and we weren't aware that our daughter was using again. Mom, that won't be necessary. That was a one-time thing, lied Eugenia, and she added, and if Kain wanted to help me, he didn't need to be a psychopath about it. Well, to be fair, Kain told you he was a cop, and you had to be pretty stupid to do drugs in front of an officer, said Karina, trying to shame her competition. And she just poured her microdoses in our drink without even asking. I mean, what kind of a psycho bimbo does that to a person they just met? And I was enticed about eating or drinking anything that this woman prepares for you. Is that really what happened? Asked Michael, the father of Eugenia. You little liar. The parents and the lawyer had a hearty laugh at Eugenia's expense, and the laughter was echoed by Uncle Glenn and Karina. Eugenia annoyed, said, now that bygones are bygones. I wanted to ask Kain to out on an official date, and I promised to leave the roofies at home. Scout's honor. What are roofies? Asked Eunice. It is the day rape drug, translated again. And Eunice dragged her stepdaughter out of the house, and Eugenia was going to a rehab center whether she wanted to or not. And Eugenia laughing said, I was kidding, Mom, jeez. Bye-bye, said Karina, closing the door, and she opened it one last time before saying, and don't come back. Bill, I hope that is the last time we see that degenerate, said Glenn, sighing with relief, and he reached into his pocket and he handed Karina a key. And used it to enter the boy's bedroom, and for the love of God, do not ask him about his mother. I do not want Kain to fall into despair again. Alright, so that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, that's his sister, and we're continuing with the Lover's Pentacle 1, Chapter 3, The Hangman. Can I talk to him about his father? Asked Karina curiously. That surgery is also taboo, said Kain, departing the house. Just leave well enough alone, woman. Karina entered Kain's room, and he had a dull expression on his face, and she removed his headset, and she gave him a comforting hug. She looked through the items in his bedroom, and she turned on the PS2. And after browsing through the discs, she picked out Tony Hawk's Skater 3. And after watching her epic fail in the game for half an hour, the light returned to Kain's eyes. Do you want to play the new game, the new game that came in the mail? Asked Kain, getting up from his bed and fetching the plastic guitars. I would love to, said Karina, giving a fake smile. Karina ended up liking Guitar Hero in spite of herself, and the weekend came to an end with a bittersweet taste to it, and things hadn't gone the way Karina had planned, but at least she thought she had gotten to know Kain a little better. Kain had also told her in his own weird way that he loved her, and the two went to sleep close to midnight. Karina wanted to stay up a little longer, but she knew that Kain had a full-time job, and she figured that while he worked, she might as well hunker down and study for her finals. And once she got her diploma and a day job, she will go back to bullying Kain into marrying her. Or maybe they could move in together. Karina fell asleep while making plans for her future with Kain, and while she slept peacefully, Kain spent the night tossing and turning in his bed, and he couldn't manage to consolidate sleep until it was 3 a.m. Come morning he felt extremely sleepy, but at least he had forgotten what he was angry about in the first place. The weekend came to an end, and their friends went their separate ways. Karina had to study for her finals, and Kain had to report for duty. He did his morning workout, and he performed his libations, ate breakfast, and he drove to work. His uncle Ken managed the Islandia Miami Police Department, and since it was summer and tourist season, the crime rate spiked. Ken had manned this post for almost 2 decades, and he didn't make waves, nor was he a crook. And his priority one was keeping his men safe. And Ken looked at the notice board with all of the reported crimes of the day. And frowning, he said, "The natives are restless today." Kain Sanson was the current patriarch of the Sanson household, and he was in his late 40s, and what little hair remained in his head was completely white. And due to his administrative job, he was somewhat portly, and he had a propensity for stress eating. His most distinguishing feature were his cold black eyes. His father claimed to be a direct bloodline descendant of Charles Sanson. Their infant ancestor had been a French executioner, and his eldest son Gabriel had faked his death and moved to America. To feed his family, Gabriel had no other option but to become a hangman. Gabriel considered lynching a painless alternative to the hours of public torture that were fashionable back in France. Raphael had been a bit of an antiquarian, extremely obsessed with his family's colorful history, and when Raphael died of a heart attack, it fell on Ken to manage the 2 black sheep of the family, Kain and Jack. Jack was Kain's father, and Jack was a recovering addict, and he managed to stay clean for the last 5 years, and as of lately, Jack wanted to reconnect with his son Kain, and it was Ken's role in the family to make certain that never happened. Kain was only at peace when his father was out of sight and out of mind. And Ken looked at the map with all of the violent crimes being reported today, and he looked at the tracker he placed in Jack's molar. Based on the last pinback, Jack was driving around the police department trying to work up the courage to speak to Kain. Ken called Kain before his nephew reached his workstation. "I need you to patrol said Ken looking at the map, Planned Parenthood Clinic. I am going to text you the address." "But I haven't checked in yet," protested Kain. "And my lunch, I need to put it in the refrigerator." "I will refund you the spoiled food, but I need you to get there right away. It is an emergency, like the protesters are growing restless, and I need you to keep them from turning violent." If they're turning violent, just send the SWAT team," said Kain, poking holes into Ken's lies. "Alright, you got me. I think my Kyle got a chick friend," and said Ken, getting time to think of a different lie. "And I need you to keep an eye out to see who goes in and out of the clinic today, and if you recognize his girlfriend, call me." "If Kyle doesn't want to be a father, you should just let him pay for the abortion," protested Kain, "and I wish my grandpa had paid for my mother's abortion. I wish I had never been born." "Don't go to that dark place again, son," said Ken, scratching his bald head. "Look, the truth is that Internal Affairs is sniffing around our station, so I want you to look busy. Trust me, son, you don't want to be here today." Kain turned his car around and he drove to Planned Parenthood Clinic, and he left his car and he took out his sketchbook in order to pass the time. Standing in front of the clinic, there were the usual protesters for and against the work being done there. And when he got bored of sketching, he returned to his patrol car to play Mega Man Anti-Warriors in his Game Boy Advance. And he sat down under a shaded tree with a summer breeze. The hours rolled lazily by, and he was snapped out of his reverie when he noticed that somebody took his photograph. "Is this what you do all day, Mr. Police Officer?" asked Eugenia, laughing. "Among other things," said Kain, "though at night I take great pleasure in arresting university students." "Do you have a partner or something?" asked Eugenia, looking at the cop patrol car. "It is more economically efficient to have 1 cop per car. This arrangement also maintains the flexibility of sending officers to multiple locations, explained King. And if I run into any trouble, only one officer will die instead of two. This saves a ton of money on pensions. Wow! And who's the shit bastard that decided that? Asked Eugenia. The constituents. They want security, but they don't want to pay for it. Some even want to defund the police to punish the many for the sins of a few, said King. But that is not my prerogative. I am just one man, and I know a lost cause when I see one. Speaking of lost causes, are you for or against it? I support a woman's right to choose what to do with her body, said Eugenia. And do you want to protest with me? I have a blank sign that you can decorate however way you like. Aboard Kain agreed to protest for Eugenia's cause, and he wrote on his sign, "Spay and neuter your humans." Eugenia got a good shock out of what Kain had written, and the other protesters finding the poster of music began to chant, "Spay and neuter your humans! Spay and neuter your humans!" Eugenia took a few candid photos of Kain among her people in order to show that the police was pro-choice. A priest annoyed with the situation went to give a sermon to Kain. Kain's face turned blank as he turned out everything. When it became obvious to the priest that he was preaching to a wall, he went to bother someone else. There is nothing I hate more than real people telling me what to do. Had he bothered to ask nicely, I would have gone over to champion his lost cause. So you don't believe in a woman's reproductive right? Asked Eugenia, deflated. I don't believe in peaceful protest, said Kain. The world only truly changes through violent means, and if you're not willing to kill for your cause, then why are you wasting your time under the blistering sun? The two got into a heated debate about the violence and peaceful protest, and for every gun that Eugenia brought up, Kain had thousands of bloodthirsty Robespierres. You are a lot sharper than I gave you credit for, said Eugenia, amused by the intelligent conversation. I was the captain of the debate team back in middle school. Everything was fun and games till I made the mistake of debating about stereotypes, and a rich chick in the audience felt alluded to, so she sued my family because I accidentally made her feel insecure about her weight. The court ruled in my favor, but I was still boycotted for never competing. And at the end of the day, only rich pricks like you, Eugenia, get to have an opinion, said Kain, becoming passive-aggressive again. I am not rich. My parents are rich, protested Eugenia. That is such a rich-based thing for you to say, retorted Kain. Instead of wasting your time protesting, why don't you do something useful with your time and buy some food for the homeless? That makes an immediate difference in someone's life. You know what, Kain? Fuck you, yelled Eugenia, poking at Kain's chest with her index finger. If you want someone to agree with you, why don't you go bother someone else, said Kain, going back to sit under his happy tree. Kain brought out his headsets to drown out the noise from the world, and around noon the protesters decided to go for a snack break. And Eugenia invited Kain to dine with them, and as much as the debate had angered her, Eugenia had found them mentally stimulating. And since she was paying for the food, Kain agreed to tag along. Back in the station, Jack had finally worked up the courage to go see Kain. Jack was a skinny twig who resembled a walking skeleton, and his long face and wispy mane combined to give him the perfect horse look. And he made his way to the station with none of the officers paying him any mind. They were already used to him. Jack was holding his briefcase protectively while he dodged around the other names and lowlifes, and he eventually made it to Gen's office. Gen finished his donut in order to feign good humor. Gen hugged his skinny little brother and he beckoned him to sit down. Do you want a donut? Offered Gen. No, I'm not really hungry, said Jack. Jack was never hungry. Eat it, insisted Gen. Jack ate the pastry at first without much enthusiasm. Eventually his hunger awoke and he demanded more food. Gen went to his mini fridge and he gave his brother a sandwich. Did he like it? Asked Jack. Did who like what? Asked Gen, confused. The game. I said Kain, a silly guitar hero game, explained Jack. Since when can you afford things? Asked Jack suspiciously. My sponsor got me a job, a real full-time job, so that gift is my way of showing you that I am no longer a financial burden, explained Jack. He opened his briefcase to show his brother other pertinent information and he added, here's the name of my workplace and the information of my employer so you can investigate them to your heart's content. Ken looked at the material over the top and he pretended to give his brother the benefit of the doubt, and then he said, everything looks legitimate, so you sell cars now. If I can sell Tic Tacs as fentanyl, then this salesman job is going to be a piece of cake, said Jack giggling. And most addicts are on other drugs, so they experience a placebo effect from the Tic Tacs they ingest. Ken sighed with frustration before forcing a fake laugh. Ken, changing the subject, said, "How are you feeling today? You look skinnier. You can move back with me if you want to." "Your wife Stacy hates me," said Jack, stating it as a fact. "If it makes you feel better, she hates me too," said Jack, returning Jack's paper. "It is just that I am worried about you, Jackie. I don't feel comfortable with you living by yourself, and I was meaning to stop by your apartment later, but since you're here, happy birthday, little brother." Gen gifted Jack his first cell phone, and the battery life for Jack's motor tracker was almost dead, and Gen needed a new way to keep track of his brother's movement. And the minutes rolled by with Ken showing his brother everything that the cell phone could do. At the end of the tutorial, Jack, he sounded jackass. Jack asked a question. How do I make a phone call? That's right, how stupid of me, said Ken, calling his little brother. And now my number is saved on your cell phone. And this way you no longer need to memorize everyone's number. And this one is Mom's number. And don't forget to put your therapist's number. And that's everyone. "What is Ken's phone number?" asked Jack. "I don't know, like Ken. His cell phone got hacked recently, so he's in the process of getting a new number, a new phone that is virus-free." "Is he still playing with computer?" asked Jack, smiling warmly. "I remember the first computer we ever owned. Ken ripped it apart to see if he could understand how it worked. When he's not running your little errands, what is he doing with his life?" "Since when do you care what happens to your son?" exploded again before he could stop himself. Jack turned as pale as a sheet and his eyes widened. He then proceeded to bawl his eye out. Ken left his seat and he hugged his little brother and said, "I'm sorry, Jackie, please don't cry." "For a moment there you sounded just like that," protested Jack when he could talk. "Don't joke about that, little brother," said Ken, laughing nervously, and then he added to him seriously, "All this barking and tough love never did anyone any good. And don't tell Mom, but I am actually glad that the big brute finally kicked the bucket." "You don't really mean that," said Jack, hugging his brother tightly. "Well, I knew him longer than you, and by the time you were born he had softened. He no longer had the energy to whip you into submission," said Ken, being brutally honest. And when Jack pouted, he added, "I'm kidding, little brother, alright? You need to lighten up. Here, have another donut. This one comes with flan on the inside. I don't know where Cain buys his donuts, but they are to die for." "I don't want any more food," said Jack, pushing aside the donut. "If Cain isn't here, I will come back tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow." "Jack, tell me what this is truly about. Are you dying? Do you need a kidney? I can give you one of mine, if you don't mind that it is a little diabetic," said Ken, sitting down to face his brother. Jack turned his gaze and then he said, "I was talking to my therapist about Cain, and I told her how he shuts down whenever anyone so much as mentions my name or his mother's name. And maybe he should visit as well. He should visit her grave as well." "Cain is fine," said Ken, hesitating. "And why did he do this time?" asked Jack, trying to assert his ownership over his son. "He went totally mental on a hippie broad, and I don't know the exact details, and the dumb bitch barely remembers what happened that night. And Karina said that Cain wanted to know why her first instinct was to drug the drinks of everyone she brought into her bedroom," explained Ken. "Maybe she just assumed that Cain was like her, seeing as though he insists in dressing like a hobo. He must earn at least $50K. He should be able to afford nice things," guessed Jack. "Maybe he's saving up to go to college," said Ken, "or maybe he's going to marry Karina." Father and Uncle spent an hour ranting about what Cain was saving up for, and Cain in the meantime was at a vegan restaurant called Planta. And since Eugenia was paying for the food, Cain's stomach and cheapness had dictated his priority. And the others felt uncomfortable with Cain tagging along, but since Eugenia was paying for the grub, nobody bothered to complain. After ordering the food, a few attempts were made at dialogue, and the conversation began to flow as soon as the others learned to ignore the blue elephant in the restaurant. I meant blue elephant because, like, Cain is like, he's like in his police officer uniform, so then they were able to talk by just completely ignoring him. With some glucose in her blood, Eugenia realized that she should have been more emphatic with the less fortunate, And Eugenia asked Kain, do you still remember your stereotype speech? I memorized it by heart, said Kain, and I will be more than happy to repeat it, and if you want me a contract that guarantees me that you will not sue me should you feel offended. I didn't want to sue you, said Eugenia, and it was my stupid stepmom's idea, and she has been wanting to get rid of me since the minute she walked to the front door. And I had to account for every penny I spent, and if I want bigger allowance, and I always had to grovel to that woman, my mom, my real mom. She was the one with all the money, and I shouldn't need that succubus permission to spend something that rightfully belongs to me, and only me. I could investigate her, offered Kain. It is not as if I have anything better to do with my time. If you find anything that will help me keep that woman in check, I will buy you lunch for the rest of your life, said Eugenia happily. While you're in a working mood, officer, I want to file a noise complaint, said the waitress who was eavesdropping. Ken went to the car and he came back with his laptop and he tapped out the report as they came up. And he was going to hop to it as soon as he got back to the office. Ken collected everyone's leftovers in a box before driving back to the station to print the father's report. And on his way out, the waitress said to Ken, when can I expect you to visit my noisy neighbors? My uncle will send someone over eventually, said Ken. I'd much rather you go there right now, insisted the waitress. You are here, so clearly the noise isn't a problem for you at this moment, said Ken. I will stop by later. My children haven't slept in a week, said the waitress. Can you come before 8 p.m.? I will go quiet down your neighbors in time to put your kids to bed, said Ken. Ken never worked the night shifts, and he drove back to the station and he filed the reports and petty complaints. Ken read the news report that his grandson had dished out, and for someone out on a fool's errand, he had actually done some actual police work. Ken looked at the noise complaint and he ran the files of the waiter that had asked him for help. The waiter had given a name that belonged to an old woman whose children live abroad, and Ken suspected that the waiter was working without a green card. And if she had lied about her name, she had probably lied about everything else. And after meditating things, Ken decided to have his trigger-happy rookie Siddhanta investigate this noise complaint. Siddhanta had only been in the force for a month, and he had already shot 7 civilians. The kid was setting a state record. It's a trap, said Ken before giggling. What's a trap? asked Ken, waiting for his next assignment. Don't worry about it, said Ken, and changing the subject, he said, Karina called a few hours ago to announce your engagement. Congratulations. We are not getting married, and I told her that if she stayed with me for an entire year, then I will propose to her, explained King. I don't expect her to keep her end of the bargain. I get why you don't want to marry her. She always leaves, and yet she has the gall to claim that you are the one who's not ready to commit, retorted again, laughing. The thing is, Uncle Karina, she has all of these plans and all of these dreams, and she has her perfect life planned out in her head. And when reality doesn't match her expectations, she becomes frustrated with me, said Kain sadly. I blame those telenovelas. You should get her to watch something with a bit more substance. That is going to be easier said than done, said Kain. And they just remade Betty La Fea, so I will probably have to suffer through that for the next couple of months. But it's a small price to pay since she watches anime with me. The pieces are out there, Kain. Can you tell me the real reason why you don't want to marry Karina? Insisted again. I don't want children. She wants children. End of discussion, said King. Not all children are as annoying as Tweedledee and Tweedledum, said Ken, pointing to the photograph of his 7-year-old daughters, Hannah and Anna. Ken then pointed to his eldest son, Kyle, age 13. Kyle is nice. He's a little stoic, but that is because he was born as a little old man. I don't know, Uncle. It is just society says that, started thinking. I'm not in the mood to hear about orphans and overpopulation, King. I chose to have children with my wife because I love her and I wanted a physical manifestation of our love in the form of children. I didn't do it to make my parents happy or to make society happy. I did it because I wanted to. Now I want you to tell me why you don't want children. And don't hold back anything, son. Tell me the truth. I just don't want to, Uncle. What do you want me to say? Said Ken, shrinking into himself. And it is not that I hate kids. They are great in micro dosages. It is just that I do not see myself as the type of person that dedicate his life to one another. And children, they are a lifelong commitment, and even when they are grown up, you might end up taking care of them forever. Till the last day, Grandpa was forced to take care of my father. He was atoning for his sins, explained Ged. His what? Asked Kate, looking growing up. My dad, he only bothered to get involved when the problem known as Jack grew too large to be ignored. And when Jack fell from grace, my father lost complete interest in my brother. And Jack was a broken toy my father wanted nothing to do with. Not only didn't he help Jack, but he interfered every time I tried to help my little brother, protested Kain. And you can hate your mother as much as you want, but I'm not Jackie. I'm not asking you to like him, but please be civil to him. This was the first time that Ken had openly spoken about the hatred he felt for his father, Raphael. And Ken brought out a little miniature he had of little Jackie, and Ken spent the rest of the workday telling Kain all the stories about his little brother. And the workday came to an end, and while he drove back, Kain digested this new piece of information about his father's past. His father Jack had been negligent because his father Raphael didn't take care of him. As an only child, Kain didn't empathize with the strong bond that Kain shared with his little brother. And even if Kain couldn't understand it, he had to respect it. While driving back, Kain mused about what his life would have been like had he had a little brother or sister. The closest person he had to a sibling was his girlfriend Karina. Okay, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye. God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy sister, and we're continuing with the Lover's Pentacle. This is chapter 4, 6 of Cups. Even if she got married to another, Kain hoped that she would remain part of his life. When he arrived home, he saw Jack's humble little Mini Cooper parked outside. Sitting inside waiting to build up courage was Jack. Kain parked beside the car and he noticed that his father was crying while talking to himself. Kain worried tapped on the window. Jack rolled it down and he said, trembling, "Is there a problem, officer?" "I'm going to need you to step out of the vehicle, sir," said Kain. My son lives here," protested Jack, and I am, "Oh, Kain, hi." "You can come inside," said Kain, opening the front door. And he was about to add, "Don't steal anything," but he chose not to. "Kain, welcome home," said Esther, hugging her favorite grandson. The smile immediately faded away when she saw the beautiful creature standing behind him. "It's fine, Grandma," said Kain. "And he bought me a new game, and inviting him over for a nice home-cooked meal is the least I can do to repay him." Jack entered the house uncertain. He had always seen the place from the outside, but never the interior. This house was emptier than Jack had expected. Like Kent, Jack assumed that the house belonged to his mother, Esther. Kain had bought the house with his grandma's help. The grandma had provided the down while Kain paid for everything else, including the utility bills. The room decor contrasted with the cluttered mess that was Esther's true home. Esther was a bit of a hoarder, and her garage was filled with everything, including all of her children's schoolwork, family albums, their toys, clothing, as well as a colony of roaches living inside the mess. Since Kain owned the property, his grandma had placed him in charge of the decor. Kain wasn't too fussy with the look as long as the furniture was cheap and comfortable, and he had gone for a milky white color for all of the furniture, following the trends he had seen in the fixer-upper. He only had 2 televisions, a flat big screen TV in the living room and a Faro TV in his bedroom. From the open living room, the house flowed towards the dining room and the small remodeled kitchen. Kain's home had 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, though one bedroom was technically a garage turned into a bedroom, and there was a bedroom Esther slept in when she visited, as well as a second guest room with a sofa bed instead of a bed. Kain began dinner while he did, Esther silently judged her good-for-nothing son, Jack. To break the silence, Kain turned on the TV and he handed the remote control to Esther. Esther began to flip through all of the channels of Kain's hacked cable service. A movie was eventually found and it helped dissipate some of the darkness. Come 7, dinner was served. With Jack visiting, Kain made his father his favorite meal, spaghetti with bacon. Kain sliced up some hard bread in order to reheat it and garnish it, and when it came out, the old bread had transmuted into garlic bread. "I don't have beer, but I can get you a soda, orange juice, maybe some carbonated water," said Kain, opening the fridge. "Soda is fine, thank you," said Jack politely. When the food was placed before Jack, he proceeded to munch on it before it got cold, and Kain normally thought during his meal, but instead he focused on eating. Esther couldn't believe her eyes. Father and son were eating together at the same table. It had been ages since Kain had tolerated his father's presence. Kain was still uncertain about the situation, and at the moment he wasn't angry or sad because of his father's presence. the presence. This was a good thing. He didn't want to continue feeling those negative emotions if he could help it. Kain looked at his scrawny father, and he fancied that his presence would be tolerable if he thought of Jack as his little brother. "You smell a little funny," said Jack, sniffing Kain. Jack was already far too full to take in another bite. Some of the guys mentioned that when I got back, said Kain, smelling his uniform. "I need to get changed and shower after I rest my foot." Kain drew closer and he smelled Kain's hair, and nodding happily, he said, "I recognize that smell. It's Rifa." "Rifa," repeated Esther, worried. "It's just a cigar brand," lied Jack. "It is no different than those camels you smoke when nobody's looking." "You can't prove that I still smoke," said Esther defensively. "Whatever it was, the restaurant stunk of it," said Kain. "But at least the food was delicious, even if it was all vegan." Kain looked at his phone and he noticed that he had 17 messages from Eugenia, and they were all different versions of the same command. She wanted Kain to drop everything and investigate her mother's illness. Kain was about to tell her to bother someone else, but then even that seemed like too much of a bother. The problem was that the psycho bitch knew where he lived. Kain reluctantly went to his room to get started on the little side project. "And what are you doing now?" asked Jack, looking over Kain's shoulder. "A random woman asked me to find some dirt on her mom," said Kain. "Did she promise to pay you?" asked Jack. "No," said Kain, pouting. "But she knows where I live, and I do not want any more problems from her psychotic parents and their lawyers." "Let me help you with that problem, son," said Kain, handing a towel to Kain. Go take your shower." Kain stripped out of his officer uniform and he finally took his shower. And while he showered, Jack took Kain's cell phone and he found Eugenia's number and he marked that wench as spam. And he also marked as spam a couple of unfamiliar numbers. Jack then left the room and he informed his grandma of the problem called Eugenia. "Those two haven't even made it and she's already asking for big favors, Mama." "That Eugenia's nothing but bad news," said Jack. "And Kain is going to get in trouble because of that mush." "Takes one to know one," retorted Esther dryly. "Still, this whole evil stepmom scenario is a little too cliche for it to be true. And Eugenia might be a user, and her parents assisted her finances is for a good reason." And once Kain was relaxed, he lay down on his bed to read a book, and he looked at his cell phone for a second, and he realized the type of help that Jack had offered. After thinking things through for a bit, he realized that Jack was right about Eugenia. She was nothing but trouble. Kain shouldn't be eager to help a bimbo that he met less than a day ago. A torrential rain began to fall, and Jack made a motion to leave under the stormy weather, but his mother Esther insisted that he stay the night. The morning came, and much to Esther's surprise, everything was where it should be, and she was even more surprised to see that Jack was getting dressed for work. "I wasn't lying about having a real job," said Jack. "I'm really trying to do things right this time." "I believe you, Jackie," lied Esther, hugging her son. Jack smiled sadly, and he could always tell when his mother was lying. Jack walked to his car, and he attempted to turn it on, and since it kept stalling, Kain gave his father a little lift to work. Jack nervously got inside the patrol car, and the two rode out in utter silence. Jack looked at the laptop on the dashboard. "If you want to see your criminal record, you do not need to ask for my permission," said Kain, turning the laptop to face his father. "Only do not ask me too many questions because I get distracted if people talk to me while I'm driving." Jack gave a cursory review at his record, and from there he began to amuse himself by looking at the criminal records of people he went to high school with. After a 20-minute ride, Kain arrived at the used car store. Kain left the police car clutching his briefcase for dear life. And Kain stopped him and he made Jack hold the briefcase like a normal person. Kain straightened his father's tie and he combed his hair with his saliva. "Just because your friend got you a job doesn't mean that you can slack off, and as long as you look busy and professional, you're going to be able to retain this job for years to come. And if you need to boost yourself, don't forget Craigslist exists," said Kain. "And if you start talking to yourself, put yourself onto your ear, this will make you look less like a crazy person." "I don't listen to voices if that's what you're implying," retorted Jack. "It is just when nobody's around my apartment I have gotten into the habit of speaking my thoughts out loud. I can't live by myself, Kain. I'm just not used to it. I don't like it." "Then go back to Uncle Ben's house," said Kain. "I can't. His wife hates me," said Jack. And Nathan is apparently staying in Abu Dhabi forever, and Elizabeth doesn't have room for me in her New York shoebox apartment, and so that just leaves me then, said Kain, rubbing his temple. I don't have time to deal with your nonsense, Dad. Go to work and call me when you get fired. Kain got in the car and he drove away from the situation, and once he got to the first red light, he punched the dashboard while cursing. Kain saw the light turn green, and he pressed down the gas pedal. He didn't get far before a speeding vehicle T-boned him. His patrol car rolled and rolled as his life flashed before his eyes. And the vehicle that struck him drove backwards and fled the crime scene. And it was one thing to T-bone around the car, it was another matter to crash into a police officer's car. Kain was hanging upside down, tied by the seatbelt, and he could smell the gasoline. It was only a matter of time before the car would explode. And Kain went to remove his seatbelt, but at the last moment he chose not to. He closed his eyes while he waited to leave this cruel world behind with a big bang. And this plan was short-lived. Kain heard the footsteps of someone rushing over and frantically opening the door. Help, help! Somebody call the police! Somebody call an ambulance! Yelled Jack hysterically while he struggled with the seatbelt. Kain wearily stopped playing possum and he reached for the seatbelt. And one of the drivers that had stopped reached from the other side of the patrol car to help drag Kain out of the vehicle, and not a moment too soon, the patrol car exploded in a spectacular fashion. Careful with his head, said Jack while his son was slowly being carried to the sidewalk. And don't worry, son, the ambulance is coming. You're gonna be alright. Okay? Everything's going to be okay. I'm fine, said Kain, sitting up, and the mirror made him dizzy as the world started spinning around him. And he leaned forward and he rested his head on his hand. It will pass, son, said Jack, patting Kain's back. And you're in shock. You're alright. Everything's fine. Okay? Kain began to collapse again, only this time Jack was nearby to offer his lap as cushion. Weary of the effort of struggling against destiny, Kain accepted the help from the father he didn't want. The man who had assisted Jack handed Kain his revolver, and it wouldn't do well for it to rely on running the pavement for a random person to pick it up. Jack stashed it in his coat pocket before immediately forgetting that it was there. The ambulance came. Instead of going to the hospital, Kain asked to be taken to IFA America. Karina's mother Unla worked there, and she would be able to give him an MRI at a cheaper value. And while the two waited, Kain started feeling a little better, in part thanks to the first aid he had received in the ambulance. His head was bandaged up, and the cut he had received on his wrist had been treated. Dad, your hand is burned, said Kain, looking at Jack's hand. I didn't notice. When the car exploded, I used my hand to protect my face. A medical assistant sent by Unla summoned the two to her office, and an ointment was applied to Jack's burned hand, and it was bandaged up. And it was a good thing too. Now that Jack was aware of the burn, it hurt like bloody hell. After removing all of the metal from his uniform, Kain got inside the MRI. There was no concussions or brain damage. Una noticed the purple bruise on Kain's left hand. The car had struck him from the driver's seat, and X-rays showed that there were no broken bones. Una provided an umbracer and some knives to reduce the swelling, and they were then released from the clinic with all of their boo-boos treated. While the two waited for Karina to pick them up, the two spoke. Kain first. Dad, why didn't you love me? When I was small, you rarely spent any time with me. I was working. I couldn't keep an eye on the baby while trying to compose music. And if I wasn't playing with you all the time, you would throw yourself into hysterics, said Jack, scratching his hair. I just didn't know how to manage. I didn't have any experience taking care of children, and I was just a child myself. I was only 12 when you came into this world, Kain. And when Mom took you to live with her, it was a relief, and I no longer needed to be responsible for you. If you didn't want me, asked Kain, starting to cry, why did you bother to save me? I'm sorry, said Jack, realizing the terrible thing he had just said. I didn't mean it. Karina arrived around noon to take Kain home, and she found Kain crying next to a creepy-seeing man. Kain saw Karina, and he went to cry on her shoulder. The girl guessed that her boyfriend was still a little shaky from the accident. Karina turned to look at the news, and there was a helicopter view of the accident as well as some eyewitness reports of the heroic rescue. Karina walked Kain to her car while he kept crying uncontrollably, and she was about to drive away when Kain noticed that there was somebody missing. Taking control of his emotions, Kain said, "You forgot my father." Karina returned to the clinic, and she looked about for someone that resembled Kain. It was then when the same man approached her. Jack was clutching nervously the end of his button shirt, and since the man was following her, Karina guessed that this lanky creature was Kain's father. He was not what Karina had imagined. Kain looked at his phone and he said, "This thing has been vibrating for hours. I think it is broken." "When it vibrates, it means that you're getting a call," said Karina. "Is it your first cell phone?" "Hand it over, Dad," said Kain, gesturing with his hand. "And we better not distract Karina while she's driving, and put your seatbelt on." Karina and Jack buckled up, and Kain tested to his Uncle Gan that he was fine. The patrol car had exploded, but he did not. Kain took a selfie with the phone and he sent it as a visual confirmation that he was more or less in one piece. Karina arrived to Kain's house, and he looked for his housekeeper. He found when he realized that they had blown up with the car. Jack, realizing the problem, removed one of his hairpins. After breaking it up, Jack was able to pick the locks and were able to enter within the house. Kain went to the beeping house alarm and he tried to type in the password. With his head still foggy, he kept getting the 4-key combination wrong. Jack, after thinking for a second, typed in Raphael's birthday, and this made the alarm stop beeping. "I want to stay," said Karina, "but I have finals in 2 hours, and I really need to get back to school. And as soon as I finish, I'm coming back, I promise. Are you going to be okay, Kain?" "With my father taking care of me, everything's going to be alright," said Kain, giving a fake smile. Karina couldn't tell if Kain was being serious or sarcastic, and she looked at the time, and in the end her ambitions dictated her priorities. Karina drove back to school in order to finish her finals, and with her gone, Kain went to collapse on the couch. Jack went to the bathroom and he came back with a cold, moist towel, and he placed it over Kain's eye before sitting nearby. "I have a proposition for you," said Kain. "I'm going to let you live with me as long as you don't cause me problems. I am willing to tolerate your presence." "Do you really mean that, Kain?" asked Jack, smiling happily. "You better get your things before I change my mind," said Kain, "and go to work already." Jack lingered in the house till Karina returned from her exams, and with someone keeping an eye on the big baby, Jack went to his car and he turned on without a problem. Jack drove to his workstation and he reported to his boss the reason why he had been extremely late for his first day at work. The remaining 2 hours passed without incident. Jack mentioned the existence of Craigslist, and this became his new role in the company. It was his task to take photographs of the cars and create listings for it on Craigslist. Jack's boss was a failed drummer that insisted on being called by his stage name, Arjuna, and they only needed a failed vocalist and a songwriter in order to form a new rock, and a singer and a songwriter and a drummer in order to form a new rock band. Jack returned to his Plan 8 apartment in Opaloka. He frowned when he noticed that somebody had broken into his home again, and this was another reason why he wanted to move out. Jack cautiously opened the door, and he saw that the thief was still there, tearing at the floor and walls looking for anything of value. He tiptoed to his neighbor's house, and he knocked a few times in Morse code. His good neighbor allowed Jack to hide out there until the thief left. His neighbor and landlord was an old man in a wheelchair, and he would allow Jack to visit whenever he was feeling particularly bored or lonely. "If your brother's a police officer, why don't you call him?" asked the good neighbor. "I just don't want to cause him any problems," said Jack, "and while I'm here, I wanted to terminate my lease. I am moving in with my son." "There are penalties for early termination," started saying the landlord before laughing, and he added, "I'm just messing with you. I will wait a few months before getting a new tenant, and just in case your son throws you out of the house." "That won't happen," said Jack. "We have come to an understanding." The noise in the other apartment went away, and Jack breathed in a sigh of relief. And just when the coast seemed clear, the door was kicked down, and at that moment Jack regretted not calling the cops. The thief was screaming hysterically, punching Jack and the harmless old man, and he dragged the tenant by the hair, and he demanded that he show him the money. And Jack was lying on his side, and when Jack was lying on his side, he felt something hard and metallic pressing against his thigh. And when his hand reached for it, he saw that he had Kain's revolver. And with a trembling hand, Jack brandished the revolver, and the thief took a cautious step back, and another, and then he fled the apartment to avoid getting shot at. "If you had that revolver, you should have brought it out sooner," complained the landlord. "I don't know about you, but I'm calling the cops, and help me back on the wheelchair." Jack assisted the old man to get on the wheelchair, and once everything was in working order, Jack returned to his small apartment. Everything was a mess, and Jack called his brother again to inform him that he had gotten robbed again. Ken held his hand over his chest, and he just couldn't handle more bad news today. Like the guy was like, ah. And don't forget that, like, Ken's father, Raphael, had already died of a heart attack, so he'd be like, oh my god, I'm heading in this direction because of this stress of these lunatics driving me mad. Ken sent over the night guards to investigate the robbery, and before taking an aspirin as a preventive measure, Jack looked through his apartment and he picked up a few articles of clothing, the guitar he had hidden inside the roof, his pillow, and the cash inside the toilet bowl. The rest Ken could send for or sell it. Jack closed the door, locked the door before heading out, and then he drove back to Kane's house. During the time Jack had been away, Kane had been considering telling his father to go to hell, and when he saw him return all beaten up, Kane softened up. And the night was spent with Jack ranting about getting mugged by an addict. I guess I finally got a taste of my own medicine, Kane said, Jack laughing nervously. I need your help in the kitchen, said Kane, changing the subject. And just like that, Kane and Jack started to reconnect with one another, whether they wanted to or not. And acting as a mediator for the two was Grandma Esther. And she had heard from Kane that Jack was going to be moving into his home, and she was uncertain about the situation, but she felt that this was how things should have always been. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. The Lover's Pentacle, Chapter 5, The Moon. Karina drove back to FIU after dropping off Ken and Jack to their home. And when she had sent that anonymous letter, she hadn't expected for Jack to seek his son so quickly. Karina didn't know what to expect of Jack's of Kane's father. All she knew of the guy was that Jack was a failed rock star and a recovering addict. As someone who was impulsive by nature, Karina was starting to second-guess her decision. And when she arrived to FIU, she came to this conclusion. Families were supposed to stick together, both on the good times and especially in the bad times. This was how her family wrote, and she smiled gleefully, thinking that she had done a good deed by forcing father and son to reunite. Karina ran to her classroom in order to cram for her finals, and once it was finally over, she breathed in a sigh of relief. And whether she did good or bad, it was irrelevant. Even with a D, she was going to pass. And she went to pester her counselor after this examination, and the counselor gave her the good news. She had met all of the prerequisites to graduate. It was finally over, and this summer Karina was going to be a pediatrician. Now she just needed to complete the minimum 1-year residency in order to get her medical license, and when her education concluded, Karina could now devote more time into turning Kane into her perfect husband. The alternative was to return to the dating scene, and it could take months and even years before running into a decent man in Miami. Karina drove to Kane's home to tell him the good news, and when she got to the parking lot, she saw a green Plymouth Fury. And she backed up a bit and she waited to see who was going to come out of the house, and when she saw that it was Eugenia, Karina's blood began to boil. She simmered in rage for 10 minutes, and as soon as her competition drove away, Karina breathed in a sigh of relief. Karina knocked and Jack opened the door for her, and the two didn't have time to chat since Jack was extremely late for work. Karina entered the house to see how Kane was doing after his accident, and he was in the shower cleaning up the dirt and grime. And she picked up his dirty uniform and she threw it into the laundry. And since she was nervous, she started to clean Kane's house, starting up by dusting the bedroom. And she noticed that his computer was running a long process. And she read an open composition book. And Kane was running a background check on his finances, using the information that Eugenia had given him just to be safe. And he was going to investigate her husband. And he was doing the bare minimum work within the confines of probable cause. Karina didn't understand why Kane was helping out that woman who had tried to sue him. And she looked at her reflection in the vanity and she didn't like it. And she said before running to clean the house, and Kane had never cheated on her, and he was too lazy or comfortable to find himself another woman whenever she was around. Karina repeated this to herself while she fastidiously cleaned. The shower closed and Kane stumbled back into his bed. And what did the bimbo want? Asked Karina. She begged me to find dirt on her stepmother or niece, explained Kane. It is a little cliché, but she promised to pay me for my work. What is she going to pay you with? Asked Karina, choking her broom. With a donation for my co-workers, said Kain wearily. Unlike me, they work really hard and they deserve to see proper remuneration for putting their life in danger for the sake of citizens who see them as the enemy. And she also promised not to bother me ever again, regardless of the results of my investigation. After all, she is but a stranger who expects men to become her little lapdogs just because of her beauty. Aha! You admit it, hissed Karina. You think he is prettier than me. Karina, everything hurts and I don't feel well. Please, protested Kain, placing a pillow over his head. It will take more than a bump on your head to kill you, Kain, said Karina, coming over with one of her jealous rants. And what does the bimbo have that I don't have? Get out of my house, Karina, yelled Kain, sitting up. Karina turned as white as a sheet, and Kain rose from the bed, and the color from his face was completely gone. Karina took a step back, and Kain walked towards her. Karina closed her eyes, expecting the worst. Instead, Kain staggered towards the bathroom to throw up his breakfast. Karina ran for the phone, and she called her mother. The adrenaline surge must be going down, said Unla. His accident was really bad, Karina. Why were you arguing with him? What's wrong with you? I wasn't arguing, lied Karina meekly. Don't you think I don't know my own daughter? Seriously, Karina, said Unla. Give the man time to decompress. Karina hung up the phone and she tiptoed back to the bedroom, and she opened the door slowly. She found Kain still throwing up, even though his stomach was empty. Karina brought him a glass of water and got him back into bed, and she proceeded to sanitize the bathroom, starting with the toilet. And she had inherited from her mother the compulsion to clean everything whenever she was nervous, and while she cleaned, she pondered what Kain had offered to help Eugenia. And in her jealous fury, the only conclusion she kept coming up to was that Kain had feelings for Eugenia. Karina, I didn't ask you to clean the bathroom, moaned Kain. I want to sleep, and the noise you keep making is making my headache worse. Karina picked up the cleaning supplies, and she made the extreme effort of being as quiet as a mouse. And she got bored of seeing Kain sleeping, so she saw herself out. And she needed to prepare for her graduation ceremony, and there was the after party. Karina went through her entire contact list to inform her parents, uncles, aunts, cousins, and distant relatives that she was graduating. And she started walking around the yard. And the backyard, ranting on the phone. And then she noticed that the grass looked a little tall, and she went to the storm shed and she brought out the lawnmower. Kain awoke as soon as he heard the lawnmower sounding, and he wanted to tell Karina to keep it down, but he was far too weary to leave the bed. Resigned to his fate, Kain reached for his headset and he turned on some classical music in order to drown out the noise. With this measure, he was able to fall asleep again. Karina finished cutting the grass and she trimmed the hedges, and she looked at her gardening work and she saw that it was good. With nothing else to do, Karina returned to the house to see if Kain was still breathing. And since he had his headset on, Karina returned to fastidiously clean the house. And she saw Esther driving up the house, and since her man was no longer going to be alone, Karina returned home in order to begin the preparation for her graduation party. Karina lived in a small house behind a larger mansion owned by the matriarch of the family, Barbara. Her mother, Unla, was the little sister of the matriarch, and therefore she lived in the smaller three-bedroom house in the center of the two properties. There was a communal garden with a thatched roof gazebo, a trampoline, a treehouse, a pool, and a variety of fruiting trees. Her house was mainly where Karina slept. Throughout her youth, Karina seamlessly moved between the two houses. Barbara owned two clinics, and every member was expected to fill a spot in the family business. And when Karina was born, all of the spots were full, so she was allowed to follow her dreams. Karina tried a bunch of different career paths while in high school, and she eventually decided to become a pediatrician. The first thing Karina did when she got home was inform her relatives that she was graduating, and that night her family did an impromptu party. Barbara was always looking for an excuse to throw a big celebration, and just a few days ago they had celebrated the wedding of their pet macaws, like their little birds. Nobody bothered to inquire why Karina's boyfriend was not at the party, and since Barbara saw that Karina's relationship was stagnant, she decided to interfere, and her interference came in the form of Bruno. He was a lawyer friend of her older son, Rodrigo. Rodrigo and Bruno had been roommates, and they had played college football together. Rodrigo felt that his friend would be a good match for his cousin, since both were allergic to casual relationships, and they had ridiculously high standards. Karina drank and danced and was merry, and she looked at Bruno over the top, and she thought that her Aunt Barbara had excellent taste in men, and there was something particularly charming about his discount Che Guevara beer, and she also liked his intense green eyes. And his entire being emanated strength and determination, and taking the initiative, Bruno invited Karina to dance. Bruno ranted about his work as a defense attorney while Karina bored him with her medical jargon, and both were talking, but neither of them were having a real conversation. Karina didn't know anything about the law, while Bruno couldn't find his prostate to save his own life. You seem like a sharp individual, and what are your plans for the future? Asked Karina. For the time being, I'm on the prowl, said Bruno. And when you find what you're looking for, what do you plan to do? Asked Karina, drawing closer. Bruno answered Karina's question with a kiss. The tuition's numbers and the plan for a future date. Karina didn't feel guilty about kissing another man. In her mind, Kain had already been replaced. And when the party died down, Karina went to rest in the hammock to stargaze and to feed the mosquitoes. And even with the anti-mosquito lanterns, the little critters were biting. Karina stoically ignored them while she stared at the three-quarter moon. And she had until Saturday to decide whether to bind herself to Kain. She had until Saturday to decide to bind herself to Kain. Karina thought on the events of the night and how quickly she had jumped into the arms of another man. And she traced with her finger the lines in her palm. Irina was right. She was a selfish lover. Why did I kiss Bruno? Said Karina to herself. I just met the man. He's awfully pretty. Auntie really knows the type of man I like. And why did he have to have green eyes? That Karina has a weakness for men with green eyes. Karina reached into her pocket and she brought out her cell phone to check the time. And Kain was probably asleep, and with the distraction of school out of the way, Karina finally had time for self-reflection. And why am I always self-sabotaging? Asked Karina. I wasn't able to be faithful for 1 week. And if you're done feeding the mosquitoes, please come inside, said Unla. And there's something important we need to talk about. Karina went into the house to speak with her mother, and the moment she entered within, she became aware of the mosquito bites. Karina took a shower and she changed into her nightgown. And while Karina was busy fooling about, Unla had gone to tend to Jack's newly acquired wounds. And she gave Kain something to help him sleep his nauseous. And when Karina faced her mother, she had the feeling that she had done something wrong. Do you know what it means to be married? Asked Unla, removing her wedding band. Marriage is a promise that you will support one another in sickness and in health. I stayed with your father until the bitter end, and you couldn't even spend a single night with your ailing boyfriend. His grandma was there, said Karina meekly, and he told me to leave because I wasn't letting him sleep. And what were you doing while he was trying to sleep? Asked Unla. I was cleaning the house, said Karina. Karina, said Unla. And what were you thinking about while you were cleaning the house? I was thinking about this ginger bimbo that is wasping around my man, protested Karina. Honestly, Karina, your man is ill and you're thinking about your competition, said Unla, shaking her head sadly. Kain has never cheated on you, and if after all this time you do not have faith in your bond, then why are you still together? I will have more faith in him if he agreed to marry me, pouted Karina. A wedding ring won't cure you of your jealousy, said Unla. While your father lived, I never doubted the strength of his devotion to me. But that was because he was always so devoted, said Karina. That was always doing cute romantic gesture, and he showed you every day that he loved you, but Kain, he isn't the romantic type, said Unla. Every person is different, Karina. It isn't healthy for you to look for your father in every man that you date. Karina yawned to illustrate her desire to hit the hay. She wasn't in the mood to talk about her dead father. When she was 5, her father was diagnosed with cancer, and he battled with the illness for 2 years before succumbing to it. And during that time, his health fluctuated like the waxing and waning of the moon. And there were days when he seemed good as new, and during those days, life returned to normal. But there were nights when he spent it coughing up blood. And in order to get away from the situation, Barbara would take Karina out, and she would only bring the girl home when her father's negative symptoms subsided. Karina knew that her father was having a bad day whenever she saw her mother fastidiously cleaning the bathroom. And then one night, Karina's father was gone, and it was his last wish that Karina wouldn't see him dead. Karina wasn't even allowed to go to the funeral, and she only found out that her father was dead after he had been buried. And since Karina never saw his corpse, there were nights where she would sometimes forget that he was dead, and during those delirious nights, Karina would suffer major tantrums when she demanded to see her daddy. And the solution that Unla found was to redecorate the house to have it serve as a visual reminder that their life was never going to be the same again. That night, Karina dreamed that she was cleaning the toilet, and she looked up to the window and she saw the blood moon, and blood began to seep through the tiles, and regardless how much Karina cleaned, more and more blood stains manifest. Karina turned her head and she saw the open bathroom door, and resting on top of the bed, hooked up to the machine, was the shape of a man. Karina walked towards the sick bed, but regardless of how much she walked, she couldn't reach him, and the man turned his head to look at Karina, and Karina awoke screaming, "Papa!" Karina was bathed in a cold sweat, and with a trembling hand she looked at the lamplight, and with its gentle glow illuminated her bedroom, she breathed a sigh of relief. There was something childish about her choice of room decor, and everything was a combination of soft pastels, pinks, and yellows. Her bookshelf was dominated by medical tones, and beneath it there were the art books and fashion magazines and other visual mediums. Karina wasn't much of a reader, though she liked to browse through art books. The only totems from her childhood that she kept was the dollhouse, and we would amuse her to redecorate it, and the current residence of the dollhouse was her tiny bunny plushie named Nana. Nana was the last gift that Karina had gotten from her father, and Karina left her bed and she opened the dollhouse and she brought on Nana. And Karina petted her little bunny nervously, and her mind was still filled with distorted visions of her nightmare. And she saw a strong pale light seeping through the windows, and when she opened the blinds, she saw the moonlight shining down on top of her pillow. Karina moved her pillow to the other side of the bed, and that way the moonlight would fall on her feet instead of her face. And she closed the blinds again, and she attempted to fall asleep. Nana, they say that a little bunny lives on the moon, said Karina, talking to her plushie. The bunny is constantly grounding earth, needed to make the elixir of immortality for the gods. They sure keep him busy, said Nana. Nana didn't speak, rather Karina altered her voice to make it sound like if the bunny was speaking. Nana, do you think Kain is alright? Asked Karina. Why do you care? Aren't you more interested in green-eyed Bruno? Asked Nana. Bruno, the man is such a bore, said Karina. I truly do wish he didn't have green eyes. Green eyes are my favorite. Karina fell asleep thinking about Bruno's green eyes, and she awoke an hour before noon, and she had overslept, and she left her bed and she started to look for Nana, and after flipping the bed and all of the covers, she saw that the bunny had fallen from the bed while she had tossed and turned at night. Karina returned the bunny to her dollhouse, and she wasn't in the mood to go residence hunting right away. She decided to take the rest of July as a sabbatical. Karina took her morning bath and she had the light breakfast, and she went to the main house to see if her stay-at-home mom Mira was around. And there was a note on the fridge that said that she had taken the kids and her cousins to the beach. And since nobody was at home, she checked her messages. Bruno had not called to check up on her. And if she called him first, Bruno was going to have all the power in their relationship, or so Oprah claimed. Her boredom overcame her common sense, and she called up Bruno, and he didn't answer. A few minutes later, she got a text saying, "Court is in session." Karina finished stupid, remembered that Bruno worked for a living, and he wouldn't have time to entertain her for a while, and she would call him back at 5 p.m. And Karina, after examining her options, decided to join her cousins at the beach. And she drove to Miami Beach, and she parked beside her aunt's van. And once she found her family, she straight down to her bikini, and she laid down her burden beside her aunt, who was reading a book. Karina swam in the ocean for a bit, but the water was choppy, and the waves kept tossing her about like a rag doll. And when she got bored of swimming by herself, she went to assist her nephews in forming a sandcastle. I saw in the morning news about what happened to your boyfriend, said Mira, putting her book down to switch to gossip mode. Did something happen to Bruno? Asked Karina. Sheesh, auntie. A guy kisses you once at a party and suddenly you change allegiances, said Jennifer, age 13. It isn't my fault that I like Bruno. He has green eyes, protested Karina. You know I have a weakness for green-eyed men. Eye color isn't a strong foundation to build a relationship, Karina, said Mira sadly. What else do you like about him? I like the way he dances, said Karina. And he must go well in the bed sheets, I wager. If you were at least over the last 4 nations, then we would understand, said Mira. But you always leave, sometimes for the right reason, but most of the time you leave over petty things. Are you afraid of commitment, Auntie? Asked Jennifer, and she too joined the others to nitpick Karina's past relationships. Pile it on, protested Karina on top of her head. And Karina checked the time and she saw that it was 5. She tested Bruno to see if he was done with his case. Bruno again claimed to be busy with work, and she went to the public bathroom and she dusted her hair and she changed it out of her swimsuit. She drove to court to see if her boyfriend was lying to her. And Bruno was just getting out of the courtroom when he saw Karina asking the receptionist to see him, and he laughed heartily seeing her barking orders at the poor woman. And he couldn't decide if Karina was desperate or psychotic. And Bruno began to silently judge Karina. Karina, recognizing that judgmental look and pouting, said, "They are like that because I'm not wearing a bra." "I wasn't looking at that," said Bruno, lost in contemplation. "I am merely taken aback by your presence. It was only a kiss. It is far too early for you to be stalking me." "I'm not stalking you," said Karina, offended by the accusation. "Why, you hear then?" scoffed Bruno, and he started pacing around Karina, as was his habit whenever he wanted to intimidate a witness. Don't forget that Bruno's like a lawyer, so he's like, tick, 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 tick. "I wanted to—" "Would you stand still? It is pretty hard to have a conversation with you circling around me like a vulture," protested Karina, closing her fist and stomping on the floor. "I am still in work, Mom," said Bruno, carefully measuring his words, and he started pacing the floor in order to stand uncomfortably close to Karina. "Please excuse my poor manner. It wasn't my intention to make you feel uncomfortable." Karina placed her hand in Bruno's face to push him back a bit, and Bruno took that hand and he kissed it with reverence. Karina's unpredictability amused him. Karina giggled at the romantic gesture, and Bruno's co-worker and his client chuckled, seeing the contrast between the sandy, hobo-looking girl and the sophisticated lawyer. Bruno walked past Karina in order to return to his work, and the case was still being decided, and he was not the type of man who liked to lose. Bruno went to his office to ponder on the problem he had created for himself. The problem could easily go away if he told Karina he wasn't interested. "What is going to be my next move?" said Bruno, staring at the chest set he had in his briefcase. Karina left the court, extremely embarrassed to be there, and she had made a scene over a guy that had only given her a kiss and a phone number. Karina felt her cell phone vibrate, and she had gotten a text message from Kain. "Congratulations on your graduation. I hope all your dreams come true." "Ah, that's so sweet," said Karina, and she texted back a smiley face. The two proceeded to communicate with emojis, and Kain eventually mentioned that he had the rest of the week off, and his uncle Glenn needed to get his nephew a new patrol car, or so he claimed. Glenn wanted Kain off the street because he had yet to catch a guy who had rammed into his patrol car. And after texting for 20 minutes, Karina felt like driving back to her house, and when the light was red, her phone vibrated. And since she was a responsible driver, she continued to drive home without looking at her messages. And while she drove, she made mental plans. And she was going to shower, and then she was going to take her boyfriend Kain out for dinner. And since he didn't have work, Karina fancied that the two could make a love all night long. "And maybe I could convince him to let me tie him up again," said Karina, giggling. "Or maybe we could try something new. What haven't we done yet?" Karina arrived at home, and she prepared for herself a bubble bath, and she was going to exfoliate herself in preparation of the long night she had ahead of herself. And with the candles lighted and her face cream applied, she entered the steamy hot water, and she thought of all of the things she wanted to do to her boyfriend Kain, and she dozed off in the bath for half an hour. And she could have easily slept for longer, but she had a nightmare. Karina dreamed that she was at the beach, and the illusion and the only illumination came from the ridiculously large moon. And Karina looked down, and she saw that her hands were fat and her fingers tiny, and she was a little girl again. And she felt someone taking her hand, and Karina turned to look at the stranger. The stranger was so tall that she couldn't see his face. His eyes shined green under the moonlight. The man moved his mouth, but Karina wasn't able to hear what he said, and the crashing of the waves drowned the noise, the sound of his voice. The man began to walk towards the ocean, and Karina was left behind in the safety of the shore, and she saw that the man was walking deeper and deeper till he disappeared beneath the waves. The waves retreated before crashing right on top of Karina, and when she awoke, her head was submerged under water. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Alright. The Lover's Pentacle, Chapter 6, The King of Pentacles. Karina rose to the surface of the water and she coughed up a lung. She checked the time on her cell phone. It was then when she noticed two text messages from Kain. The first message had been deleted. It was followed by a second message that read, "My father was playing with my phone and pay no mind to the stupid photo he sent you. Don't worry about it," tested Karina. "I saw nothing." "Phew," tested Kain. Was it a dick picture?" tested Karina, curious. "Something like that," like Kain. "Is it bigger than you?" tested Karina, giggling. Kain replied with a sad face. Karina was distracted from her texting when she heard a knock on the door, and she heard her mother opening the door, and she left the bath and she peeped outside. And her mother informed Karina that her boyfriend Bruno had brought roses and he was waiting in the living room for her to get dressed. He was going to take her to eat at his favorite restaurant. She, taken aback by the romantic gesture, left the bath, and after browsing through her evening red dresses, she chose for herself a crimson needle satin cocktail dress with appliqued lace and in the skirt, and she dried her hair as quickly as she could. And she curled it up a bit with gel, and once she felt herself presentable, she left the bedroom. Bruno was still sporting the same blue tuxedo, and Karina thought that he looked very handsome and sophisticated. Bruno opened the car door for Karina, and her red dress was the same color as Bruno's Porsche Carrera convertible. The two drove away with the top off, and this allowed for the warm summer breeze to finish drying Karina's hair. "Where are we going?" asked Karina. "It is going to be a surprise," said Bruno, giving a sly smile. "I don't like surprises," says Karina, shifting in her seat, acting all bashful. "Neither do I," said Bruno dryly. Instead of driving Karina to a fancy restaurant, he led her to the North Pole restaurant in Hialeah. Karina saw the establishment and she saw that she was overdressed, and she was even half afraid of being mugged there. And since she was starving, she decided to see where everything was going, and she figured that Bruno was probably angry at her for showing up at his job uninvited. Bruno went to the counter and he checked his reservation. Bruno pulled a chair for Karina, and he took a paper napkin from the dispenser and he draped it over his date's lap. Bruno looked at the menu and he pretended to carefully consider his option. When the waiter came, Bruno ordered, "We will have 2 strawberry milkshakes and a crema de queso with bacon for appetizer." "Wow, big spender," said Karina sarcastically. "I'm going to make you eat those words," retorted Bruno. "And 2 personal cheese pizzas." "I take it that you're still angry at me," said Karina with a hostile tone in her voice. "If I was angry at you, why would I be feeding you?" asked Bruno. "Look, mister, I know your game. You got me all dressed up, and instead of taking me to a nice place, you took me to the cheapest restaurant you could find," protested Karina. "I didn't tell you to get dressed up," said Bruno, sipping his milkshake. "You did that all on your own. If I was taking you somewhere nice, I would have bothered to change out of this sweaty tuxedo." "Yeah, I didn't notice the smell," said Karina, and she finally took a sip of the milkshake before exclaiming, "Wow, this is a really good milkshake." "Nothing but the best for my little lady," said Bruno, giving a fake smile. The appetizer arrived, and Bruno leaned forward and he proceeded to chow down on his meal, and Karina was amazed at how quickly he ate. And smiling candidly, Karina said, "The cream is not going to escape your plate." "I don't like to eat cold food," retorted Bruno. And Karina tried the appetizer, and she had to admit that it was delicious, and when she added the cookies to it, it became even better. The two chit-chatted about food in the restaurant, and when the pizza arrived, the conversation died immediately. Both were ravenous, and it was such a delicious pizza. "Rodrigo warned me about Kain," said Bruno at a certain point. "I do not know why he made such a big deal about you having a guy for a best friend." "We date sometimes," said Karina, nibbling on her pizza. "And people say that you should marry your one's best friend, but me and Kain function better as friends." "Did he cheat on you?" asked Bruno. "No," said Karina, "but he is disinterested. The element called passion is completely absent from our relationship, and in all the time we have been together, he has never sent me flowers." Bruno gave a sly smile before saying, "She walks in beauty like the night of cloudless shines and starry skies." Karina giggled and blushed when she heard the recitation, and this was the first time Karina had been ever recited romantic poetry. If it wasn't for the setting, she would have considered this a perfect dinner date. The dessert came, and the torciera copalolita, and it consisted of 2 scoops of ice cream and a flan in the center, and plenty of toppings. Karina's ice cream bowl was made of dulce de leche, and it was decorated with sprinkles and crushed cookie. And Bruno's strawberry bowl was decorated with gummy bears and a little piece of cheesecake. The flan in the middle harmonized all opposing elements. Karina leaned back on her chair, feeling overstuffed. So full. When the bill came, she reached for it. For a cheesesteak, you have a way with words, said Karina, dishing out her credit card. And it is only $50. I can spare $50. Thank you. I will pay for the meal next time, said Bruno, laughing. Bruno walked Karina to her car, and he opened the door for her, and Karina sighed and said, I really need to get back to regularly working out. Do you have a home gym? I have a few weights and a treadmill, and it gets the job done, said Bruno before turning the car on and driving away. My condo has something that it calls a gym. I wouldn't recommend it. I used to work at a university, but now that I'm no longer a student, I lost access to the gymnasium, and I was thinking of getting a gym membership, said Karina. I wouldn't recommend it, said Bruno. If you want a place to work out, I know a good spot, and it won't cost you a dime, and I can even get you a personal trainer if you so desire it. All right, Mr. Cheesesteak, if you're not too busy with work tomorrow, you can hook me up with your personal trainer. The thing is that I'm going to be busy tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after, said Bruno. If you don't believe me, you are welcome to visit my office to watch me work overtime. All right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt this time, said Karina, shrinking into her seat. Bruno drove back to Kenda and delivered Karina to her mother. Karina lingered by the door, and she was feeling itchy, and she wanted Bruno to split her in half, and Bruno limited himself to embracing Karina while delivering a passionate kiss. The man left her thirsty and wanting for more. Karina, extremely frustrated, went to the room to daydream a little, and she looked at the mystery bag with a spell to bind herself to Kain, and it was right on her nightstand to keep her from forgetting, and she thought of her most recent nightmare, and she pondered why she had dreamt of Bruno drowning, and she thought that the person in her dream was Bruno because he had green eyes. Maybe my contact with a real psychic has awoken my latent magical ability, said Karina, sitting up. That is the stupidest thing I have ever heard, said the plushy Nana. There's no such thing as magic, and the world has never been that interesting. Yeah, you're right, Nana, said Karina, turning to stare at her dollhouse. If you don't believe that magic is real, why did you buy that spell from the sketchy witch? Asked Nana. She seemed sharper than the average psychic, said Karina. It was almost as if she could read my mind. You're a normal girl who wears her heart on her sleeve, said Nana. It is child's play for Irina to guess your backstory. The door to Karina's room opened slightly and then it closed again. Unla was worried because Karina was talking to her bunny plushie again. Karina tended to do that when she felt lonely. Karina started talking to Nana after her father died, and she would talk to the bunny, and then she would speak in a different voice, and for a while Unla feared that Karina had a dissociative personality. Unla realized that it wasn't the case when Karina returned to school. Karina only spoke to the bunny when there was literally nobody else to talk to. Karina looked at her cell phone and she checked the time, and she left the bed and she got changed into her pajamas, and she had gotten all those off for nothing. You don't need to talk to your plushie when I'm at home, Karina, said Unla, entering the room. I'm sorry, Mom, force of habit, said Karina, giggling. Do you want to watch a clone with me? Asked Unla, entering the room. I already missed a lot of episodes, said Karina, sitting up. I can fill you in on the details, said Unla, smiling benevolently. Unla was almost 50, and she had married her childhood sweetheart. After much trial and error, she had managed to give birth to their only daughter, Karina. Unla was of a darker copper tone, with brown eyes and medium build, and she had the face filled with lifelines and eyes marred by deep suffering. Aside from being devoted to her daughter, she religiously took care of her dyed blonde hair. The two watched the telenovela, and in between commercials, Unla interrogated her daughter about her date. He probably has a lot of student loans, said Unla. Becoming a lawyer isn't cheap. Other than being Rodrigo's friend, what else do you know of Bruno? Asked Karina. Bruno is from Kansas, like Dorothy, and he came to Miami to play college football for the University of Miami, and he became friends with Rodriguez, and both played on the same team, and they were roommates for a spell. And he drives a Porsche, he plays chess, he's employed, and he's well-mannered. Why don't you like him? I don't know, Mom. He seems too good to be true, said Karina, blushing. Can you believe that he's recited me poetry? What type of guy recites poetry this day and age? There are still good men out there, Karina, said Unla. I was married to one, and if Bruno went as far as to recite you poetry and to buy you flowers, I mean, he likes you. If he likes me, why didn't he sleep with me, said Karina, shifting on her seat. It is only your first date, said Unla, and I didn't sleep with your father till we got married. That was a different time, Mom, said Karina. And these days, it's normal for men to sleep with you on your first date. And look at how well that has gone for you, Karina, said Una tentatively. I know that you're nervous, and this time you're dating an adult and not an immature man-child. And Bruno respects you enough not to try to worm himself into your bedroom. He's a little on the poor side, but nothing that a few years of back-breaking labor won't fix. Geez, Mom, if you like Bruno so much, you should be the one to date him, said Karina, laughing. Give him an honest try, and while you date him, you're not allowed to see Kain, said Una. But Kain is my friend, Mom, and he got run over by a car, protested Karina. Fine, you can see your friend, said Una, but you have to tell him that you're seeing another. Fine, Mom, sheesh, said Karina dryly. Karina tested her lover, Kain. I found myself a new boyfriend. I'm happy for you, tested Kain, and he added, I made a new friend. I think you already know her. It better not be Eugenia, tested Karina. It is Eugenia, isn't it? You guessed it, tested Kain. I was helping her look to her family finances. It turns out that her father has an illegitimate child. I'm not going to bore you with the details. The overall point is that this information helped her regain control over her inheritance. Good for her, tested Karina after writing and rewriting her messages. Unla saw on her daughter's face that jealous pout that Karina had whenever Unla kissed her husband, and she didn't know where to spy on the conversation her daughter was having with her boyfriend. The two of you should go on a double date, suggested Unla. Mom, I don't want to meet Kain's new girlfriend, protested Karina. You can't keep Kain locked down while you go smoosh someone else, protested Unla. It isn't right. It is one man or the other, not both. So decide already. I know, Mom, but I can't help feeling jealous. I know it's stupid and irrational feeling, but it's an aspect of myself that I had difficulty controlling, said Karina sadly. Today, I showed up to Bruno's work uninvited, and I made a scene all because I didn't believe him when he told me that he was working. I think the root cause of your jealousy problem is separation anxiety, said Ulla, trying to diagnose her daughter, as doctors often do with their offspring. You feel that Kain will stop being your friend if he finds himself another. Friendship between man and woman are complicated by the expectation that they must grow into something else. What you have is a beautiful friendship. Treasure it for what it is and stop trying to make it something else. You're right, Mom, said Karina, agreeing with her mother. The thing I had with Kain is nothing more than a faraway dream, and he changed and I changed too, but our friendship somehow survived our metamorphosis into insufferable adults. That is something to be thankful for. That's a good girl, said Unla, hugging her daughter before kissing her on the forehead. Next time you are feeling jealous, call me and we will talk through your emotions. Karina went to bed after having a good heart-to-heart conversation with her mother, and she saw the mystery bag with the spell inside of it. She threw the bag in the garbage can, and she resolved to deal with her issues like a normal person. Come morning, she sprung out of bed with the intention of using the spell on Bruno instead. When she checked the garbage can, she frowned when she noticed that her mother was taking out the trash. Karina ran out of the house in her pajamas to make it to the curbside before the garbage truck stopped at their house. And after dumpster diving, she fetched the mystery bag that was now coated in leftover and other nasty stuff. And she cleaned the exterior of the bag as best she could, and much to her dismay, the mystery bag came apart. The bag wasn't supposed to be opened. It was supposed to be thrown into the river on the new moon, completely closed. And with the spell broken, all that was left to do was to look inside the paper bag. And there was a sheet of paper inside of it, and the paper read, "A spell to bind the destiny of Karina and Bruno." Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye bye and God bless. The Lover's Pentacle 1, Chapter 7, Four of Swords. Karina returned to her house in order to shower and eat breakfast. Her mother frowned when she saw Karina covered in garbage juices. She removed her pajamas and her mother placed it inside a trash bag to throw it away. There was no salvage in it. After scraping the ground for 1 hour, Karina succeeded in removing all of the garbage juices from her hair and body. She was a little peeved, but her mind was also filled with childlike wonder. Irina was the genuine article. "Man, I want to show you something," said Karina, leaving the shower. "If it is something you fetched from the garbage can, please keep it to yourself," said Una, shaking her head sadly. "Do you want pancake?" "Always," said Karina. "On second thought, no, I ate way too much last night." I polished up your resume while you slept," said Una. "We can start looking for a residency when you're ready." "Next month." "Mom, next month. I'm on vacation mode, and when you're in vacation mode, you speak about literally anything else," said Karina. Mother and Dad ranted a bit about the possible activities. Una wanted to linger a little longer, but unlike her big baby, she had work to do. Aboard, Karina finished her breakfast, and she saw the time and she decided to go upgrade her wardrobe. She looked through her contact list, and it was a Wednesday and everyone was at work or studying. The only person not doing anything in particular was Kain. Karina texted him to see what he was up to. "I am busy. My father exploded his computer," texted Kain. "How?" asked Karina. "With dynamite?" "His computer is infected by blaster worm," texted Kain. "It's going to take me a while to fix this mess." In the car dealership, Kain was struggling to repair the computer, and Kain protested. "Dad, what did you do?" "Were you looking at porn?" "I wouldn't even know where to look for that," said Jack meekly. I'm not computer literate." "Well, tell me step by step what happened before the computer started acting," said Kain, rubbing his temple. "I don't know what happened," said Jack meekly. "I was adding products to Craigslist just like you taught me, and when the computer started acting up, and then it got worse and worse till it exploded." Blaster went this day to fully infect the computer. Infected too. Sure enough, other co-workers started reporting that their computers were malfunctioning, and with Kain this busy, Karina decided to give Eugenia a call. Eugenia was a university student, and if she hadn't graduated yet, she was probably busy. Eugenia looked at the unfamiliar number, and her curiosity usually got the better of her. "Hey, Eugenia, it's me, Karina," said Karina. "Kain's girlfriend, nothing happened," said Eugenia. "It's fine, don't worry about it," said Karina. "Kain and we used to date in high school, but that is about it. And I was thinking that we could go on a double date, and I will take my new boyfriend, Bruno, and you can go out with Kain." "Where are we going exactly?" asked Eugenia. "I don't know yet. That is why I need you to help me brainstorm an activity," said Karina. Eugenia, after examining her busy schedule, agreed to go shopping with Karina, and she hoped to get Inter from the maid in order to make it easier to get into Kain's boxer. Kain was the first man that had been immune to Eugenia's supermodel body. Therefore, Eugenia was eager to try the sweet game known as seduction. She looked at her face with her compact mirror, and she frowned when she saw imaginary wrinkles. The two maidens rendezvoused in the Dolphin Mall, and the first stop was at Victoria's Secret. They picked out 20 different items, and then they went to share the same dressing room in order to critique each other's body while gossiping. "So who is Bruno?" asked Eugenia while removing her dress. "He is a friend of my cousin Rodrigo, and we met at my graduation party," said Karina. "Is he sexy?" asked Eugenia. "I wouldn't know," said Karina. "I haven't sealed the deal yet." "That's a shame," said Eugenia. "If it makes you feel better, your Kain is giving me the roundabout. How did you get into his pants?" When I first had Kain, he was a sweet little virgin," said Karina, smiling at the happy memory. "I was more experienced in heartbreak and disappointment. My first boyfriend was a real jerk, and he cheated on me with practically every girl in the school. Kain is the only man who has ever been faithful to me." "You still love him?" said Eugenia, looking at her reflection, and she was trying to decide whether this red undergarment would work on Kain. "I still love that Kain. This Kain changed, and I do not know what happened. He never talks about what bothers him. He just bottles it up until he explodes." "Not violently?" asked Eugenia, worried. "Nah, if there's one thing I like about Kain is that he barks, but he never bites. And even when he barks, he's very polite about it. Like that night he interrogated you. He gets like that. When he gets like that, I just stop talking to him until he calms down, said Karina, trying to squeeze into her pink undergarment. Does this lingerie make me look fat? Define fat, said Eugenia. There are different standards of beauty, and if I wanted someone to lie to me, I would have gone shopping with Kain, said Karina. I want an honest critique of my body. Does this ensemble make me look fat or not? Eugenia reached into her purse and she brought out her reading glasses. She pretended to examine Karina like one would do a fine piece of artwork. At the end of her careful examination, Eugenia came to this conclusion. The thin bra compresses your flesh too much and it gives the illusion that you have boobs on the back of your back. Thank you for the honest critique, said Karina, removing her bra to try on a different ensemble. So how was your first time with Virgin? Asked Eugenia, trying on a different lingerie. Said, I had never slept with a virgin before. What was it like to be the first of someone? Let me paint you the scene. I had just got my boyfriend cheating on me, so I went home with Kain in order to soak, and with his help I removed from my room all the memories of my life I had tried to forge with the first man I had ever fallen in love with. I vented to Kain for hours about all my shattered hopes and dreams. I was wrapped inside his strong, muscular arms while he petted my hair lovingly, and then dramatized Karina while she passed her hand over her lips. He kissed you, said Eugenia, giggling. I kissed him, said Karina, sighing. Did he kiss you back? Asked Eugenia. No, he didn't, said Karina. That was the night I tainted a beautiful friendship. Eugenia was quiet while she digested everything Karina had said. Changing the subject, Eugenia said, have you ever been to Faena? Is it expensive? Asked Karina, worried. I'm a friend with one of the showgirls, said Eugenia, so we can sit up front for $80 a head. Showgirls? Asked Karina, worried. Hey, get your head out of the gutter, Karina, protested Eugenia, getting dressed in the street clothing. She set aside the lingerie she had lied. Faena is like the edgy version of Cirque du Soleil. It is a perfect marriage of artistry and eroticism. No need to oversell the place, said Karina. If anything, your double date seems like the most inspired idea. Where are we going? What were you going to suggest we go out together as a couple? Asked Eugenia. I was going to suggest we go roller skating, said Karina. Oh my God, I love roller skating, said Eugenia, laughing. Whenever I walk my dogs, I always like to do a little bit of roller skating. The shopping day passed peacefully, and Eugenia was naturally charismatic and not prone to hold grudges very long. She seamlessly integrated with Karina's other friends, and on Friday the maidens got together at the hair salon to gossip. The guys were already on board with the double date idea, and on Saturday Karina visited Kain to make certain he was wearing something nice for a change. When she drove up to the place, she was greeted by the sound of drumming and the electric guitar. Eugenia and Jack were having a jamming session in the back porch. Karina tested Kain in order to get him to open the door. Kain jogged back to the house. Are you having a party? Asked Karina. Nothing of the sort, said Kain, entering the house. My father was driving me crazy, so I told him that he could jam with his friends. When he plays his music, he completely forgets that I exist. How was he driving you crazy? Asked Karina. By paying me too much attention, said Kain. If I so much as sneeze, he was calling 911, and the way he babies me is irritating. He irritates me. He's probably trying to make up for last time, said Karina, smiling warmly. Now that he's cured of his addiction, he can finally be a father to you. He took too long to get cured of being a selfish asshole, said Kain, clenching his fist. And I'm an adult. I no longer need a father. Come on, Kain, don't be like that, said Karina. You have no idea how hard it is for a person to conquer an addiction. Withdrawal symptoms hurt, Kain. And do you remember how you felt after your accident? Do you remember the dizziness and the pain you felt in your lips? Well, imagine feeling that all the time. You didn't just come here to play devil's advocate, said Kain, trying to change the subject. I came to help you pick out clothing for a double date, said Karina, going to Kain's bedroom to look through his closet. Do you have a tuxedo? Just the one I wore for my grandpa's funeral, explained Kain, sitting down on the bed. Karina looked through Kain's closet and she brought out a funeral tuxedo, and just looking at it made her feel depressed. She thought a moment and then she came out with this idea. She was going to have Kain borrow one of Bruno's tuxedos. She went to the porch and she informed Jack that she was taking Kain. She got inside her car and her friend sat beside her, and she had been itching for an excuse to go see Bruno's living arrangements. Bruno did not disappoint. His small condo was a total pigsty. The entire living room was littered with fireboxes, and the only reason why there weren't dirty dishes was because Bruno survived on junk food he ordered out. Bruno led Karina to his bedroom, and the maiden frowned when she saw the cluttered mess was also present in the bedchamber. The apartment stunk of dust. Bruno opened the closet door, and there were his tuxes. They were religiously kept safe inside plastic bags. "Wow, you are really poor," said Karina thoughtlessly. "I never said I was rich," said Bruno nonchalantly. "Your family just assumed that I was rich because of my profession. This place may pale in comparison to your castle, but it is all mine." "My auntie's mansion isn't that big, and you can afford a big place when everyone works and lives together," said Karina. "It must be nice to have a big family you can rely on," said Bruno with a hint of envy in his voice. And he brought out a blue tux, and then he changed the subject. "Try this one out. This fits a little tight on me now, so it will be a perfect fit for you, Kain. And don't worry, the tux just came back from the dry cleaner." Kain undressed and he tried on the tux, and while he was busy as dust, Bruno opened his drawers to look for a tie that complimented Kain's gray eyes. Karina observed this proceeding with mild amusement, and she was relieved that Bruno had accepted her best friend. And in order to look busy, Karina tidied up Bruno's bedroom. And she then took out the vacuum from the closet and she got to work on the living room. "She only cleans when she gets nervous," translated Kain. "I figured as much," said Bruno, coming over with a tie. And once it was set just right, Bruno patted Kain's shoulder before saying, "You are all set. Karina, if you're done disorganizing my things, come on over and see if you like this tuxedo." Karina stopped cleaning for a second and she peeked her head out into the bedroom. Kain looked extremely handsome in his blue tuxedo. The silver ash tie complemented his eyes, and all that Kain was missing were the shoes. Bruno brought out a pair of shoes, and he took Kain's feet, and he frowned when he noticed that his shoes were too big for Kain. Kain decided to wear these funeral shoes. And with the problem of the wardrobe out of the way, all that remained was to wait until nightfall. For logistics' sake, all were going to ride in with Eugenia. She lived in a beachfront property close to the Florida Keys, and it would be easy for her to pick up the others on her way to Miami Beach. The first person to get picked up was Bruno, and he lived the closest to Eugenia's house, and instead of driving herself, Eugenia had decided to dust off the family's limousine. And she dolled herself out with her war paint and her most expensive jewelry. And as part of her peacocking strategy, she wore a golden sequin dress that left very little to the imagination. During the drive to Kain's house, Bruno and Eugenia made small talk. Bruno did most of the talking, and he ranted about his work as a defense lawyer, and he gave the Persian impression of someone that cared about justice. Eugenia was impressed that Karina had managed to get herself such a handsome, eloquent double, and she began to wonder what was Karina's appeal. Her competition was short, chubby, and whenever there was a bit of humidity, Karina's hair went crazy. Eugenia went to cross her legs, and she waited to see if Bruno paid any attention to this action. Much to her surprise, the man maintained eye contact. "How old are you, Bruno?" asked Eugenia. "I am 32, like Bruno." His true age was 27. Bruno was flexible with his age, depending on who he spoke to. "Ah, that explains it," said Eugenia. "What does?" asked Bruno, pretending to be confused. "Nothing," said Eugenia. "We are already here. Go get Kain." Bruno walked up to Kain's house and he rang the bell. And when the door opened, a cadaver-looking of a man answered the door. Jack said, "Who are you?" "I am here for Kain," said Bruno. Jack looked at Bruno over the top and his face turned pale, and then he went to call up his son. Jack knocked on Kain's door and he said nervously, "El Che Guevara is looking for you, Kain." "Ah, it is almost time then," said Kain, leaving his bedroom. "Look at you, son. What a handsome devil. Here, let me fix this up for you," said Kain, smiling happily, seeing his son in the blue tux. Jack took a moment to refix his son's tie, and before Kain could flee from the situation, his father brought out a bit of hair gel from the bathroom, and then he styled his son's hair the way he liked. "I'm going to be late for my date," said Kain, moving away from his father. "There's no food in the fridge," protested Jack. "Yes, there is," said Kain. "I don't know how to cook," said Jack, "and I don't want to eat chips or cereal." Here's some money, said Kain, opening up his wallet to give his father a few $20 bills. And I have a few takeout menus in the pantry. See if there's anything you like there. How long are you going to be out? Asked Jack. I don't know. It depends on how the night goes, said Kain, running towards the front door. Wait, Kain, yelled Jack, running after his son. Take this camera and take lots of pictures. All right, Dad, said Kain, accepting the gift. Once Kain was out of the house, he breathed a sigh of relief. Bruno opened the door for Kain to help him enter the limousine, and Jack saw the thing, and after putting all of the clues together, he came to the conclusion that his son Kain had come out of the closet. And he called up Ken to tell his brother what he had seen. Ken didn't want to jump to conclusions, but the signs were there. Jack called his sponsor Ayura, and the guide also agreed, and the gossip was picked up against White Stacy, and it circulated among all those within her social circle. Kay sat down beside Eugenia, completely indifferent to his beauty, and his last interaction with his father had left them extremely irritable. Eugenia brought out a club soda, and she placed it against Kane's face to get his attention. The cold brought him back to the present, and he turned to look at Eugenia, and he blushed when he saw the getup she was sporting. Eugenia liked his reaction, and she laughed with glee at her success. Kane's sudden infatuation with Eugenia immediately died when he heard her laughter. The woman laughed the same as his mother, and Kane started to remember how his mother used to give him NyQuil to make him fall asleep, and she would do so whenever she wanted to leave the house to go party with her friends. And what's the matter? Asked Eugenia, placing her hand on Kane's knee. Nothing, it's just that your laughter is the same as my mother, said Kane bitterly. Ah, you poor guy, said Eugenia, hugging Kane. Dear, feel better? A little, said Kane, smiling shyly. He accepted the cold soda that Eugenia had offered, and he opened the can and he gulped down the bubbly drink. There was an awkward silence lasted until Karina was picked up, and the manic pixie entered the limousine, bringing her joy and merriment. And she handed her mixtape to the driver, and then the speakers began to blast at full volume the lines, Suavemente, besame. Oh my God, I can't tell you how many times that song was played in the early 2000s. You will close your eyes and that will be all you hear. Bruno, taking the hand, embraced Karina, and his lover her face with kisses. And with her arrival, Kane's melancholy immediately dissipated. With Karina there, everything was alright in his world. Kane brought out a camera from his coat pocket, and he took photos of everyone having fun. And the good vibrations carried them all the way to find a theater. They left the limousine, and they walked through the entrance of the hotel. And thanks to the driver, they only had 20 minutes to look about. Outside in the pool area there was a golden mammoth, and Karina lingered a little looking at the creative artwork. And Kane brought out his camera, and he took a photo of Karina and Bruno. And Bruno placed his hand around Karina's waist, and the maiden was sporting a green, drab and colored grass satin dress, the same hue as Bruno's eyes. And she wore her hair naturally curly, with her body punctuated by golden accessories. Bruno's style was a stoic wine-colored ensemble. We better get going, said Karina, looking at her watch. Eugenia walked ahead, leading the way, and the interior of the theater had a cozy cabaret feel with a small stage with the red curtains. The party sat on a round table that faced the stage. Bruno pushed a chair for Karina while Kane sat down, not bothering to be chivalrous to his date. Eugenia was not used to this polite indifference, and she thought of Kane's dead mother, and she figured that he was probably still moody because of the stiff. The menu came, and Bruno frowned when he noticed that all of the meal cost them more than $20. And Eugenia ordered a little bit of everything for her date, and she owed Kane that much. I'm a bit of a lightweight, said Kane, looking at the drinks. What do you recommend? Bruno asked, do you like sweet drinks, or do you like the taste of alcohol? I'd rather taste it as little as possible, said Kane. For you, my friend, I recommend, said Bruno, browsing the menu, the Caribou Blue. Ooh, that sounds sexy, giggled Eugenia. And what do you recommend for me, Bruno? I, for one, fancy the taste of lemon in my drinks. Then order a course reviver, said Bruno. And for my little lady, I suggest a Havana Beach, and I will order a strawberry coconut daiquiri. Bruno has chosen strong drinks for Kane and Eugenia, and for himself and Karina he has chosen light drinks. And how do you know so much about drinks? Asked Karina. I learned all about them from my father, said Bruno. Was he a bartender? Asked Karina. He was an alcoholic, said Bruno, and he complimented that truth with a lie. He died in a car accident. Do you miss him? Asked Karina. No, said Bruno dryly. Why would I? He's an alcoholic. The topic died when the curtain rose, and the theme was Midsummer Night's Dream. And Titania entered the scene in a dress covered with stylized flowers. Titania was the main singer who represented all of the acts, and for 2 hours the friends forgot about their personal baggage, and they enjoyed the music, the show, the food and drinks, and just like Bruno had planned, Kain and Eugenia got really drunk. With both of them uninhibited and happy, they became quite boisterous and loud. Eugenia got on stage and she danced about with the other chorus maidens, and at a certain point she tripped due to her ridiculously high heels, and Bruno caught her before she splattered against the floor. Eugenia giggled and she returned to her seat, and Kain had become quite a shutterbug, and he took plenty of photos to use as a reference for his drawings. Stop playing with the camera and watch the show, protested Karina. Let the kid have his fun, said Bruno, placing his hand on Karina's knee. And the show came to an end, and Eugenia paid for everything. And just like Bruno had planned, the party wobbled over to the front of the hotel to wait for the limousine to pick them up. Karina looked at the time and she said, It's only 10. Let's go do something else. Let's go swimming, suggested Eugenia. Let's not, said Karina, remembering her dream. Ah, come on, Karina. Stop being such a party pooper, protested Kain, shaking Karina by the shoulder. I want to go swimming too. The driver took them to the beach near Manolo restaurant, and in the darkness the four of them tiptoed towards the seashores, and due to the third of the beaches didn't have any lights at night, and even the moon didn't provide any light. Karina looked up at the sky, and she saw that it was almost new moon. Kain and Eugenia undressed, and the two went for a night dunking, and the cold water helped them sober up a bit, and with both of their bodies locked in an embrace, Kain and Eugenia finally shared a kiss. Karina looked at the pair with a hint of envy in her eyes. That's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye. The Lover's Pentacle 1, Chapter 8, The Wheel of Fortune. Bruno, stop being a gentleman and fuck me already, commanded Karina. As you wish, said Bruno, embracing Karina. The two only got as far as third base, and just when Karina was finally enjoying herself, a scream in the darkness totally killed the mood. Kain let slip the water, carrying Eugenia, who was in tears, and for a moment Karina thought that Eugenia had been bitten by a shark. In the darkness, Karina couldn't tell what was wrong, and Bruno picked up the clothing and purses that had been left behind, and with the baggage out of the way, the four of them made their way back to their limousine. It burns, protested Eugenia. Somebody do something. Kain, stumbling back, fell on something hard on the sand, and this hard object made a clicking sound, and thus hinting to the fact that Kain had sat on a broken bottle. Bruno, who was the only person that was somewhat sober, picked up Eugenia to allow Kain to rise to his feet, and in a whining tone, a drunk Kain said while shaking Karina by the elbow, My ass hurts. Do something, Karina. 1 pound at a time, said Karina. First, let's make it back to the limousine. The four of them made it out of the darkness, and under the hell of the street light, Karina saw what was wrong with Eugenia. She had been stung by a jellyfish. Karina brought out a tweezer from within her purse, and she removed from Eugenia's back the long piece of tentacle. And based on the shape of the tentacle, the poor maiden had been attacked by a Portuguese man of war. Should I pee on it? Asked Bruno, seeing the sting. No, don't be stupid, protested Karina. Just give me some hot water and let's get inside the car. Karina, I need help too, protested Kain, crying. Karina went to see about Kain, and the back of his undergarment was bloody, and when she removed it, she saw a piece of glass embedded on his left caboose. Karina removed the piece, and she sprayed some hand sanitizer over the tiny wound, and this was going to have to do for now. The driver awoke, and he drove his horse towards the nearest CVS to get hot water and some medicine. And with the hot water, Karina was able to treat Eugenia's jellyfish wound, and she gave a painkiller to Eugenia, and she was added some antiseptic ointment on her back. Karina wrote down some instructions for Eugenia, and she left, and she then handed it to the driver. Kain's wound required 2 medical tapes in order for it to close up the gap, and once the patients were taken care of, the party made their way back home. The patients were lying down waiting for the pain and the dizziness to pass, and to cope with the sting, Eugenia had brought out the tequila from the cooler, and she proceeded to get even more hammered with the hope that it will cure her of the pain. Impressive, said Bruno, giving a true smile. What is impressive? Asked Karina, smiling coyly. You are impressive, Karina, said Bruno before praising Karina's skills as a doctor. Flattery will get you everywhere, mister, said Karina, giggling. The limousine arrived at Karina's house, and Bruno said, I am going to take these two to their bed, and we can pick up where we left off tomorrow. Karina kissed Bruno, and she said, tomorrow it is then. The next stop was Kain's house, and Bruno placed his coat over Kain's shoulder, and after fumbling with the keys, he was able to open the front door. The alarm sounded, and thus waking Jack up, and he ran to the door with a bat, and he went to bash the head of the intruder. And before he got a chance to do so, Kain's hand reached for the light switch. What did you do to my son? Protested Jack, still holding the metal bat. He drank a little too much, said Bruno, unprepared for such hostile reception, and then he went night swimming. It's fine, Dad, said Kain, trying to stand on his own 2 feet. Between the two of them, they got Kain into the bathroom, and Kain turned on the shower in order to wash away the seawater. When Bruno became certain that Kain was going to be alright, he returned to the limousine to deliver Eugenia home. The cold shower helped Kain recover some of his senses, and he entered his bowels on the shower. He had forgotten to turn off the shower. Forgetting to turn off the shower, he left the bathroom completely in the nude. And trembling in the darkness, Kain said, Dad, can you get me a towel? Jack was already ready with the towels, and he tried to dry Kain's as quickly as possible, and he wrapped the towel over his head. As soon as Kain's head touched the pillow, he immediately fell asleep. Jack went to the bathroom to tidy up, and he frowned when he saw the blood droplets on the floor. And Kain's wound had reopened during the car ride, and he had fixed the stitches while he bathed, and before returning to the bed. The blood droplets didn't inspire Jack much confidence, and he picked up the bloody undergarment and he shoved it in the garbage can. Once everything in the bathroom was clean, Jack went to see about his son, and Kain had a happy smile painted on his lips. The following morning came, and Kain awoke with a serious hangover, and he looked at the clock, and he found, seeing that it was almost noon, and he found by his nightstand a can of coconut water, a banana, and a Tylenol. Kain guessed that this was his father's home remedy for a hangover. After drinking the water and eating the banana, he felt as if life was returning to his sore limbs. The medicine also helped, and while he ate, he looked to the photos he had taken with his new digital camera. He loved seeing all of the nudie photos he had taken, and he saved all of the photos on his computer, and then he sent to Karina all of the tasteful photos he had taken of his friends and the show. In the photograph, he saw that he had gone to the beach, and he didn't remember going swimming in the ocean, nor did he remember kissing Eugenia. And he smiled as he remembered all the bits and pieces of the night before. And since he was feeling better, he decided to show up for work. And Kain went to the driveway, and he frowned when he remembered that his patrol car had gone up in smoke. And without his father home, he needed somebody to give him a ride. And his first instinct was to bother Karina, but he felt that he had abused her kindness enough. And after hesitating, Kain called off his father, Jack. Dad, I need a ride to work, said Kain. Maybe you should continue resting, said Jack, answering. And you do not know how awful you look when you came home last night. Was it that bad? Asked Kain. Jack lowered his voice, and then he said, You came home with in your undergarments completely covered in sand and blood, and I was worried sick about you. Karina's new boyfriend played a mean prank on me, and I asked him to suggest me a low-alcohol drink, but he did the complete opposite. We got super wasted, Dad, and after the show we went night swimming in a shark-infested water, said Kate, giggling as he remembered more of the night before, and he added, turning serious, I think one of us got bit, I don't remember who, and thank God Karina was there to provide first aid. And Jack said, if you had a crazy night, that is more the reason for you to rest. I feel fine, said Kain. If you're not going to take me to work, I will just call someone else. Have it your way, son, said Jack, and I will pick you up right about now. Boss, I'm taking my lunch break now. Kain waited 20 minutes, and it was convenient that his father worked so close to home. And during the drive to the police station, Kain ranted about what he remembered of the show. And the two were going to look to the photos after work, and at a certain point, Jack asked Kain about his state, and the two had a hearty laugh over the misunderstanding. Whether you choose to be with Eugenia or Eugenia, you have your father's support, said Jack, still giggling. Don't even joke about that, Dad, said Kain. And you know how people are. Yeah, said Jack sadly. I need to make a lot of calls to tell them that it was a false alarm. Don't bother, said Kain. Let them think whatever they want about me. But Kain, protested Jack. Fine, for the sake of peace, I'm going to send you this photo. You can forward to Grandma and anyone else who doubts my masculinity, said Kain, sending a photo of himself and Eugenia. Jack looked at the photograph of Eugenia and he began to drool, and when the two arrived at the police station, there was a PR event. Eugenia's father was there with a big check donation for the men in blue. Jack drove to his work while Kain went to his office to clock in a few hours of work. And while he was busy with paperwork, Eugenia entered with her father into the police station. Kain was giving their benefactor a tour, and he was explaining to them how they were going to use the money they had donated. Eugenia smiled when she saw Kain. Good afternoon, Kain, said Eugenia. You actually made it to work today. Barely, said Kain. My skull is split in two, but other than that, I am more or less in one piece. I was thinking that maybe after work we can pick up where we left off, said Eugenia, smiling coyly. Truth be told, I only agreed to be to your date because your Carolina pressured me into it, said Kain. Oh, bother, so I'm not your type, asked Eugenia. You are a very beautiful woman, said Kain, stating a fact. And what little I remember of last night was quite amusing. How old are you, Kain? Asked Eugenia. I just turned 23 recently, said Kain. Then why do you talk like a little old man? Asked Eugenia. I was mostly raised by my grandparents, explained Kain. Mostly, and before your grandparents who raised you, asked Eugenia. I lived for 2 years with my Uncle Nathan, but then he got a job offer he couldn't refuse, so he dumped me with my grandparents, and before Nathan I lived with Uncle Gen until his son was born, and before Uncle Gen I lived with Aunt Elizabeth for 5 months, and I spent a year with an old lady whose name I don't remember, said Kain. And before that old lady I lived with my parents. Wow, and I thought my family sucked, said Eugenia, smiling warmly. After my mother died, I saw an endless parade of secretaries that my father insisted I call mother. Eunice is the only one that stayed, and mainly it was because she got pregnant. I truly wish you wouldn't narrate our dirty laundry to every degenerate you meet, said Michael, butting into the conversation. Dad, you know Kain, said Eugenia. He's the nice police officer who arrested me. Right, your date, said Michael. The one who couldn't bother to escort you home. It is hard to escort someone when you can barely walk yourself, retorted Kain. Great, just wonderful, yeah, Michael. Now instead of a drug dealer, you are dating a drunkard. But I suppose I should consider this an upgrade. With the gloves drawn, Eugenia began to bicker with her father, completely oblivious to all who were watching. And as soon as they heard the clicking of the camera, they settled down to continue their argument in the privacy of their home. The two left in a huff, both going their separate ways in separate cars. And with the distraction gone, Kain returned to his paperwork. And just when he was finally making progress, he had a new interruption. Is this yours? Asked the reporter, holding a sketchbook with the book binding partway burned off. Yes, it is, said Kain, recovering his sketchbook. I was afraid it had gone up in smoke with my patrol car. If you have artistic tendencies, why did you become a police officer? Asked the reporter, sitting down before Kain. He was looking for a bit of a fluff piece, and interviewing an artist police officer who almost went up in smoke seemed like an easy topic. And you are? Asked Kain. I am Alexia. I am a reporter, said Alexia, age 25. His true name was Alexander Warren, but he preferred to be called Alexia. He also preferred to wear a woman's dress when not working, and at night he preferred the company of men. He had a medium build, dyed blonde hair, and the type of boring face one never gives a second glance to. Nice to meet you, Alexia, said Kain, shaking his hand, and thank you for recovering my sketchbook, but I have a lot of work to do. I have something else for you, said Alexia, digging into his satchel, and he brought out a yearbook. We went to high school together, and we were in the same journalism class. Do you remember me? Not really, said Kain, being honest. I only took the class because all of the other electives I had chosen were full. It figured that you wouldn't remember me. We only spoke whenever we had to collaborate on an assignment. I want to interview you, Kain, said Alexia. The way he said the name Kain had an almost silky inflection to it. Kain. Why? Asked Kain. I haven't done anything with my life worth knowing, and if you want to get to know a real hero, go to bother Detective Farley. Kain brought out his headset and he played Korn at full volume, and the music drowned out the noise of the world. And if it wasn't for his Uncle Gen, Kain would have easily stayed there working till the following morning. The two chatted a bit about last night's date, and he insisted on getting all of the sordid details. Sadly, Kain remembered very little the night before. I know that your new girlfriend is a hot piece of ass, but don't let her pressure you into becoming a drunkard, said Gen sternly. I didn't mean to drink so much, said Kain. It won't happen again. It better not happen again, said Ken sternly. In other news, we're having a little get-together this Saturday to celebrate Mom's birthday. Everyone's going to be there, and you can bring your new girlfriend over, but only if she promises to behave. Or we could just not invite her, said Kain. This is a family affair after all. Too late, said Kent. I already invited her. And you hit the jackpot, Kain. Eugenia is hot and rich. Good things are finally coming your way. Kain sighed with frustration, and then he didn't want anything to do with Eugenia, but the entire world was conspiring to ram her down his throat. And before the party, Ken gave the keys to Kain's new car. Kain went to the new car and he tried it on for size, and he circled around the parking lot a bit before driving home, and he stopped at the red light, and when the light turned green, something unexpected happened. He started suffering from shortness of breath, and this was followed by heart palpitations, and with a trembling hand, Kain called Karina. When she didn't answer, he called Unla. Unla always had her phone nearby for her patient who sometimes called her at all hours of the night. Unla only needed to hear Kain's breathing to guess what was happening to him. Together the deep breathing exercises till the panic attack passed. Because don't forget that, like early in the book, like Kain got like T-boned by a car and he almost died. So then like he's having bad flashbacks of a terrible accident where he almost went up in smoke. He tried to get past the street, but he wasn't able to. Instead, he turned towards a nearby gas station, and he called his father and he told him that his new car had broken down and he needed a ride home. Once Kain was in the safety and security of his house, he breathed in a sigh of relief. Kain gave himself a cat bath, and then he started making dinner, and sitting down in the living room waiting for his food was Jack, and he was busy watching reruns of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Unla called, and she told me about your panic attack. I guess the HIPAA laws don't mean anything to her, said Kain while seasoning the chicken. Those laws only apply to official patients, reasoned Jack, and it is not as if she has your medical record. If she did, she would probably suggest I spend some time in a madhouse, said Kain, starting to fry the chicken. Still, it is refreshing to see a doctor that truly cares about the well-being of others. True doctors are few and far between, said Jack, agreeing with his son, and he sighed for a moment before saying, and what's going to happen if you're never able to drive again? I went an entire week without driving, and it didn't change anything about my life, said Kain. Driving a car is about having freedom, Kain, insisted Jack. Freedom to do what exactly? Asked Kain dryly. Dinner's ready, by the way. The topic died as soon as the food was served, and Jack ranted about selling his first car, and once dinner was concluded, the two settled down to watch television. And at a certain point, Kain said, I'm going to sleep around 10, and if you want to practice the guitar a bit before going to bed, I don't really mind. But then you won't be able to watch television, said Jack meekly. I can play video games instead, or I can read a book, or I can draw. Unlike you, I have more than one hobby, said Kain coldly. For me, it isn't a hobby. Playing the guitar makes me happy. And when I play music, all of the problems in the world go away. And guess why doesn't let me play the guitar when the kids are around, and she doesn't want her children to follow in my footsteps. And whenever Ken isn't around, she treats me like a piece of furniture, vented Jack. That frosty bitch hates everyone that didn't come out of her vagina, said Kain, laughing. The two bonded over the mutual disdain of Ken's wife, Stacy. And the following day came, and Jack drove his son to work after their morning routine. And while Kain was busy with his paperwork, Jack went to speak to Ken about how to help Kain get past his trauma. And Una suggested for Kain to do exposure therapy to treat his anxiety. I don't know, Jackie, said Ken. Your son is allergic to therapy. But he trusts Una, and when he wasn't feeling well, he called her first, said Jack. So maybe she can give him the help he so desperately needs. I don't know, Jackie, said Ken, sighing. And maybe she can give him therapy without him knowing that he's seeing a therapist, suggested Jack, trying to be clever. I don't know, maybe, said Ken. I don't know, Jackie, I don't know. Jack's watch began to beep, and he needed to head back to work. I need to go, now text me when you finally do know. Look at you, being finally responsible. And when do you get paid? Asked Ken. On a weekly basis, said Jack, and plus commissions whenever I'm lucky enough to sell a car. The hours rolled lazily by, and close to noon, Ken was bashing his head against the table, and he was bored to tears doing paperwork. And after brainstorming an activity for his nephew, Ken came up with the idea he could go on patrol with one of the rookie cadets to show him the neighborhood. And he needed to pair up Ken with someone dull but enthusiastic, someone who would obey his nephew's orders without questioning him. Officer Sidanta Adele, report for duty, said Ken. Sidanta had ebony skin, a beefy beefcake body, brown hair, and intense copper eyes. He claimed to be Egyptian, but he was in fact born in the United States. As an orphan, he grew up in hundreds of foster homes, and he wasn't the most sociable. Sidanta did a military salute as soon as he entered Gen's office. At ease, soldier, said Gen wearily. Why do they always send the weird ones to my department? You're going on a ride-along. My nephew is going to show you the extent of our jurisdiction. Yes, sir, said Sidanta, with a face smile painted on his lips. Just get out of my sight and stop it with a stupid salute, said Gen. We are the police force, not the army. Sidanta went over to Kane's workstation to inform him of the ride-along assignment, and the two went to the parking lot. Sidanta frowned when he noticed that Kane sat in the passenger seat. Sidanta realized that his true mission was to the chauffeur Gen's golden child. You can drop me off at Camilo's house, and I will call you when I'm ready to return to my workstation, said Kane meekly. That accident really messed you up, didn't it? Asked Sidanta, punching in the address for the nearest Camilo's house. I'm sorry I'm such a burden, said Kane sadly. It's fine, said Sidanta, starting to drive. You don't need to apologize for something you cannot control. The two spent the rest of the ride in silence, and Kane went inside Camilo's house and he made his way towards the kitchen. Back when his grandpa was alive, the two would go once a week to Camilo's house to make food for the homeless. And since Kane was missing his grandpa, he decided to visit the place on a whim. And due to his officer's uniform, the homeless inside the eating area became tense when he walked into the room. And he received the same lukewarm reception in the kitchen area. And the moment he put it on an apron, all those assembled relaxed. The police officer wasn't there to arrest anyone. He took over the soup duties, and once it was seasoned to perfection, he served those waiting in line before serving a bowl of soup for himself. When one of the oldest residents tried it, the light of recognition fell upon his face. The man exclaimed with his toothless mouth, "You are Kain, Raphael's son. We haven't seen you in ages. How have you been? How's your grandpa?" "He died 3 years ago," said Kain, "and today is the anniversary of his death." "How did he die?" asked a very gossipy maiden. "Heart attack. He was angry that I was wasting my so-called potential working as a mechanic. And while he was arguing with my uncle and my grandma about my lack of a future, he started feeling ill and then he dropped dead," said Kain dryly. "Grandpa had a very short fuse, and he would still be alive if he hadn't wasted so much energy being angry all the time." "Did you have potential, Kain?" asked Eugenia, sitting down beside him to gossip. "Fancy meeting you here." "Hi, stalker. Don't you have anything better to do than chase me all over Miami?" asked Kain. "My pride will not allow me to leave you alone," protested Eugenia. "Today you will be mine, and I have my Volkswagen parked outside, and after you finish your soup, you can come over to have dessert." "Ah, duty calls," said Kain, getting out to leave with Eugenia. "It was nice seeing you, Kain," said the homeless man. "Don't be a stranger," said the little old lady. Alright, so that's a good place to leave the chapter. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy sister, and we'll continue with the Lover's Pentacle. This is chapter 9, Five of Pentacles. Kain entered Eugenia's hot pink Volkswagen, and she closed the pink curtains, and she turned on Pink Floyd vinyl record, and more specifically, it was the Wall album. The song being played was Hey You, and despite Eugenia's best effort, she wasn't able to get a rise out of Kain, and he simply lay there with a blank expression on his face, waiting for it to be over. "Why don't you like me, Kain?" whined Eugenia. "Being rejected is not the end of the world," said Kain, getting dressed. "A beautiful, rich heiress like you should have no problem in finding herself her own Prince Charming." He left the car and he closed the door before Eugenia had a chance to protest, and she stopped with her crocodile tears, and when she felt herself alone, she grabbed onto the car seat and she started kicking and screaming. And while her feet subsided, she went to the driver's seat, and she looked through the rear view window mirror and she saw Kain staring at her door. She lowered the window and she said, "Do you need a ride, officer?" "Yes, my co-worker had a family emergency, so he won't be able to pick me up," said Kain, coming over to sit beside Eugenia. The two rode in silence, and then when a red light came asked, "So when you do not get your way, you throw yourself into hysterics?" "Pretty much," said Eugenia, extremely ashamed of her childish behavior. "Does it work?" asked Kain. "It used to," said Eugenia, pouting. Now my tantrums just annoy people, and my stomach wants me to spend some time in a sanitarium. Sanitariums only work if you perceive your behavior as a problem, said Kain. I take it you are a frequent visitor of such establishments, said Eugenia, giggling. Nah, rehab centers are more my style, said Kain. When my father's career began failing, the chill pills he used to take before each concert became his main coping mechanism, and the rest is history. Are the rehab centers bad? Asked Eugenia. It depends on the customer service. I can give you the name of a center that cured my father, but more than anything, you need strong support from your friends and family, said Kain. My father's idea of support is to yell my ear off, and my real mother never raised her voice at me, and she was kind, soft, and gentle. Father used to be nice before she died, and now the only two emotions he can express is horny or angry, said Eugenia, sighing sadly. The conversation came to an end when Eugenia arrived to the police station, and Kain gave his uncle the full report of his activity. Ken smiled happily, seeing what his nephew had done something productive for his community. If he made it a lunchtime habit, this could help ease some of the negative reputation the police officer enjoyed thanks to a few rotten apples. King concluded his shift, and he smiled warmly, seeing his father already there waiting to pick him up, and the fact that his son was happy to see him meant the world to Jack, and the two drove to the seniors' activity center that Grandma Esther frequented, and the three went to the cemetery to put flowers on Raphael's grave. On the drive back, Esther said, I spoke to a nice reporter today, and he wanted to do a story about your grandson. My life isn't that interesting, said Kain. It is boring, even. That is for the readers to decide, said Jack, smiling warmly. The three arrived at Kain's home, and waiting outside like a penitent was Alexia. The interview was merely an excuse for Alexia to get to know Kain. The two had met during Kain's junior year, and the old Kain was sociable and always willing to lend a hand to anyone who asked. And in his last year, Kain was often seen roaming the hallways, and he spent more time in Karina's classes than his own. And he went from being the valedictorian to a lackluster C student, and like his grandpa, his teachers mourned the fact that he was throwing away his future. Kain began dinner while he answered Alexia's questions, and his biggest accomplishment was that he owned a house, and he saved some stupid kid from drowning. And he talked about his hobbies, favorite food, and his workout routine. Are you a Democrat or a Republican? Asked Alexia. Is there a difference between the two? Asked Kain dryly. Please, let's not get into a political debate before dinner, protested Esther while she was watching Wheel of Fortune with Jack. From time to time, the two would try to guess the puzzle. Alexia, changing the subject, said, if you're good at drawing, why didn't you go into art school? These days, being a good draftsman isn't enough to be considered an artist. You have to be what the art critics and the art collectors consider original, said Kain, adding the final touches to his Greek salad. All I can manage is a soulless mimicry of the world. Is that what Mr. Peters told you? Asked Alexia, alluding to the art professor. Nah, he encouraged me to continue with my art education. So I did my research, and I came to the conclusion that college is for suckers. And by the time you reach the last classes, they are worse than arm and a leg, and even the teachers don't speak a lick of English, so you're basically paying to learn absolutely nothing. And don't even get me started with tuition differentials, said Kain before going on a long rant about everything that was wrong with the U.S. education system. Wow, you really did do your research, Kain, said Alexia, smiling sadly. So you didn't go to college because you thought you couldn't afford it, said Esther sadly. We could have dipped into the family savings to help pay for your education, Kain. That wasn't the only reason I chose not to bother with college, Grandma. Think Auntie Elizabeth, for example. After all of her studying, the only high-paying job she managed to get has nothing to do with her degree. And she got her job thanks to a friend, not because of her education. Without connections, your degree is worth the same as toilet paper, said Kain, concluding his big speech. The topic died when dinner was served, and Alexia was impressed by Kain's wit, and his own classmate was still as sharp as ever. And back when they were in high school, Kain's main contribution to the school paper were his cartoons, and he illustrated whatever stupid idea popped into Alexia's mind. And the first time Kain was ordered to write about a topic, his opinion piece gave the teachers and the students plenty to think about. Alexia still had a cutout of Kain's articles and his original political cartoon drawings in his office to inspire him to write with passion. Ah, such a waste of potential, commented Alexia while eating dessert. You could be doing so much with your life. You sound just like Karina, said Kain, narrowing his eyes. She too is interested in the type of person I could be, but we don't live in cold world. We live in the real world, and in the real world, only the lucky few have their dreams come true. On this dour note, dinner came to an end, and Kain left the table and he went to take his rage out on the unfortunate place. And it didn't matter how much he scrubbed the frying pan, the black stain just wouldn't be washed clean. Jack collected the leftover and he handed them to Alexia before opening the door for him. And Alexia, taking the hint, left, and the encounter with his old classmate had left him rather depressed. I'm sorry, Kain said, extra apologetic. Please don't be sad. It's fine, Grandma. You didn't do anything wrong, said Kain, smiling sadly. I'm just sick of people looking down on me because I didn't get a college degree. Do you want to go play with Karina? Asked Esther. Karina's busy with her new boyfriend, said Kain when he finished washing the dishes. For the time being, she would only hang out when we go on double dates. As if feeling alluded to, Kain got a text message from Karina. I convinced Bruno to watch Betty La Fea with me. I want you to see it as well, and text me whenever there's a scene you like. She can't be serious, said Esther, raising an eyebrow after reading the message. You should watch it with me, Grandma. You might grow to like it, said Kain. I will watch a telenovela with you, offered Jack. The three settled down to watch Betty La Fea, and while seeing the show, Kain reclined on the couch and he rested his head on a pillow. The pillow happened to be beside his father, Jack. Jack remembered that when Kain was small, he would always watch his show while lying down. Almost by reflex, Jack proceeded to pet Kain's short hair lovingly. At first, Kain grimaced, and the cold, delicate musician had succeeded in calming his frayed nerves. And Esther couldn't help but silently cry a little, and she was just happy to see father and son finally getting along together. And the moment lingered past the telenovela, and was the two in perfect harmony with one another. Dad, when you fell from grace, why didn't you come back home? Said Kain. You didn't have Mom, you didn't have fame, you didn't have money, but you had me, Father. I would have received you with open arms. I was ashamed. I sacrificed so much, and when the band split, I just couldn't bring myself to face you, and I kept thinking, once we're all millionaires, all the pain and humiliation is going to be worth it. Being a musician is not as glamorous as they make it seem in the movies. The record labels eat most of your profits, and going on tour is the only way to make money, said Jack before explaining all of the factors that contributed to his failure. Esther, changing the subject, asked Jack to play something on the guitar. Jack played an old Sesame Street tune that Kain used to find amusing, and the little jingle succeeded in dispelling the darkness that was weighing down on their family. The following morning, Kain awoke extremely early and in a good mood. He did his morning workout and he baked cookies. He noticed that he was missing sugar for the frosting, and he took his father's key and he drove to the nearby Publix, and it was only when he returned home that he realized that he had managed to drive, and in a good mood he finished his baking project in time to make breakfast. Jack drove his son to work, and Kain in a good mood attempted to drive his patrol car, and the anxiety attack manifested far worse than before, and he called up Unla immediately. It's alright, Kain, breathe with me, said Unla. Karina, who was beside her mother, opened her mouth to inquire, but Unla placed her index fingers to her mouth. Karina took the hint that her mother was busy working, and once Kain felt better, Unla finally answered Karina's inquisitive gaze. Your friend Kain is my new patient, said Unla flatly. And what's wrong with him? Asked Karina, pestering her mother for answer. It is called doctor-patient confidentiality, and your specialty is small children. Which reminds me, I have already lined up for you a few interviews in clinics that would offer you a high-paying residency, said Unla, changing the subject. Fine, if you're not going to tell me, I'm going to find out myself, said Karina, calling Kain. When Kain picked up the cell phone, Karina heard that her friend was sobbing. She instead of going over to see her friend, she went to her first interview. This didn't surprise Unla in the slightest. She figured that her daughter was neglecting her friendship to avoid thinking of her dead father. Unla sighed wearily. As soon as her daughter left, she went to the attic to look at all of the things that belonged to her dead husband. Normally, she limited herself to looking through the old family album, and this time Unla looked through everything, and she found a box filled with medical records of her husband's patients, and he was always taking his work home, and when she moved the box, her husband's name card fell to the floor. Unla said his name out loud, Juan Carlos. She repeated his name again, only louder, and it felt nice to say his name, for he made her feel that he was still alive. Unla smiled sadly, and then she brought downstairs a box with the medical records. She wanted to read them over the top, only to quench her medical curiosity, and she had never actually bothered to read those files. And Juan Carlos was a general surgeon who specialized in operating small children, and she discovered that Kain was a former patient of her husband. "Let's see, Kain, what were you brought in for?" said Unla, raising an eyebrow. "Puncture lung caused by a broken rib." Unla saw the file photo of a 4-year-old Kain, and he got gotten a major beating that had landed him in the hospital. Unla remembered a case that had gotten her husband Juan Carlos extremely upset, so much so that he had called child service. Unla was going to sit on that information for the time being. Back in the police station, Kain was filing documents and sorting through evidence, and on top of the desk he had 2 plastic boxes filled with his homemade cookie sandwiches. From time to time, Uncle Glenn would check up on Kain, and what Glenn really wanted was a cookie, but he was too ashamed to ask for one. After hearing his belly rumble a few times, Kain guessed what his uncle truly wanted, and he opened one of the box of cookies and he handed one to his uncle. "I need a ride, Uncle," said Kain meekly. "I was able to drive just fine this morning, but I don't know why I had that panic attack again." "I spoke to Unla about it," said Glenn. "She theorizes that the patrol car gives you bad flashbacks, or maybe driving one while sporting a uniform reminds you of your accident, and she is currently devising an exposure therapy for you, and according to the research she forwarded, it has been successful in reducing phobias." "How much is it going to cost us?" asked Kain dryly. "Your work insurance should cover it," said Glenn, "and the therapy sessions will only eat away 1 hour of day, and it mainly involves driving, and she visits a lot of patients in their homes, so you can drive while she catches up with her paperwork." Glenn saw Kain clench his fist, and with a defeated tone, he agreed to do the exposure therapy. Lunch break came, so Kain went outside to wait for his drink, and instead of forcing Kain to drive his patrol car, Unla insisted that he be a passenger instead, and this would remove some of the immediate tension from the experience. At first, Unla was all business, but then she started to fiddle around with the controls of the patrol car, and when she succeeded in turning on the siren, she had a hearty laugh when all of the cars moved aside to let her pass. That I said, "I just driving the patrol car and having fun." "If you wanted to play with a patrol car, you didn't need to come up with such a convoluted scheme," protested Kain. "You need to enjoy your happy moments whenever you find it," said Unla. "Now where do you want to go?" "The Miami Herald." "I printed out the direction from MapQuest," said Kain, looking at his notes. "Along the way," Unla asked, "and did you ever catch a big speeding driver that crashed into you?" "Not really. Everyone saw everything and nothing at the same time," said Kain. "Which was just as well. I feel that our scarce resources are better spent elsewhere." They took a ride at the Miami Herald, and Unla decided to tag along, and she figured she might as well give her business card to every distressed person she ran into. The two caused quite a commotion when they entered the establishment. It was uncommon to see a police officer and a doctor walking together. Kain asked the receptionist to speak to Alexia. Alexia was in the middle of adding the final touches to his article. Based on the malevolent smile, he was writing something awful, and he saw a shadow looming over his shoulder, and he jumped out of his skin when he saw Kain in full uniform. Kain attempted to speak, but he wasn't able to, and Unla wrote in her notepad the words, "selected mutism." And since things were becoming awkward, Kain delivered his Tupperware filled with cookies, and he had a taped note to the bottom of the box that explains the nature of his gift. And with the delivery concluded, Kain ran from the embarrassing social situation. And as soon as Kain left, all of Alexia's co-workers started crowding about him. They all wanted to see what was in the box. Alexia got in his press and jealously went to lock himself in the bathroom in order to get some privacy. And this privacy was short-lived. His boss, who had the master key, opened the bathroom, and he demanded that Alexia not keep any secrets from his co-workers. The Florida reporters, by their very nature, were a gossipy bunch, and most didn't believe in privacy. Alexia opened the box, and he showed his box the cookie sandwiches. Alexia remembered that Kain used to offer those boxes as a tribute whenever he missed a day of school. Alexia's co-workers jumped at his load, only leaving behind a single cookie. Alexia tried a long cookie sandwich, and based on the warmth and texture, he realized that the cookie had been baked just a few hours ago. He pondered on the meaning of the offering. The cookies couldn't just be a simple apology for being rude, and deep down Alexia wanted the cookies to mean something more. Alexia returned to his workstation with the empty box that still had the letter hidden underneath, And he read through his article about Kain's accident, and he felt that it was a little mean-spirited. And he edited the article to focus on Kain's positive quality. And when he lifted the box, he felt the letter. And when the coast was clear, he read what he hoped was a love letter. To my former classmate Alessia, I wanted to apologize for my rude behavior last night. Ever since my accident, I haven't been feeling well, and every time I try to cross a red light, I am overcome by a shaking fit followed by a shortness of breath. And the stress of these panic attacks have made me irritable, and even so, it was wrong for me to yell at you, and I hope that you can forgive me. Signed, Kain. P.S. This weekend we are celebrating my grandmother's birthday, and I would like for you to come, but you don't have to. We can talk about old times, and yes, there is going to be cake. I saw the smile manifested in Alessia's lips, and he was reading too much into Kain's heartfelt apology. Alessia gave another polish to his article, and he photocopied the letter he had received, and he left the visible the lines where Kain described how the accident had negatively impacted his life. And after visiting Alessia, Umla took Kain to Eugenia's house. And when they arrived, the person who answered the door was Eugenia's half-sister, Dorothy. The girl saw the police officer and the doctor, so she naturally assumed that they had finally come to take Eugenia to rehab. Kain sat there and waited for Eugenia to manifest, and he guessed that Eugenia was tracking him somehow, and he got confirmation of his suspicion when Eugenia walked into her home. I came here to apologize for my rudeness yesterday, and I haven't been feeling well since my accident, and I have even started seeing a shrink, said Kain, and his ears turned red. So I baked you a box of cookies with a hope that things will go back to normal. Give me those cookies, said Dorothy, jumping at the present, and she ate one, and then she said, That's strange. What's strange? Asked Eugenia, alarmed. I'm not seeing anything. That is why it's strange, said Dorothy, giggling. Because Dorothy thought that they were that they were hallucinogenic cookies, considering all of the awful people that Eugenia typically dates. The only secret ingredient that you will find in these cookies is sugarcane, explained Kain. Kain looked at the imaginary watch, and then he left the mansion, and like Alexia, Eugenia began to overanalyze this simple apology, and she imagined that the cookies meant that Kain was in love with her. The sisters spent the rest of the afternoon gossiping about Kain, and when Michael returned home from work, he frowned when he heard the topic of the conversation. And his first impression of Kain was terrible, and now he had both daughters gushing over the handsome police officer. And at times like this, Michael felt like he was being punished through his daughter for his womanizing ways. And he called up his private detective to find dirt on Kain, and the detective already had the information. Eugenia was paying him to start Kain and to investigate his past. Have you found any dirt on him? Asked Michael. A little, said the detective Dave Parker. Parker was a former Agent Romeo who got too old and fat to continue the line of work, and now that he was retired, he amused himself by spying for the rich American socialites. His father is a recovering addict. I already know that everyone knows that, scoffed Michael. He illegally downloads movies and music, added Parker. So do I, and I'm in the Fortune 500, hissed Michael. Fortune 600 last I checked, said Parker dryly. At the age of 58, Parker was short, bald, and chubby, and his most distinguishing feature was his white mustache that contrasted with his watery, raven eyes. And he would often cosplay as a treasure hunter with a metal detector in order to blend in with the other retirees and vacationing tourists. And his detector, instead of listening for rare minerals, recorded all of the conversation near his proximity. So yeah, if you see Miami, somebody with like a metal detector, the metal detector is probably a giant listening device. So be careful what you say near them. Just messing around. Although I always imagine that they're spying on me. If you're done interrupting, let me tell you the rest, said Parker before ranting about everything he discovered about Kain's past. There are still some mysteries left to unravel. The one that intrigues me the most is the circumstances of his mother's death. And how did a drunkard die of a fentanyl overdose? Fentanyl has only become popular in recent years. I'm not paying you to solve a code file, said Michael. Just answer me this one question. Is Kain a drunkard or an addict like his parents? Based on his published receipt that I found while dumpster driving, he isn't a drunkard. He follows a strict daily routine, and this routine doesn't include buying drugs or alcohol, said Parker. And if I had to find a fault in him, it's the fact that he doesn't do anything as a cop, though I suppose that can be helped. His uncle overprotects him and doesn't give him any real work. Does he hit women? Asked Michael. According to Karina, no, and I also spoken to some of his past girlfriends, and all unanimously praise his manners, his tidiness, his beauty, and his cooking skill. And he rarely barks, but he never bites, and as long as you don't pressure him, he's quite amicable, said Parker, and they all unanimously complain about his lack of passion, his miserly ways, and his terrible fashion sense. Why is Eugenia chasing after Kain? Asked Michael. He's the first man that has ever rejected your daughter. The more he flees from her, the more she chases, said Parker. And the two were even in bed together, and she felt to get a rise out of him. And just how do you know something so intimate? Asked Michael, bitterly enraged. Wouldn't you like to know? Said Parker before departing. Parker had left a hidden camera inside Eugenia's van, and it would amuse him to see the engaging casual encounters. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Lovers Pentacle 1, Chapter 10, and Ace of Swords. After listening to Parker's tirade, Michael began to relax with the Kain situation, and with some luck she would get bored chasing after Kain. Saturday came and with at the end of summer. On the first day of August, Esther was going to be another year older. The party was done in Gen's house, and what it lacked inside, it made up tenfold with a ridiculous backyard populated by mango trees. Gen made a healthy surplus by selling the extra mangoes in the farmer's market, and he rented a pergola, some tables, and a catering company to provide most of the food. And this was the first time they were all going to celebrate together as a family in a long time. Jack arrived early with Kain and Esther and the birthday girl, and the next guest arrived with Karina and her boyfriend Bruno. After closing his case, Bruno finally had some time to unwind, and despite being so busy, he made time to send Karina flowers, poems, and other trinkets. They were not expensive gifts, but at least it showed Karina that he was invested in the relationship. Karina smiled, seeing Kain with his father. I made that happen, whispered Karina to Bruno. What do you do? Asked Bruno, worried. You make it sound like I did a bad thing, giggled Karina before resting her head on Bruno's shoulder. And she told Bruno how she had gotten Kain to make peace with his father. And at the end of her tirade, she said, the psychic told me that if I forced Kain to confront his father, he was going to lose his fear of commitment. Karina felt her phone vibrating from an unknown number, and when she answered it, a familiar voice said, I said no such thing. Ha! Yelled Karina, dropping the phone. Bruno picked up the phone and asked, who is it? Wrong number, said Irina, hanging up. I guess the psychic can sense when people are spreading lies about her, said Karina, giggling. And all she said was that my actions were going to have unexpected consequences, and I think I did a good thing. And without outside intervention, father and son were always going to continue avoiding each other till the end of the day. And families are meant to be together, and they help each other out, and they work for a common goal. That may be true for your family, Karina, but not all families operate the same way, said Bruno. Changing the subject, he added, look, there's Eugenia, let's go say hi, and we should go on another double date with her and Kain again. Karina saluted Eugenia and Michael, who had self-invited to the party. Michael was there to observe and silently judge all of the party guests. And more guests started to arrive, and then the appetizers were brought, and the flow of the conversation was broken when an unexpected guest arrived fashionably late. The guest was Alexia. Alexia came sporting an elegant supper dress, painted nails, high heels, and makeup, and his short hair had been curled up in order to give it a more feminine look. And as soon as he let himself into the backyard, all stopped talking, and they turned to look at him. It's fine, I invited him, said Kain, breaking the silence. We went to school together. The conversation resumed immediately with nobody bothering to pay attention to Alexia. Alexia looked for Kain with his eyes, and he went to sit down at his table. And sitting beside Kain was Eugenia and Jack, and sitting in front of the young man was Bruno and Karina. Alexia sat in the only empty seat, and the one that was beside Karina. Karina was the one to address Alexia first, and she asked the pertinent question, when did you start wearing dresses? Around the time when I discovered that I was a man in a woman's body, said Alexia shyly, and he was always less confident whenever he went out into the world as his true self. We always knew that you liked men, Alexia, said Kain dryly, and what we want to know is when did you start wearing dresses? Ha ha ha, so you knew, said giggled Alexia, blushing. We knew, said Karina. But we decided not to make a big deal about it, and what you do in the privacy of your bedroom is none of my business. I don't have anything against men like you, said Esther, and it's a lifestyle show, it's out of respect. I didn't shoot this, said Alicia silently. I tried to be normal, I really did try, but I wasn't able to. Define normal, said Jack. What is considered normal changes from each generation, said Kain before going on a rant about the horrible things that were considered normal back in the good old days. Thank God we don't live in the Middle Ages, said Alessia after listening to his classmates' tirade. Night fell and the music began, and when it came time to bring out the cake, Jack made a quick start to the guitar to bring out his guitar, and he played Happy Birthday to his mother. Jack's family felt a little iffy about the situation, but since it was Esther's birthday party, they tolerated his music. This is not to say that Jack played the guitar badly. Rather, it was a visual reminder of the problems that followed after he tried to make a career out of his hobby. Jack was happy to be playing to an audience, even if it was a small audience of family and friends, and he looked at his son and he was happy to see that Kain was also cheering for him. Everything was perfect, just as it should be. Cake was served, and Kain went to dance with Eugenia while Karina danced with Bruno. Aboard, Karina proposed a dance duo, and Eugenia decided to oblige, and the first song they danced was the Cha-Cha-Cha. Over the years, Jack had expanded his repertoire, and back when he was still trying to make it, he learned all the types of guitar styles to play for non-rock bands. And this day, he learned new songs to fill with music the emptiness he carried everywhere he went. Karina and Bruno won the first round, and Eugenia wasn't too familiar with Latin dances, so she was naturally at a disadvantage. When Eugenia botched the merengue and the paso doble, Alexia tagged in order to try to help Team Kain. And when Jack started playing the mambo, Alexia and Kain were able to keep up with Karina and Bruno, and this match ended in a draw. Eugenia took over the breakdancing round, and she was able to win the Charleston. The priceless competition lasted for an entire hour, with some of the guests placing bets to see who was going to win each round. And due to the early lead, Karina and Bruno were the definite winners. Still, Alexia, Kain, and Eugenia forced Karina to work hard for her victory. At the end of the dance, the competitors drenched in sweat went to collapse on the first chair that they found. You made me lose $1,000, Eugenia, protested Michael. I was betting on you to win. Thank you for believing in me, Daddy, said Eugenia, hugging her father. Michael reached into his pocket and he handed Ken the money he owed him, and Michael smiling warmly nodded. This was fun. We should have competitions like this in all of our get-togethers. Any excuses for you to gamble, am I right, Daddy? Said Eugenia, teasing her father. Eugenia removed her heels and she patted her wounded little toe before commenting, that Karina's a beast and she doesn't hold back when she wants to win something really badly. Her determination is admirable, said Michael, and you could learn a thing or two from your new friend. And she's dating a sober lawyer, and she already graduated. When are you going to finish your thesis? My thesis is going to get done when it gets done, Daddy, protested Eugenia, and her thesis was the one thing that was keeping her from getting her master's degree. Have you even thought of a topic? Asked Michael, pressuring his daughter. We are at a party, said Kain, intervening. The last thing a person wants to do is talk about work or school. And I finally got my second win, Eugenia, and do you want to continue dancing? My hero, said Eugenia, jumping from her seat to get away from that school conversation. What are you writing about? Kain was slow dancing with Eugenia. I'm writing a personal narrative about my ancestry, said Eugenia, but after digging for information, I found absolutely nothing. My dad is a descendant of potato farmer, and my mom's ancestor made their fortune by selling alcohol during the Prohibition. Other than that, I haven't found anything amusing about my ancestor. My family descends from the French executioners. One Sanson even had the privilege of decapitating the king, and my grandpa was quite curious about his past, and he descends from a man that supposedly died while displaying a severed head. And a year later, my ancestor Kain Sanson pops up in Maine along with a bunch of French citizens escaping the poverty that Marie Antoinette had created with her reckless spending. It is funny if you think about it. Gabriel traveled halfway across the world to change his fate, and in the end he ended up doing in America the same job he was doing in France. Lo que está para ti nadie te lo quita. Come again, asked Eugenia. It means that some person, regardless of how hard they struggle, they are not able to escape their fate, said Kain. Your ancestors sound a lot more interesting topic to write about, said Eugenia, resting her head against Kain's shoulder. If you want to write about them, I can show you all the memorabilia that my grandpa collected over the years. Studying Gabriel was like his main hobby, said Kain, and we would spend a lot of time researching Gabriel, going to museums, yard sales, auction houses, looking for pieces of our past. Yes, my grandpa and I, we spent a lot of time together. I totally vibe with you, Kain. When my mom died, there was nobody left who spent all their time with me. My dad's attention was divided between his work and his new wife and daughter. And now it turns out that he even has a secret family. And even when mom was alive, dad and I never truly bonded because I wasn't born a man, said Eugenia, embracing Kain while she danced. From afar, they looked like a loving couple, and the reality was that they were two wounded animals licking each other's wounds. The two spent the rest of the night talking about their dead loved ones, and while they were wallowing in despair, Karina and Bruno were happily chatting about their work. Karina was studying her residency on Monday, and Bruno was reciting the closing statement of the last trial he gave. He was truly proud of it. But was your client innocent? Asked Karina. Every person is innocent until proven guilty, retorted Bruno. There will be a lot more innocent people in jail if it were the other way around, and I want to believe that my clients are innocent, and if I don't believe, there won't be any way for me to convince the jury that they got the wrong man. What did your client do? Asked Karina. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time, said Bruno. And those cases are my specialty, and in this country you can easily get in trouble for being in the wrong location. Bruno was about to elaborate, but Karina got distracted by Kain approaching, and the friends began to chat like parrots about telenovela, and Bruno was annoyed by being completely left out of the conversation, and he made a mental note to study up on telenovelas. Karina at a certain point said, Kain, I finished my studies. I know, congratulations, said Kain, smiling warmly. You are smarter than me, Kain, and if money is an issue, I am willing to lend you some, insisted Karina, and I still have all of my notes and workbooks. I don't need a degree. I have a house. I have a car. I have health insurance. I have a job. It isn't the most glamorous job, said Kain, but I'm trying to make the best out of my situation. Kain, if you don't want to spend a lot of time in school, online classes are all available, and I'm reading about this IT degree, and your life is dealing with computers, so maybe you can turn your hobby into a career, suggested Karina. Computers are just a means to an end, and I don't spend nearly enough time with my PC to want to turn it into a career, said Kain. How about a teaching degree, suggested Karina. Back in high school, you were always tutoring, and you know a lot about art, and you draw pretty pictures. You can be a great art history teacher, and you do not need to spend the rest of your life as Uncle Gen's errand boy. That ship has sailed, Karina, said Kain, sighing, and I do not want to invest 4 years of my life getting a degree for a future that will not materialize. I don't even know if I like being an art teacher or whatever other stupid career you have picked for me. Sommeliers make good money, suggested Karina. Costs me more than sommeliers, and our career doesn't cost us anything, and we even get health insurance. But if me having a degree is so important to you, I am willing to make the sacrifice for the sake of maintaining our friendship. I'm sorry, never mind, it was a stupid idea, said Karina, laughing nervously. I have to during the year. With your permission, Karina, said Kain, departing. Kain ran to the house to get away from that situation, and Karina went to sit down beside Alexia, and she wasn't amused by how the conversation went, and she turned her eyes and she frowned when she noticed that Bruno wasn't sitting down beside her. Bruno caught up to Kain in the hallway, and Kain, frowning, said, What do you want, Bruno? Did you come to pressure me into conformity? I will do no such thing. Instead, I am here to express my admiration, said Bruno. That's a good joke, said Kain, laughing sarcastically. Tell me another. Ha ha ha! You are a bigger man than me, Kain, continued Bruno, placing his hand on Kain's shoulder. You did the one thing I was never able to do, and that is, asked Kain, pouting. You made peace with your father, said Bruno. Oh, that, I don't really consider that a major accomplishment. As a Christian, I am obliged to forgive a repentant sinner. And besides, it is hard to make peace with somebody who's already dead, said Kain. When I said that my father was dead, I meant it metaphorically. He's alive and well, but he is dead to me, said Bruno, accidentally dropping his mask for a second. More importantly, have you truly made peace with your father? I don't know, said Kain. It is hard to say. I'm no longer angry at him, and when I was small, I used to think that he was having the time of his life working as a rock star. And now that I'm older, I understand that he sacrificed so much because he wanted to give me all the luxuries that he didn't have when he was growing up. Luxuries are overrated, said Bruno, but those who never had any naturally tend to overvalue them. I take it you came from a family of means, asked Kain. I did, said Bruno, dropping his mask. We are not rich as Eugenia, but we live well enough. And was there sudden interest in the relationship I had with my father, asked Kain. I consider you my friend, Kain, lied Bruno, and as your friend, I am worried about your well-being. And as a lawyer, I know the true power of words. It isn't enough to show a person that you love them with your action. People crave certainty. And why do you think I am constantly impressing the affection I feel for Karina? And if you have forgiven your father, you need to tell him that you have forgiven him. Don't keep him in suspense. The birthday party came to an end, and Kain had spent most of his time chatting with Eugenia and Alexia. Esther stayed the night in Gain's house, and Kain went with his father to the car. Jack, who was half asleep, said, Do you want to try driving, son? I can barely keep my eyes open. Kain sat on the driver's seat, and after taking a deep breath, he attempted to drive home. And when he arrived at a red light, he asked his father, Dad, do you remember the address of our original home? There is nothing left of the house, said Jack with his eyes closed. Did you visit our house recently, Dad? Asked Kain. I did. I shouldn't have bought such a large mansion so early in my career. It gave your mother the illusion that we were already rich and famous, said Jack sadly. She was fond of recklessly spending on herself, said Kain bitterly. And every time we went to the mall, she bought hundreds of dresses and jewelry for herself, and all I got from my trouble was a cheap plushie. But I got the last laugh in the end. Yes, I remember, said Jack sadly. When Dad told me that your mother almost killed you because you tore off her favorite dress, I was beside myself. I couldn't believe that a woman was capable of doing something so monstrous, all because of a stupid dress. Mother and I were always at odds, and when she told me that she hated me, I took her words to heart, and I resolved to hate her as well and to make every moment of her life a living nightmare, said Kain. That day she naturally snapped. Don't make excuses for that monster, said Jack. You were only 4 years old, and if you were driving your mother crazy, she should have just sent you to my parents for the weekends. She tried that for a while, but it didn't change my behavior, said Kain coldly. Like my grandpa, I am the type of man who holds a grudge. That's good to know, Kain, said Jack on the verge of tears. And if you want to go on our house, take a left here. Jack guided his son to their old house, and the structure had caught fire 4 years ago, and now the lot was abandoned. The bank was still trying to find someone to sell that piece of land to, and it was so run down that not even the roof provided sufficient cover for squatters. And it was midnight, and a warm summer breeze was coming in from the ocean. Kain walked towards the front steps of his old house, and it was the only thing that remained of the original construction. He took 90 steps westward and 8 steps northward, and then he began to dig on that spot. When he found nothing, he recalibrated his steps to account for his increasing height. Jack observed his son with a mixture of pity and curiosity. After some trial and error, Kain was able to dig up his buried treasure. Kain opened the box and he sighed with relief. Everything he had buried was still there. He closed the mystery box before returning to the car and driving home. All the while, the curiosity was gnawing away at Jack. And on the drive home, Kain stopped for a second and he began to speed up the car. And Jack said, Slow down, you don't want to get a ticket for speeding. We are being followed, Dad, said Kain. I am going to try to lose him. Jack, trying to reassure his son, said, Maybe Michael hired a guy to investigate you, Kain. He's not going to let just anyone near his daughter. Yeah, that makes sense, said Kain, slowing down. When the driver saw that he had been seen, he turned a corner and left. With the stalker gone, the two breathed a sigh of relief. They arrived at home at 3 a.m., and Jack was so tired and sleepy that he immediately fell on top of his bed to sleep. And while he was dozing off, Kain religiously took off his father's shoes and socks, and he also removed the belt to help him get comfortable. And Jack smiled in his dream, quite happy for the attention. Back in Karina's house, she finally slept with her boyfriend Bruno, and he wasn't as big as Kain, but he was at least passionate. And since Bruno was more experienced, he was a superior in the bedchambers, and the two languidly rested in each other's arms after it was done and over. Karina, at a certain point, asked, And what are your plans for the future? I'm going to work in the bar for a couple of more years, and when we get married, I want to become mayor of Broward County, and once the kids are born, I expect that we'll be ready to become governors, and once they start school, we will all be living in the White House, said Bruno, voicing his grand plans. Wow, you want to be president? Why? Asked Karina, laughing. I want to make the world a better place, like Bruno. That is such a presidential answer, you little liar. Tell me the truth. Why do you want to be president? Asked Karina. When I was in primary school, I did a report on what I wanted to be when I grew up, and when I told my classmates that I wanted to be president, they all laughed at me. Even the teacher laughed at me, and she told me that a Mexican couldn't be president, said Bruno. And I told her that I was born in the United States, and this gave me the right to one day lord over all of those pieces of shit. Pardon my language, I did not mean to curse. It's fine, said Karina. I do curse sometimes. Ever since then, being president has become my obsession, said Bruno, and as long as I reach my goal, nothing else matters. Boo, and for a second I thought that I mattered to you, said Karina, pouting. I did include you in my plans, didn't I, said Bruno. For every great president, there's a skillful first lady right behind him, cleaning up all of his messes. You better clean after yourself, mister, protested Karina, pressing her body tighter against Bruno's hairy chest. If you were first lady, what changes would you like me to make to this great nation? Asked Bruno. So you're going to let me rule your world? Asked Karina, laughing. If you travel this path with me, I will do everything you say during my presidency, and through me you will be able to turn your dreams into a reality, said Bruno, trying to con Karina into helping him achieve his lofty ambition. And what would I have to do? Asked Karina, to make it all happen? Nothing, just continue being your perfect self, said Bruno, petting Karina's face lovingly. How many children do you want to have? Asked Karina, changing the subject. As many as you can give birth to, said Bruno. If it was up to me, we would have 15 kids, and have to field an entire basketball team. That many? Asked Karina, shocked. Yeesh, I will have to be pregnant every year in order to reach that high number. Not if you take fertility treatments to give birth to twins or triplets, said Bruno, giving a sly smile. Or we can just adopt to fill out the rest of the team roster. The two fellows were dreaming of the bright future that was ahead of them, and Bruno slept like a log with his mouth open, snoring like a tuba. And more than once he snored toward Karina, and Karina pushed Bruno to the side, and she placed a pillow on his back to keep him sleeping sideways, and this immediately solved his snoring problems for the time being. And once, alright, so that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. The Lover's Pentacle, chapter 11, Judgment. Once the noise died down, Karina was finally able to get some sleep. In the dream world, the green-eyed man whose face she didn't recognize manifested again. The two were in the beach. Karina was burying the man under the sand, and when she got to his face, she added sand till he was completely buried. After a time, Karina tried to remove the sand from the person she had buried. When she removed it, instead of uncovering a person made of flesh and blood, all she found were a pile of bones and a human skull. Karina held up the skull towards the sunlight, and just at that moment, green eyes manifested inside the skull. Karina awoke yelling again, and Bruno fell out of the bed with a start. Frowning, he said, "Do you have night terrors every day, or just with me specifically?" "I'm sorry, Bruno. Ever since I asked the witch for a spell, I have been getting night terrors," said Karina apologetically. "Maybe the witch hexed you for not giving her a big enough tip," said Bruno, making spooky gesture with his hand. "I guess, I don't know," said Karina. "You could get a different witch to break the spell, or maybe we can ask a priest for an exorcism," said Bruno, giggling. "Very funny," said Karina dryly. "When did the nightmares begin? Did you see a scary movie?" "I still have alien nightmares till this very day," said Bruno, smiling warmly. "The movie scarred me for life." "The nightmare started on the day that I met you," said Karina. "Now I'm the one who is offended," said Bruno, folding his arm. "I have been a complete gentleman, and pray do tell me what about my behavior inspired those dreams." "Those dreams are not really about you. I thought that they were about you at first, but the man with green eyes that I see in my dreams doesn't have a beard. He isn't beefy. He's skeletal even. And trust me, Bruno, the man in my dreams isn't you," said Karina. "He could be your father," suggested Bruno, trying to spook Karina. "That creature in my dreams is not my father," protested Karina. She reached into her nightstand and she brought out a photograph of her father before he was ill. See, this is what my father looks like. Bruno looked at the portrait and he commented, I don't know what your ghost looks like, so I can't have an opinion on the matter. And if you want to, I can hold you until you're able to fall asleep again. Thank you, said Karina, resting her head on top of Bruno's chest. Bruno proceeded to pet Karina's hair while his mind was elsewhere. Tomorrow is a yoga class in FIU, and do you want to come meditate with me a little? Asked Karina. Alright, and afterwards we can go sailing. A friend of mine has a little boat in Isla Morada, and he lets me borrow it sometimes, said Bruno. Sounds fun, said Karina, starting to fall asleep again. Can you believe that after all this time I had never gone sailing? When Karina fell asleep, she dreamed about sailing. The following morning came, and Jack awoke to the sound of someone knocking on the door. It was Karina. She had come to pick up Kain in order to force him to do good yoga with her boyfriend, and she had already conned Alessia and Eugenia into tagging along. Kain wearily left the bed and he opened the door while wearing only his undergarments. Alessia giggled nervously at the sight of quite the magnificent specimen. Bruno too sighed and he frowned with jealousy. Kain, now fully awake, saw what he was wearing and he ran to his room to make himself decent. We came here to take you to yoga, said Karina. The yoga class isn't for 2 hours, protested Kain from his room. We know, said Eugenia. We also came here to eat breakfast. So you don't call us much, we brought the ingredients, said Bruno, coming inside with a bag of groceries. Kain went to his room and he got dressed. And he entered his father's bedroom and he tidied out the place over the top. Jack opened his eyes long enough to order his breakfast. Kain brought the mystery box into Jack's bedroom, and he sat down beside his father and he gave him a hug. I forgive you, father, said Kain. I know, son, said Jack. I read your letter. Yes, my letter, said Kain, narrowing his eyes. Remember that the one who sent Jack the letter wasn't Kain, but Karina pretended to be Kain. Jack sat up and he opened his nightstand, and he read lovingly the letter that Karina wrote. Jack, with a trembling voice, said, Every time I start thinking, I reread it. Jack took the letter from his father's trembling hand, and he immediately recognized Karina's calligraphy. In a fury, Kain went with the letter to face Karina, and she turned as pale as a ghost when Kain shoved the letter into her face. Karina, giggling nervously, said, But everything turned out for the best, didn't it? You made peace with your father thanks to my intervention, so you're welcome, Kain. How could you do this to me, Karina? Yelled Kain. Do you have any idea how painful it was to force me to see my father again? If he didn't care about you, he would have just ignored the letter, reasoned Karina. Why did you do this to me? Have I ever forced you to do something that you don't want to? Insisted Kain. But the sidekick, she said that if I made you confront your father, you were going to lose your fear of commitment, like Karina nervously. Get out of my house, Karina, said Kain, pointing towards the door. Stop being a baby, protested Karina. Calm down and make us breakfast. Kain ran out of the house in sandals with no clear direction where he was going. Jack wearily took the car keys and he drove out of the house to find his son. Karina had not pictured her morning starting out that way, and her first instinct was to displace blame. Bruno, did you tell Kain about the letter? Asked Karina. Had I told him about it, he would have made a scene yesterday, said Bruno, dodging around the question. If you doubt me, you can check my messages. Karina took Bruno's phone to check all of his messages, and she also picked up Kain's cell phone to verify that he hadn't received any texts or calls in minutes before finding out the truth. Bruno had also spent the entire night with Karina, and there was absolutely no way he could have communicated to Kain the existence of such a letter. Okay, so it wasn't you, said Karina, folding her arms. Should we go after Kain? Asked Eugenia, worried. When he gets like that, I just leave him alone until he calms down, said Karina. A few blocks away, Jack had caught up to Kain. His son had collapsed due to a major panic attack, and regardless of how much he tried, Kain was unable to breathe, and he was even starting to turn blue. Jack left the car and he called Unla, and he placed his cell phone to his son's ear, and at the sound of Unla's soothing, calming voice, the attack subsided. Kain wearily rested his head against his father's thin chest. Reading you that letter, you were never going to try to see me again. That isn't true, son, lied Jack, and he hugged him before adding, and what do you think I got cleaned up, and what do you think I got a day job? I did it all for you. I did it to be worthy to stand beside you once again. I never despised you for being an addict, Dad, and I never hated you for being unemployed. The only reason I grew to despise you was because you abandoned me. You had no idea how much I used to love you, Daddy, said Kain before his thought completely drowned his voice. Jack stood up and thankfully Kain did the same, and he guided his son back to the car. Jack turned on the car and he began to drive, and instead of returning home immediately, Jack circled around the neighborhood a few times to give his son enough time to calm down when he had been crying. He went to the kitchen and he started making breakfast, and he served his father first. Bruno was the second person to get fed, much to the eye of Karina. Eugenia was the next person to get fed, followed by Alexia, and once Karina was served, Kain went to the bedroom to soak. Jack left his table with his food, and Jack would take a bite from his egg before offering Kain the meal, and Jack smiling sadly said, "Here comes the airplane. Please open your mouth before we crash against your nose. Boop. Let's try this again. Land the plane. Ah." Kain opened his mouth and he took the bite to eat. Karina had never seen this side of Kain and she didn't know what to make of it. This was not how she had pictured starting her day. Her cell phone started ringing and she turned pale as a sheet when she heard her mother calling. Karina answered the phone and before she even had a moment to respond, Unla was yelling her ear off. And when she was allowed to speak, Karina told her mother about the letter. "Karina, your friend is not well. Stop pressuring him," ordered Unla. "Stop pressuring him to go to college. Stop pressuring him to make peace with his relatives. And if Bruno makes up with you, I better not catch you sleeping with Kain ever again. He's your friend, not your ragdoll." "I'm sorry, Mommy," said Karina meekly. "Don't apologize to me. Apologize to Kain," barked Unla before hanging up the phone. Unla was in the beach with her sister, and she felt terrible immediately. She didn't like being strict with her daughter, but the Kain situation was getting out of control. Unla asked her sister Barbara, "Was I too harsh on her?" "You were just about right," said Barbara, looking up from her book. "I love the girl to death, but her relationship with Kain is just something I don't approve of." "It is a classic toxic codependent relationship," said Unla, agreeing with her sister. "I should have seen the signs sooner." "From far away, the two seem like your typical friends with benefit," mused Barbara. Back in Canada, Karina was apologizing to her best friend for her thoughtlessness. And since Kain was extremely lonely, he immediately forgave Karina. And someone who didn't instantly forgive Karina was Jack. Kain went to his room and he got dressed to head out with his friends. And Jack got dressed as well in order to chaperone the experience. And he was going to their activities to watch and silently judge all those who surrounded his son. And the eight of them drove to the FIU to participate in the yoga class. And the breathing exercise and the soothing voice of the Japanese nun brought peace to Kain's heart. And he was going to learn the little nun Rohini. And she was so different from her self-proclaimed Buddhist monk hippies that often roamed the beach selling their peace of mind and LSD. Rohini was petite with short hair, olive skin, bright eyes, and a unibrow. And she always spoke softly while she covered her mouth with a handkerchief. And she gave her knowledge freely to whoever sought it. And when she breathed, her voice was devoid of authoritarianism. And she never made anyone feel ashamed for not believing in what she believed. "You know, this was actually quite pleasant," said Jack, assuming the seated twist pose. "If it wasn't for the blistering heat, I could almost call it enjoyable," said Kain, changing to the seated forward fold. "You should put on some sun cream," said Jack, reaching into his supply bag. "Look at you being such a mommy," giggled Kain happily. Jack spread a bit of sun lotion on Kain's face and shoulder, and the yoga class came to an end. All participants felt rejuvenated in body, mind, and spirit. The party got inside Eugenia's hippie van and drove towards Isla Morada. Instead of driving in silence, conversation resumed. Hey you, Kain's dad, how old are you?" asked Alexia. "I am 34, said Jack. "Wait, so if you're 34 and Kain is 23, then that means," said Alexia, doing the math. "Please don't do the math," said Jack, sighing wearily. "Things are already weird enough as it is." "I'm not one to judge, Mr. Jack," said Eugenia. "My mom had me when she was 41 and she was a real old cougar. My dad, he was 20 years her junior." "Can we talk about literally anything else?" said Jack, sighing with frustration. "Alexia, are you seeing anyone?" "Just the usual dread," said Alexia, sighing sadly. "When the morning comes, I find an empty bed." "Monogamy doesn't come naturally to your kind," said Jack judgmentally. I would like to say that this is a stereotype, but it really isn't, said Alexia, sighing sadly. That'd be nice to Alexia, said Kain, putting a stop to that conversation. And what music do you want me to turn on? Asked Eugenia, turning on the radio. Only that song, said Bruno, dropping his mat, and he began to sing the lyrics in spite of himself. Ballerina, you must have seen her. And at the end of the song, Bruno's ears turned red when he realized what he had done, and Karina, giggling, said, I like this new side of you, Bruno. So you like Elton John, and there's no need to be embarrassed about it. I like his music too, said Kain. I think Elton John is going on tour next year, said Alexia, and if we fly to Connecticut, we can probably catch one of his concerts. Kain doesn't do well in planes, said Jack. The first time we flew to one of my concerts, he spent the entire hour spewing his guts. I was 3 years old, Dad, said Kain, smiling sadly. Motion sickness got better with age. We shall see, said Eugenia, parking in Wahoo Bar and Grill in Isla Monada. The party left the car and they boarded a 2000 Garlington Sport, and it was perfect sailing weather, and the sea was calm and the water was warm and it was slightly windy. Bruno turned on the yacht and he left the dock at a leisurely pace, and he was testing the passengers' endurance, and he drove the boat to a shallow bank to allow the passengers to swim about as they felt like it. Karina and Eugenia straight down to the bikinis and they jumped the water, and Bruno brought out his fishing game and he settled down to catch dinner. Jack was thankful to have brought his guitar along for the ride, and it gave him something to do to pass the time. Alexia sat on the edge of the boat to dip his toes in the water. Kain, after analyzing his options, jumped into the water, and he splashed around a bit with Karina and Eugenia. And then he swam a few laps around the boat to get his morning exercise out of the way. When he finished tiring himself out, he sat beside Alexia to drink a soda. Alexia imbibed the side of Kain's chiseled torso. Kain looked even more beautiful under the Florida sun, with his body still covered by saltwater droplets that glistened like tiny diamonds. Have you ever slept with a man? Asked Alexia before he could stop himself. Eugenia and Karina started giggling, and the maiden had noticed Alexia drooling over Kain ever since he sat down beside him. Their mess quadrupled when Jack said, I did once, wouldn't recommend it. I'm sorry, it is just that your son is such a beautiful man, and I am going to shut up now, said Alexia, turning redder by the second. I'm not really that beautiful, I'm just work out a lot, said Kain. Do not speak bad of yourself, for the warrior within hears your words and is lessened by them, said Bruno before casting his line again. Karina jumped back into the boat and she went to kiss the mouth that had delivered such a beautiful piece of wisdom, and she brought the camera and she took a selfie with Bruno. The boat wobbled a bit and the camera fell to the water. Eugenia swam after it and she brought it back to the surface. She sighed with relief when she noticed that it was waterproof. Eugenia returned to get her picture taken, and she posed with the snapper that Bruno had caught, and she also took a few photos with Jack's guitar, and she handed the camera to Jack to have him take photos of herself with Kain. Jack assisted with his task with a dull expression on his face, and this expression was hidden by his 1980s Polaroid sunglasses. His comically large sunshade added to his charm, and Eugenia had Kain carry her for one of the photos. When she went to kiss him, Jack intervened by placing his hand over Kain's mouth, and he said, Do you like Eugenia? I like dancing with her. I enjoy her conversing with her, said Kain, placing Eugenia down. And she's pleasant company when she's not pressuring me to sleep with her. And she reminds me of my mother. She even laughs like her. Yes, I noticed that too, said Jack dryly. I mean, Eugenia, you wouldn't sleep with a guy who resembles your dad, would you? Asked Kain, coming over to stand beside his father. I guess I wouldn't, lied Eugenia. Eugenia frustrated passed her hand over her wet hair, and she then asked, So let me get this straight. Because of your mother, you are never going to be physically attracted to me. You already experienced the answer to that question, said Kain. You were pretty into Eugenia when you were drunk off your ass, commented Bruno. If I was, I don't remember, said Kain apologetically. And I'm sorry, Eugenia, I have a lot of baggage, and I don't know if I'll be able to be the boyfriend you want me to be. After saying this piece, Kain went to sit beside Bruno in order to fish. And the two fished in silence, quite at peace with the world, and Eugenia, who was feeling physically starved, jumped into the water to swim laps. Karina jumped back into the water in order to raise Eugenia, and she was starting to perceive Eugenia as a threat, and as if sensing that Karina was starting to feel jealous, Bruno handed his fishing rod to Alexia before jumping into the water. And while Karina and Bruno tainted the ocean with their love juices, Alexia attempted to have a normal conversation with Kain. And this was easier said than done. Alexia was extremely distracted by Kain's beautiful sun-tanned body. "You're starting to burn up," said Jack, bringing out from his supply bag the sun cream. Jack applied it to his son's back and face while Kain did the front and legs, and he noticed that Alexia was almost overcooked, so he offered the sun cream. And blushing, Alexia asked, "And can you help me apply the sun lotion on my back?" Kain obliged without thinking, and Alexia trembled at the touch of Kain's strong masculine hands. And the simple act alone was enough to get a rise out of Alexia, and Jack, extremely angry, pushed Alexia into the water in order to help the youth cool off. Alexia didn't know how to swim, and he started splashing and yelling in a panic. And Bruno swam to Alexia to help him up. And Bruno said dryly, "Alexia, the water isn't even that deep." Alexia, feeling stupid, sat up and said, "I'm sorry," I panicked there for a second. "I don't know how to swim." "Today's as good a time as any to learn," said Karina, finding a new person to boss around. "I tried to learn, but I panicked when my head becomes submerged," said Alexia apologetically. "When I was small, my father threw me into the pool to force me to learn to swim, and I almost drowned." "Most parents are lazy," said Bruno. "They expect their children to instantly master a skill without the adults putting in the effort." "Here's a life jacket," said Jack, throwing a life jacket at Alexia. "Just because you can't swim doesn't mean that you should never try to enjoy the ocean." The hours rolled peacefully by while Jack, after silently judging Kain's friends, came to the conclusion that they were overall well-intentioned fools. The two that he disliked the most were Eugenia and Alexia, and he felt that the two were only there to sleep with Kain and then toss him aside after they grew bored of him. And Jack pondered how his father Raphael would handle the situation, and after meditating since a little, Jack decided to put the cards on the table. "I find Eugenia and Alexia's company disagreeable," said Jack, folding his eyes in mimicry of his father Raphael. "In what way have we offended you?" asked Eugenia, raising an eyebrow. "We have been so polite," said Alexia. "If I wasn't here, you two would probably be taking all sorts of liberties with my son," said Jack, remembering the speech that his father gave to a bunch of groupies that had showed up to his house uninvited. "And the fact of the matter is that my son is someone who is vulnerable, and he's an easy prey to lost demons. Not that I'm implying that you two lovely maidens are such succubi, and I'm simply imploring you to exercise a bit of self-control." "Wow, I got goosebumps," said Karina, rubbing her shoulders. "For a moment there, you sounded just like Grandpa," said Kain, resting his head against Jack's knee. "That was not the type of man to mince words when he felt that he was right," said Jack. Eugenia had never been in a situation where she was the one being accused of harassment, and if Kain was a woman and she a man, her behavior would be considered borderline criminal. Eugenia, feeling genuinely remorseful, said, "From now on, I am going to ask you for permission." "More than a girlfriend, what I really need is a friend who doesn't pressure me," said Kain. Eugenia too shook hands with Kain and she said, "Let's start over as friends then. Hello, my name is Eugenia." "Pleased to meet you, Eugenia. My name is Kain," said Kain, smiling warmly. With a handshake, Eugenia and Kain laid the foundation of their newfound friendship. Alexia mimicked Eugenia in part to feel once again Kain's touch, and he decided to suppress the attraction he was feeling for the time being. The alternative was to live without breathing the same air as the man that he fancied. When the sun started to set, the wind began to pick up, and over the horizon Bruno was able to see a storm was coming, and he jumped back into the boat and he began to pack, and by the time they were able to set sail, the storm was already upon them. The water became choppy as the body was tossed left and right by the surf, and with such a turbulence, Kain became seasick, and he proceeded to feed the fishes with his stomach content. And Bruno, noticing that one of the passengers was ill, sped up in order to return to the dock, and the strategy proved to make things worse, with Bruno hitting the waves at full speed. And after 20 grueling minutes, Bruno finally arrived at the docks. As soon as they docked, the rain stopped and the sea grew calm. "We should have just waited for the storm to pass," commented Karina, narrowing her eyes. "We floated the weather, you never know," said Bruno, starting to clean up the boat. "And I want you to give the cash to the cook of the Waho's Bar and Grill, and we'll be able to process the fishes into a meal that we can enjoy at a discount price." Karina delivered the fishes, and she went to the bathroom and she changed out of her wet clothing. Swimming had left her rather weary, and the Waho Bar was a wooden structure set on stilts, and it gave a great view of the dock, the ships, and the ocean. And she found a chair in the closed balcony, and she sat down to rest, and she sent a grotesque to her party to tell them that she had found a chair. And while Eugenia and Alexia were helping Jack with his son, Kain wobbled to the car, and he sighed with relief. Jack wrapped his son in a towel, and he got him changed into a dry clothing. and he looked through Carolina's supply bag and he found inside a heartburn medication. "Are you certain you want to eat, Kain?" asked Alessia. "You did throw up a lot." "I'm feeling a lot better now," said Kain, rubbing his belly. "Do you need a walk?" asked Alessia. "I'm fine, really," said Kain, standing up. Back in the balcony, Karina was still waiting for her friends to arrive, and she heard that the chair beside her being pushed back, and she turned her head to see who was sitting beside her. It was a thin green-eyed man from her dreams. Karina blinked, incredulous, and her friends came to sit down beside her. Alright, let's continue with that chapter later. Bye-bye and God bless. The Lover's Pentacle, Chapter 12, Five of Clubs. When Bruno came to sit beside her, Karina said, I know this man. This seat is taken." Bruno looked at the chair where the thin man was sitting, and Bruno's mask dropped and his face showed genuine surprise and concern. Karina showed the menu to the thin man, and the waitress came, and she said all about the thin man. "I need one more glass of water," said Karina, pointing to the thin man. And she then said to Bruno, "This is the man I keep seeing in all my nightmares, and are you one of my father's patients?" The thin man opened his mouth and he spoke, but for some reason Karina wasn't able to hear what he said. And she turned to look at the menu and she said, What am I going to have? "Excuse me, waitress, there's something wrong with my menu." The waitress asked, "What is the problem?" "The letters are too blurry and I can't make out what is written here," said Karina. Forget it. I'm just going to order the usual, and my companion here is going to have water, said the thin man in a hoarse voice. Karina pushed the water closer to the thin man, and then he said, "I can't lift my arms. Karina, water." Karina lifted the glass and she brought it close to the thin man, and the man drank his water, and as he did, his hair began to grow back, and even his hollow cheekbones began to get filled up. And Karina, alarmed, said, "Am I the only one who's seeing this? No, this can't be real." Bruno, concerned, placed his hand on Karina's shoulder, and she turned her head before screaming into his face. "Ah!" Her scream was echoed by Alessia and Jack, that were totally freaked out by Karina's sleepwalking episode. Jack alarmed Cordula, and he described to her everything he had seen, and Unla very calmly explained that Karina used to suffer from sleepwalking episodes when she was wee small. The food arrived, and Karina frowned when she saw that she had ordered 2 meals for herself. She didn't remember falling asleep, and her sleepwalking episode, the only thing she could recall was that the same man was very thirsty. "I keep telling you, this same man is your father, Karina," reasoned Bruno. "Due to his illness, it makes sense that he lost a lot of weight before passing on." "It is a possibility," said Karina, smiling sadly. "Take this extra meal, for instance. My father always ordered the snapper with yellow rice instead of rice and beans. And when I was small, I would only order for myself chicken tenders and french fries, and sure enough, I ordered chicken tenders for myself." Karina looked at her plate with the baby food, and as an adult she was completely bored of chicken nuggets, though when she tried it again after not eating it for so long, she found herself enjoying it. The extra fish dinner was shared among everyone. With the weird moment in the past, the party attempted to recover the good mood, and those assembled talked about movies and books in order to ward away the dreary silence. At a certain point, Alessia remembered something funny that Jack said, and he asked the pertinent question. "Do you really sleep with a man, Mr. Sanson?" "I was playing truth or dare with my bandmates, and I chose dare," said Jack. "And what happened to your band members, Daddy?" asked Kain. "After we broke up, Salazar returned to school, and now he runs a small bistro somewhere in Kentucky. Onyx tried to make it on his own, but he failed miserably, so he hung himself, and our lead singer, Carabina, crashed and burned spectacularly, so much so that he didn't survive his accident. And our drummer, who was also the good songwriter, got killed by a sicario," explained Jack. "Over Motley Crue, Salazar is the only one who was able to return to the real world and make something of himself. He sends me a postcard once a year." "Why did the band break up?" asked Alessia. "You don't have to answer that, Father," said Kain, "and do not forget that Alexia is a reporter." "I don't care what he writes about me," said Jack. "My band broke up because of money, and since my father was better a negotiator, I always got paid more than my peers. My so-called friends didn't know, and even I didn't know because my father managed all of my finances, and even in death he still controls what is left of my small fortune, which is evenly split between me and all of my siblings, and on Christmas we all get $500. "Doesn't seem fair," said Alessia. "You work really hard, and now others get to profit from it." Well, Well, my brothers and sisters took care of me when I fell ill, so they deserved a little Christmas bonus, mused Jack. Alexia continued with his interview, nitpicking every aspect of Jack's life. Jack answered with the cold disdain of someone who isn't ashamed of the life he led. And at a certain point, Alexia asked about Kain's mother, Bella, whose name in Hebrew means devouring. All that Bella had to do was look after the baby, and most of the time she was relegating her responsibilities to my parents, said Jack, pointing to his son Kain. And I didn't demand from her fidelity, and I didn't tell her what to do, and I didn't force her to work, and I paid for her education, and I even bought her the stupid castle she wanted, and nothing ever I did was enough for that monster. But do you make her feel loved? Asked Karina. I didn't make her feel loved because I didn't love her, and I didn't even like her as a friend. And then when she knew this, and she still agreed to the sham marriage where her only responsibility was to love the baby, and she couldn't even do that one simple thing properly, protested Jack. Maybe she suffered from postpartum depression, said Karina, playing devil's advocate. If she was unhappy, she hid it well, said Jack, and she was smiling when she was spending my money, and she was happy when she would go with her friends, but I grew weary of the topic. Did Mom have a family? Asked Kain. She did, but I never cared enough to know them, and they never cared enough to know you, son. And they shoved Bella at us as if it was our responsibility that she was now damaged good, said Jack, remembering the past bitterly. Well, you did knock up the woman, commented Eugenia, leaving on her dessert. I was a virgin, and she was 6 years my senior. So who is the one truly responsible for bringing Kain into this world? Retorted Jack. And we all know how women love to get knocked up in order to force the guys to marry them, so they never have to lift a finger. But enough about Bella. Let's talk about literally anything else. Dinner came to an end, and the group got inside Eugenia's hippie van, and they drove back to Kendall. Eugenia insisted on driving. She didn't trust others to drive her party wagon. And Jack settled down to sleep while he rested his head on Kain's shoulder, and Eugenia threw the back seat a pillow that she was sitting at in order to provide Kain some head support. Kain rested his head on the pillow, and he dozed off. And one by one, the friends began to fall asleep till eventually only the driver was awake. Eugenia from time to time would slap her cheeks in order to stay awake. Eugenia reached into the glove compartment to get a quick pick-me-up, and she opened a small little jar that had her cocaine, and she thought of everything that Jack had said, and in the end she chose to throw the metal jar out the window. Eugenia was starting to fall asleep again, and before she knew it, her eyes had closed. And just at the crucial moment, the radio station switched to heavy metal station, and at full volume, the radio began to screech, "Wake up, wake up, wake up! Grab a bush and put on a little makeup. I'm awake, said Eugenia, waking up. We're all awake, sheesh, said Eugenia, and lower the volume on the music. You're going to wake up the babies. Gosh, that song gave me a headache, said Alexia, rubbing his temple. And he added, giggling. Guys, look, Jack and Kain didn't wake up. Jack, feeling alluded to, started snoring. And Eugenia looked with a hit of envy at those two sleeping soundly, and she snuggled up against Bruno in order to continue her nap. Bruno yawned and said, I'm going to make the effort to stay awake, Eugenia, and if you start falling asleep, you can engage me in conversation, or you can just let me drive. Oh, yeah, or you can just let me continue driving, said Eugenia, starting to fall asleep again. And maybe we should just crash in my house if we try to... With this plan, Eugenia drove to her mansion, and when she entered the house sober, her father breathed in a sigh of relief. Eugenia wobbled left and right, following the rhythms of the ocean, and when her head touched her pillow, she immediately fell asleep. Uneasy, the guests went to play hostess, and she guided the visitors to a small, well-furnished guest house. The guest house was two-story, a mid-century modern house. And Bruno and Karina took the top floor master bedroom, and Kain took the adjacent room with a view of the ocean, while Jack and Alexia slept in the bottom floor. Karina slept like a log, and she didn't have any nightmares, though she did wake up once when she heard a low moan, and before curiosity got the better of her, Bruno placed his arm around her waist to draw her deeper into his embrace. And with Karina unable to leave the bed, she settled down to sleep. She set the timer in order to wake up early. She needed to make it home to get changed into her scrub. She started work this Monday, and the morning came and everyone awoke to the smell of fresh bacon. The first person to wake up was Alexia, and he found Ola in the kitchen making breakfast. She was already sporting her doctor's scrub, and she had brought one for her daughter, and slowly others at work until the guests around the booth stood at the breakfast table. Karina informed her mother of everything that she did, and Ola gave her daughter a dream journal, and she wanted her daughter to record everything she did on the days when the nightmares manifest. And hopefully through this means, Ola will be able to pinpoint the trigger for her daughter's night terrors. And once everyone was fed, they crammed into Ola's car, and first Ola dropped off Kain and Jack to their home, and Ola then drove Bruno to his apartment, and from there they dropped off Alexia. And with the driving duties concluded, Ola and Karina were finally able to make it to work on time. Another Monday came, and with it more of the usual. Eugenia changed up her thesis in order to write about Kain's family instead, and her teacher approached the change since the Sanson sounded like a far more amusing family to write about. And Kain began to take photographs of his grandpa's collection, starting with the things that Gen had in his office. "Were my ancestors fond of pizza?" said Kain, holding up a torture device that resembled a pizza cutter. "Don't play with that thing," said Kain, taking the item away. "You're going to get tetanus from this dangerous hunk of metal." Eugenia's wearing a piece of our ancestors, and I'm helping her by taking photos of Dad's little toy, said Kain, showing his camera. "That's cute," said Kain, giving a face smile. "How are things going with Eugenia?" "They are lukewarm," said Kain sadly, "and I want to try to give her an honest chance, but she reminds me of my mother. And whenever I think of my mother, I completely lose my inspiration. Other than that stupid laughter, Eugenia is nothing like your mother," said Gen. "Yes, she is rough around the edges, but nothing that a weekend over the Bettyford clinic won't fix." Gen dug into his clutter of his desk till he found an old Polaroid of Bella, and the mere act of walking towards the table to get a better look at the photograph had Kain hyperventilating. Gen visibly grief hid the Polaroid from sight. "Okay, what are we going to do with you?" said Ken, hugging his nephew. "It's all right, son. It's not your fault." And when his nephew returned to his workstation, Ken called up Unla. Ken reported the latest malfunction of his nephew, and the two talked about the real possibility of putting on Kain on medication. At the end of the conversation, Unla said, "I only prescribe medication as a last resort, and for now, I suggest that he stops drinking caffeine, and I also recommend that he does relaxation breathing exercise once every 2 hours. And do not let him stay past his bedtime. As for his phobia of his mother's visage, I have this idea. Leave it in random places, but do not tell him that it is a photograph of his mother. And once he becomes desensitized to it, tell him that the woman in the photo is Bella." Ken immediately got on that task, and the first thing he did was Photoshop Bella's photo into a missing persons poster. And he mixed them on a bunch of other posters, and then he gave Kain the pointless task of distributing those posters. And at first Kain limited himself to placing those posters in the same block that housed the police station. And today he was feeling particularly cowardly, so much so that he didn't want to cross the street. And he noticed an old lady in a similar predicament, and the two crossed the street together, both quite thankful for each other's company. And Detective Farley, one of the few persons who did any real work in that station, frowned when he saw the Gen's nephew engaging in a pointless busy work. Farley was in his late 40s, he was overweight and already bald, and he had been transferred over to Gen's department because nobody could put up with him, and he spent most of his time either critiquing or investigating his co-workers, and the current target of his espionage/bullying was Kain, Gen's little errand boy. Farley crossed the street and he attempted to strike up a conversation with his colleague. "If you want to know what I do, take it up with my Uncle Gen," said Kain, seeing Farley approaching. "That is not what I wanted to talk to you about," said Farley. "Ebony Face always complains about me," said Kain, "and if you tell me what sweets you like, I can make them for you once a week." "Is that your idea of a bride?" asked Farley, laughing. "You said it, not me," retorted Kain. "Instead of investigating a fellow officer, I suggest you go do some real police work." "I like you, Kain," said Farley. "You seem like an honest chap." Kain reached into his pocket and he turned on his headset, and instead of listening to heavy metal, he listened to ABBA. Unla had suggested to Kain that he change up his music into something relaxing in order to reduce his stress levels. And when Farley attempted to take Kain's headset, Kain ran away from his co-worker. Farley tried to give chase, but he got winded easily. And this day, Farley that day had read the article that Alexia had written up about Kain, and based on this article, Farley felt that his co-worker wasn't mentally stable enough to continue his duty. He went to speak to his co-workers about Kain, and they all had nice things to say about Gen's little errand boy. And the workday came to an end, and Eugenia picked a Kain in order to visit Raphael's storage unit, and following close behind them was Farley. Kain opened the lock and he turned on the lights, and the dusty storage room was covered with boxes and furniture, protected by a sheet of cloth. A rose scurried by, and Eugenia jumped on top of Kain. I haven't been here since my grandpa passed away, said Kain with a degree of trembling in his voice. And do you feel guilty about what happened to him, asked Eugenia? A little. A lot, actually, said Kain. Rationally, I know that it wasn't my fault, but I can't help feeling guilty sometimes. I try to imagine what my life would be like had I followed the path that my grandpa had laid down before me. What did your grandpa want you to do exactly? Did he want you to join the army? Asked Eugenia, holding up a photograph featuring Raphael in his army uniform. He wanted me to be a lawyer or a doctor, said Kain. Those were my only two options. You look a lot like your grandpa when he was young, said Eugenia, looking at Raphael's face intently. Yeah, they tell me that a lot, said Kain, petting the photograph lovingly. My grandpa, he wanted me to be a doctor or a lawyer. He wanted me to be a somebody. Kain removed the cloth that was on top of the largest object, and it was the breaking wheel, also known as the Wheel of Fortune. And depending on the clumsiness of the executioner, death could take hours or even days. After the execution, the bodies were propped up on the wheel to allow for the birds to peck at the remains. Eugenia passed her index fingers around the breaking wheel. It looks like a broken wagon wheel to me. I said the same thing, said Kain, but Grandpa was convinced that this was a genuine breaking wheel, and the priest who sold it to him claimed that this wheel had been used to execute Saint Catherine, and when the saint touched it, the wheel broke into many pieces. I heard from my detective that your grandpa used to torture enemy spies in Guantanamo Bay, said Eugenia. Most of the things they say about my grandpa are things that nobody can prove, retorted Kain, before showcasing the rest of his grandfather's ghastly collection. Kain showed Eugenia the smaller items that included the Pear of Anguish, the Spanish Tickler, the Crocodile Shears, and the Heretic's Fork. Eugenia, overcome by morbid fascination, photographed all of these tools, and she jotted down everything that Kain knew about the subject. The things that people used to do before the invention of television, said Eugenia with a sinister smile painted on her face. Kain looked at the time and he said, it's getting late, and I have to go home and make dinner for my dad and my grandma. Did you get everything you needed? I still haven't photographed Gabriel's noose, said Eugenia. Ah, that's right, I forgot to show you the hangman's noose, said Kain, before opening the floor safe. There, perfectly preserved, was the infamous hangman's noose. Eugenia noticed that this noose had 13 loops instead of the typical 8. Depending on how the noose is placed around your neck is how quickly you kick the bucket. And for a quick death, place the noose around the ears. And if you want to see the poor bastard suffer, place the noose behind the ears. The two left the storage unit after locking up the place, and Farley broke the lock and he entered the place in order to quench his curiosity. He wasn't able to look at much. The lock in the storage unit had a special chip that called the police if it was broken to instead of opened with a key. The cops came and arrested Farley for breaking an entry, and Gen left Farley rotted in the holding cell overnight. The following morning, Gen took Farley into Raphael's storage room to have him investigate to his heart's content. I feel that we got off on the wrong foot, said Gen, smiling benevolently. The time you are spending investigating my nephew is time that you could be spent in doing some actual police work. And I know that your pa got ate by a crooked cop, but if you look for corruption everywhere, then corruption is the only thing you're going to find. I can't argue with our logic, said Farley, extremely deflated. Though what you're doing with your nephew is something that I do not approve of. The kid is clearly crazy, and he shouldn't be allowed to carry a loaded weapon. He could hurt someone or himself. You are not a doctor. You do not have the authority to decide who's crazy and who isn't, hissed Gent. Farley shrank even deeper into himself, and he returned home after officially antagonizing his boss. And his wife advised him to play nice with his co-workers, and he only had a few years left to his retirement. Gent called up Unla to ask how things were progressing with Kain, and Unla said that Rome wasn't built in a day. The boy is at least communicative, and once I finish my preliminary observations, I will provide you with a list of triggers to avoid, said Unla. And are you familiar with the spoon theory? I read an interesting essay about it, and I think it can help you understand your nephew's chronic condition. The word chronic didn't inspire Gen much confidence. Again, read the spoon theory essay. This theory describes how people with chronic illnesses start the day with a set amount of energy, symbolized by spoons, and certain actions consume spoons, and once a person was down to a single spoon, a person had to consider each action wisely. And if a person didn't have enough time to recuperate at home, then they would start the next day with fewer spoons. And she also sent Gen a few articles about ego depletion in order to add to his confusion. And with finding no longer being a bother, Kane's workdays progressed at a leisurely pace, and he managed to drive the patrol car past the green light without suffering a panic attack. And 2 lights was a tall order for now, but he was making some semblance of progress. Karina's first day of work was extremely busy, and she treated her first patients, and she did her first couple of basic procedures. And while eating lunch, she saw one of her co-workers reading a horoscope. Karina almost recommended Irina, but she chose not to, and she was still blaming the psychic for all of her terrible decisions. The following day, Irina showed up at Karina's clinic. Irina was with her youngest ward, Marlene. Marlene had caught an ear infection for swimming so much in the public pool. "You are not going to offer me a psychic reading?" asked Karina dryly. "I know when I lost a customer," said Irina, and she added, "More the pity I didn't warn you against the actions that you were about to take. I would have been more inclined to listen to your warning had you explained to me the consequences of my actions," protested Karina. "You ask too much of a humble psychic. You ask too much of everyone unfortunate enough to cross paths with you, Karina," said Irina. "Now, if you are not going to treat my granddaughter's earache, I will take my business elsewhere." "My apologies," said Karina, switching to work mode. Karina examined the little girl's ear canal, and the ear was inflamed so much that Marlene was practically deaf and in extreme pain. Karina realized that there were limits to Irina's power, and she was so much of a psychic. Why was she able to protect Marlene from an ear infection? Karina applied the first dosage of the medication into Marlene's ear, and while the two waited for it to take effect, she attempted small talk. "My Auntie Barbara, that was a bit on the craft," said Karina. "Fooling around with a Ouija board doesn't count as dabbling in the craft. There's a reason why hospital sells those boards as kids' toys," said Irina. "Like any profession, my craft requires study and practice to master the basics. I do not belittle your job, so do not patronize mine." There was an awkward silence between the two, and during that time Marlene was busy playing her Game Boy. Marlene said, "I never got around to thanking your friend for saving me." "So you're the stupid kid that almost drowned in the pool," said Karina, smiling warmly, and she said, "You almost drowned? Weren't you afraid of getting back into the pool?" "Yes, it was scary at first, but I wasn't about to let the fear of drowning stop me from doing something I enjoy," said Marlene. "The floaties also help," corrected Irina. "And it allows Marlene to have fun in the pool while completely removing the possibility of drowning from the equation." "And you should try the bumper car," suggested Marlene. "Your friend can pretend to drive while removing completely from the equation the possibility that he might crash and burn again." "Had they found the driver that crashed into your friend?" asked Irina. "Uncle Gen was looking for that person for a while, but Kain told her not to waste any more resources on a pointless endeavor," said Karina. "And can you tell me who was the person that crashed into Kain?" Irina brought out her deck of cards, and she shuffled the cards while she focused on a particular question. And she drew the top card from her deck. It was the Wheel of Fortune. This card always manifested whenever she was trying to scribe Kain's future. Irina shuffled the cards again, and this time she drew the card from the middle of the deck, and surprise, surprise, again it was the Wheel of Fortune, and this time in reverse. The card that followed it was the Hangman, and the final card was going to reveal the identity of the culprit. The card showcased the 7 of Pentacles. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. The Lover's Pentacle, chapter 13, 7 of Pentacles. Since the 7 of Pentacles is in reverse, I can tell you that the person who crashed into Kain is currently stagnant in his career. "And he was really hard, but rarely sees results," said Karina, focusing her eyes deep into the Pentacle cards. She could almost make out what the person looked like. "When he is wrong, he refuses to take responsibility for his actions." "Do you see him, Grandma?" asked Marlene, looking at the Pentacle card. "Just his soul. The shape of his body is harder to make out," said Irina, pressing the Pentacle cards close to her face. "It is like trying to make out the face of a person who's underwater, or like trying to guess what a person looks like based on the shape of his shadow. He wears something shiny over his breast pocket. It is kind of oval-shaped with a star in the center. Karina handed Irina the prescription of Marlene's ear medication, and she wrote down in her prescription about everything that Irina had said about the man that had crashed into Kain's car. Karina called Uncle Gen, and she repeated to him everything that the psychic had said. Gen looked at his badge. That was oval-shaped with a star. The psychic's theory was plausible. Police officers always felt unappreciated, and they often cover up their own indiscretion. Gen opened up the case file again. The vehicle that had crashed into Kain was a green Christine, possibly a 1958 Plymouth Fury, or maybe a Savoy or a Belvedere. While Kain's car was completely totaled, the car that crashed into him drove away without so much of a scratch. Because you remember, like, those old cars are practically tanks. Gen said to himself, they don't make vehicles like they used to. Let it be, Uncle Gen, said Kain, noticing what his uncle was looking at. It was an accident. Accidents happen. Capturing the man who crashed into me is not going to change anything. I don't know, Kain. If criminals don't get punished or even caught, it will inspire others to engage in criminal activities. And did you even manage to get a good look at the guy who crashed into you? Asked Gen. His car had tinted windows, said Kain. Oh, that narrows it down, said Kain, Gen giving a sly mouth. Plymouth Furies don't usually come with tinted windows. Kain took the file from his uncle in order to personally archive it. He didn't want to hear any more about his accident. He returned to his desk to catch up on his paperwork, and when he got bored of that task, he felt like going on patrol. It was then when he noticed Siddhanta returning to his workstation with a drunk tourist he had arrested for disorderly conduct. Kain came out to Siddhanta and he asked to go on patrol with him. Siddhanta sat on the passenger side. And where are we headed? Asked Kain, nervous about a patrol car. To Hialeah's Westland Mall, said Siddhanta. Are you going to do a little shopping? Asked Kain. Unlike you, I do not fool around, said Siddhanta. Now drive. Okay, said Kain, regretting all of his life decision. Kain drove just fine as long as all of the lights were green, and when he got into a Palmetto Expressway, he breathed a sigh of relief. So far, he had managed to avoid the trigger for his panic attack, and when he got off the expressway, he reached his first red light. When the light turned green, he began to feel heart palpitation, and these were initial symptoms of his panic attack. He closed his eyes and he did his breathing exercise, and the time that it took him to calm down was enough for the light to turn red again. Siddhanta left the passenger seat to trade places with Kain, and with Siddhanta driving, the two were finally able to enter the mall. Siddhanta parked his car and he started to circle around the city to scope out all of the entry points. Kain, bored and curious, tagged along to see what was the problem. I want you to enter the restaurant, instructed Siddhanta, and I want you to keep an eye on the waiter by the name of Jeremy. Observe and report everything that you see. It won't be much of a stealth mission with me in this uniform, commented Kain. Siddhanta dug from the trunk of his car a hoodie. Kain removed his work uniform shirt and he changed into the hoodie. And as he entered the restaurant to keep an eye on Jeremy. The so-called Jeremy was a lanky youth that almost resembled a teenager. His face was awfully pretty, too pretty for a man, and oftentimes Jeremy would be mistaken for a woman. His expressive black eyes had a feral quality about them, almost as if he was expecting to get ambushed at any moment. Jeremy was picking up the dirty dishes and washing them, and on the first day of the stakeout, nothing happened. The two repeated the stakeout the following day, and on a particularly busy Wednesday, Jeremy dropped a plate and he broke it. The manager in a fury went to yell his ear off, and he yanked Jeremy by the elbow before taking him out of sight and out of mind of the customers. Since this blatant bullying didn't sit right with Kain, he left his seat in order to enter the kitchen. Do you mind explaining to me what you're doing to that man? Said Kain, entering the kitchen. He walked in time to see the manager about to smash Jeremy with a plate. Mind your own business, hissed the manager. What you are doing is my business, said Kain, taking out his police officer badge from his pocket. You are under arrest for assault with a deadly weapon. Officer, come on, it is just a plate. You can't kill a person with a plate, said the manager, giggling. Let me buy you a meal so we can put this behind us. Drop the plate, dirtbag, yelled Siddhanta, entering the back room. And Siddhanta had his gun on his hand while he waited for an excuse to pop a casket on the manager who was assaulting his employee. The manager lowered the plate slowly, and he accepted the handcuffs that Kain was offering. Kain collected the plate as evidence, and he placed it inside a paper bag. He took photos of the crime scene, and he took the testimony of the victim, and he also photographed Jeremy's arm. The two returned to the station with the pair refusing to use his right to remain silent. I arrested someone today, said Kain, reporting his activities to his uncle. I don't think a plate counts as a deadly weapon, though based on the evidence we might be able to pin him for aggravated assault, said Kain after listening to the entire tirade. Tell me one thing, Kain. How did you end up witnessing this crime? Sidanta told me to keep an eye on Jeremy. He was suspecting that the manager was bullying his little brother, and today we caught him in the act. And you should have been there, Uncle. The guy went uber mental just because the king broke a plate, explained Kain. People with short fuses shouldn't be in charge of anything, retorted Gent. The following day, Gent went into his office and he found a strange animal on top of his desk. Then reached for his gun with the intention of shooting the giant rodent. And before he did, the giant rat meow. Meow. Like he saw one of those hairless cats. Gent rubbing his temple, commented, "That is the ugliest cat I have ever seen." Thibault, Thibault, said a voice passing by the office. Gent approached the Sphinx cat cautiously. The cat hissed as a warning, and despite the hissing, the cat allowed Gent to pick him up. Gent looked at the collar of the cat, and it had a peculiar oval tag, and instead of a name, it had the picture of an eagle with a cubic zirconian star in the background. On the other side of the tag, the name Thibault was written. I take it this is your cat, said Gent, handing Jeremy his cat. This isn't a place for children to be roaming about. What about those children? Said Jeremy, pointing to a bunch of high schoolers running the police department. They are on a field trip, retorted Gent, and you should return to the group, and you don't want to be left behind. I'm not with them, I am not a child, protested Jeremy, and he reached into his pocket to showcase his driver's license. I have seen better fake IDs before, said Gent. I am keeping it. I wish you wouldn't, said Jeremy, petting his cat nervously. I needed to get around. Before the situation got even more complicated, Sidanta entered the station and he cleared up the misunderstanding. Gent noticed that Sidanta and Jeremy had the same last name, so Gent assumed that the two were brothers. And the way Sidanta had been so overprotective of his little brother Jeremy spoke to Gent on a personal level. Every once in a while, me and some of my co-workers get together to go hunting. You are welcome to join us, said Gent. What are we hunting, asked Sidanta? Pythons. They are ruining the Everglades, and the scientists pay big bucks for us to make a dent on their ever-increasing population, said Gent. The hunting season for this critter is starting this August 15. Do you have a hunting license? I do, but not Jeremy, said Sidanta. He's a bit clumsy with guns, but if you give him a knife, he can easily gut you like a pig. That's good, he can process our kills, said Gent, slapping Jeremy in the shoulder in a friendly fashion. Ow, protested Jeremy. Sorry, my bad, said Gent, giggling. I need to remember that your little brother is fragile. I'm not fragile, it's just that this was the arm that the manager yanked too hard, said Jeremy, removing the part of the jacket to showcase the damage. Gent saw the large purple bruise just over the short elbow and he frowned. Gent went through his thought of his little brother. Jack was always being bullied in school, and this was a big reason why he jumped at the first opportunity to leave school to become a big rock star. Gent, completely consumed by such thoughts, asked Jeremy, "How is work going?" "I left it," said Jeremy. "Too many bad memories?" asked Gent sadly. "No, my boss was granted bond and he was let out of prison, and he's been allowed to continue with his life while he waits to be put on trial," explained Jeremy. "The way things are going, he's probably going to be found innocent of assault." This country," said Gent, rubbing his temple. "What are you going to do about a job?" "I don't know," said Jeremy, cuddling with the cat. Parallel to these events, Bruno was telling Karina about his newest client. He was representing a man who was wrongfully accused of assault with a deadly weapon. The two were having lunch in Starbucks that was near the hospital that was employing Karina. "Can you believe it, Karina? A plate is a deadly weapon," scoffed Bruno. "I'm going to have to be careful the next time I pick up a plate," said Karina, laughing. "It is amazing the stupid reason why people get sent to jail these days," commented Bruno with a sly smile painted on his face. "How long do you think it's going to take for you to close the deal?" asked Karina. "I demanded a speedy trial," said Bruno. "With such a simple case, I can have everything wrapped up in less than 10 days, maybe sooner. I'm currently negotiating for a plea bargain, and if everything goes according to plan, my client will get charged for disorderly conduct instead of assault with a deadly weapon. And with this in mind, Bruno persuaded his client to agree to a plea bargain. His client admitted to shoving his employee, and the way that Bruno saw the story was that the manager was frustrated by the clumsiness of his employee, who couldn't even handle the simple task of carrying a plate to the sink. Bruno's client, after feigning remorse, was able to avoid going to jail, and instead he had to pay $1,000 fine, and he was instructed to do 30 hours of community service. The weekend came, and those who wanted to take part in the python hunting expedition gathered in Gen's house. And the ones in attendance were Gen, Jack, Kyle, Kain, Bruno, Jeremy, Sedanta, Farley, and a couple of other men from the station. More than hunting pythons, they were going to drink and engage in male bonding. And while the boys were busy playing in the woods, Karina, Eugenia, Unla, Stacy, and the girls were visiting the Lapis Spa at the Fontainebleau Hotel. Esther was babysitting Stacy's children in order to give the woman a chance to decompress. And this was the first time Eugenia interacted with Stacy. Stacy was a blonde, chubby maiden with expressive green eyes and a body covered in freckles, and whenever she was meeting new people, she became quiet as a mouse. Stacy felt a little stressed about allowing Eugenia to pay for her spa day, and once the masseuse got started with the harmonizing massages, all of the stress of the stay-at-home mother quickly dissipated. After the massage, the girls went to get the triple cleanse of facial, followed by the hair nourishment scalp ritual, and the next part of the journey of relaxation started in the Essence mineral pool. And while the girls were roosting there, Stacy couldn't help but laugh while thinking of her husband trotting about the disgusting Everglades. Guests got a ride to the Everglades Flamenco camping ground, and came Bruno, Alessia, and Jack carpool with Uncle Glenn, and they were sitting comfortably in Gen's minivan, and Jermaine Sedanta showed up in their 1970s Chopper Harley motorcycle, and then the others arrived. The guys got a good kick out of Sedanta's cool motorcycle, and some even took photos while pretending to ride the chopper. And are we really going to hunt pythons, Kain? Asked Alessia worried. And what's the matter? Are you afraid of a little snake? Asked Gen laughing. Pythons can grow 15 feet long, said Alessia, spewing out all of the research, everything he had researched. And they have been known to eat entire crocodiles and deers. Are we really going to hunt that? Seriously? Look, sissy boy, said Farley, if you aren't man enough to play with the big boys, you could have just gone to the spa day with the rest of the women. Farley, you're walking on thin ice, warned Gen. You have to forgive me, Gen, but I'm the type of man that likes to tell it how it is, said Farley. And I'm the type of man that punishes those who insult others, said Gen, getting into his boxing stand. It's a free country. I can say whatever I want, retorted Farley, giving up to fight his boss. Actually, you can't say whatever you want, said Bruno. Freedom of speech only protects you from government censorship. But Gen and Farley are police officers, so technically they cannot censor each other's words, retorted Alessia. Alessia and Bruno began to debate on the strength and limit of the First Amendment, and their legalism ramblings helped diffuse the situation. The men unpacked the tents, guns, and picnic supplies, and they went to the campground they had rented. And following behind Farley was his 14-year-old son, Oswald. Oswald was a blonde with angelic blue eyes, and he was a little on the portly side, which was part of the reason why Farley had dragged his son to the middle of the woods. Oswald had no friends, and due to his job, Farley had uprooted his family 5 times already. Farley hoped Oswald would make friends with Kyle, Gen's son. Kyle had inherited the same icy temperament of his mother, and he had black hair and emerald green eyes, and since Gen kept his son active, Kyle was fit, though he appeared weak due to his short stature. Kyle was a late bloomer with a face that still retained all of his childish charms. I finished the lyrics that you wanted me to write, Uncle Jack, said Kyle, handing his homework. That's a lot of curse words, said Jack, raising an eyebrow. Are the kids bothering you again, Kyle? School doesn't start for another week, retorted Kyle. So soon. And they keep making school years longer and longer, commented Jack. I don't even know why, said Kyle. It's not as if I'm learning anything useful. The party chit-chatted the other recent camping grounds, and when they arrived, Gen said, we're going to divide into teams. Each team will be in charge of carrying out a specific task, and once they are done, we will rendezvous at the base camp at 1300 hours. Kyle, I want you to go with the new kids to scout ahead, and see if you can find a python for us to shoot at, and while you're at it, bring back some firewood. Kyle went into the woods with a very nervous Oswald and an extremely bored Jeremy. Oswald relaxed when he noticed that there was an adult tagging along. Kain was the designated chaperone of the children, and Jeremy was carrying a backpack. Oswald giggled when he noticed that Jeremy was lugging about his pet cat. "Aren't you worried that a python is going to eat your cat?" asked Oswald. "Tybalt is a fierce predator," said Jeremy, stating a fact. "I once saw him tackle on a pit bull to protect a toddler." "Wow, that's very gutsy," said Kyle, coming over to look into the backpack. Jeremy brought out his cat from within the backpack, and he placed a leash on his cat and began to walk Tybalt as if it was a dog. And while the younglings were amused in the pointless task of gathering firewood, the adults were pitching the tent and they were doing the final inspection of the rifles. Bruno and Farley went to scout the shores in search of a good fishing spot, while the other fellows were getting a small fishing boat into the water. Jack was busy fastidiously cleaning the individual pieces of the rifle before assembling them. The only person not doing much of anything was Alexia, though he was taking photographs of what everyone else was doing. "Can you take a photo of me holding a rifle?" asked Alexia, holding up a Marlin 1895 rifle. "I was under the impression that you were a Democrat," said Jack, looking up from his work. "I may be a Democrat, but I believe in the Second Amendment," said Alexia. "Responsible gun owners shouldn't be punished because of a couple of bad parents who weren't able to keep their guns away from their children. In Japan, all guns are outlawed, and it hasn't done much to keep the murder rate from dropping. Though now, instead of getting killed by a gun, you get stabbed to death by katana-wielding yakuzas. Gang members prefer to use knives instead of a gun when killing people they find disagreeable," said Jack, contributing to the conversation. "Why is that?" asked Alexia. "Because knife wounds are more painful," said Jack ominously. "Bunch of savages," said Siddhanta. "We aren't really hunting pythons, are we?" "That is just something my brother tells the newbie," said Jack. "This camp might be safe, but we have seen pythons at least once before." Kane's party finished gathering the firewood, and on their way back to camp, Tybalt stopped and he began to emit a low-pitched meow. Jeremy pushed the children back and he brought out a knife he carried in his person everywhere he went. And Kane brought out his revolver and he looked in the direction that the cat was hyper-focused on. The cat stopped meowing and he got into his hunting stand, and from the bushes emerged a Florida panther. Oswald's first instinct was to run away, and Kyle caught his arms around the youth to keep him from running. As Kyle explained, if you turn your back on a panther, you're going to trigger his predatory instinct. It is safer to stand your ground and show him that you're not afraid. "But I am afraid, Kyle," said Oswald, cowering behind the much smaller child. Tybalt charged at the panther, and then the sudden sprint of the tiny cat startled the panther so much that it ran away, and with the Florida panther gone, all breathed in a sigh of relief. Tybalt returned to Jeremy's side and he began to rub against his leg. Jeremy picked up his cat and he placed Tybalt back inside his comfortable backpack. "Wow, that was crazy," said Kyle, jumping with excitement. "Can you believe it?" said Oswald, also impressed by the cat's pluckiness. The two rats proceeded to interrogate Jeremy about everything Tybalt, and when the party returned, Ken and Farley were happy to know that how quick friends the children had become. Oswald ran to his stand and he told him everything that happened, and the tale was far too far-fetched that none of the adults believed it, even with Kane providing eyewitness testimony. And once they delivered the firewood, Jeremy settled down to drink a soda, and he also brought out a bowl of spring water for his cat. Jeremy handed a cat one for Oswald to play with Tybalt, and Oswald sat down on the floor, and together with Kyle, they played with the cat for half an hour. Alright, so that's the end of the hunting trip for now. Bye-bye and God bless. The Lover's Pentacle, Chapter 14, 8 of Cups. "I wasn't too certain about bringing the cat along, but it serves as a good distraction for the kids," said Gent. "Do you have any canine units in your police force?" asked Oswald. "Our canine had to be retired," said Gent. "He was put down," asked Oswald sadly. "By retired I mean retired," said Gent. "Marmalade lives at home with me, and he keeps the girls company when I'm not at home. I have been meaning to train his replacement, but I haven't gotten the chance to get around to it. Things keep coming up." Oswald giggled hearing the name Marmalade. Cal picked up 2 fishing rods, and then he said to Oswald, "Time to fish for pythons." "Isn't that dangerous?" asked Oswald, worried. "That's the point, isn't it?" retorted Kyle, teasing Oswald. Oswald had never fished before, but he was enjoying the company, and since Kyle was short, Oswald didn't feel intimidated. Ken gathered some twigs, and then he rubbed them together till he formed a small fire. He blew on it until it started to glow, and he floated at it more keenly, and soon they had a respectable cooking fire. T-Ball turned to stare at the fire as if hypnotized by it, like T-Ball is the cat. His tail wagged to illustrate his amusement. The arrows rolled at a leisurely pace, all caught up in the relaxing Argos atmosphere. Some of the men, including Kain, went to hunt. Kain saw a delicious-looking marsh rabbit, and he took aim, and then he fired. It was a clean kill. A bullet right through the skull of the poor, sweet, delicious little bunny. Perfect shot as always, Kain, said Gen proudly. Grandpa taught me well, said Kain shyly. Look, there goes a chicken. Shoot it, Kain, said Gen, pointing at a new target. We can eat chicken at home, Uncle, protested Kain, lowering the rifle. Ah, you're no fun, said Gen. Sidante took him at the chicken and he missed. The chicken, extremely frightened by the noise, fled in terror. Kain picked up the dead bunny and he placed it inside his satchel. It was then when he noticed a bush covered in muscadine grapes. The hunting party was only able to kill 3 unfortunate bunnies, and they had better luck collecting wild berries. Bruno fished 5 basses and a couple of mullets, and while the food was getting cooked, the men began to gossip about their romantic conquest or they complained about their wives. So tell me, little Jeremy, are you seeing anyone? Asked Kent. It is hard to see anyone when you spend all of your time working in the kitchen, retorted Jeremy. What skills do you have as a worker? Asked Kent. Is this a job interview? Asked Jeremy. It could be if you wanted to, said Kent. I suppose a job would give me something to do with it as a word, said Jeremy. Originally we were both going to be cops, but I failed to pass the physical. And like Sidanta already said, my marksmanship is all over the place. Maybe you need glasses, suggested Gent. Or a better gun, said Kain. Police officers normally use Glocks, but I prefer my grandpa's revolver. Kain handed Jeremy his Colt Python. Kain had inherited this gun from his grandpa, and it was the first gun Kain had ever fired. This Colt Python had been modified by the original owner, and it was 8 ounces lighter than the average Colt Python. Kain placed on empty beer bottles to act as target, and Kain handed the gun to Jeremy, and he instructed him to shoot. Jeremy took aim, and he missed again and again. Cal borrowed Kain's gun, and he shot all targets without missing one. Cal handed the gun to Oswald, and in order to fit in, Oswald participated in the target practice. The last person to shoot was Alexia, and much to everyone's surprise, he was a perfect marksman. Alexia giggling opened his purse to show the boys the type of heat he was packing. All happy campers rendezvoused around the campfire, and with the setting sun, the mosquitoes began to await in search of blood. Parallel to these events, the maiden had ended their spa day, and just when Stacy was the most relaxed, she began to wonder if her son Kyle had packed his EpiPen. Stacy called up her husband, but his cell phone didn't have a signal in the camping ground. I'm going to check out early, said Stacy, worried. They're fine. The girls are fine, said Unla. I'm worried about my son, hissed Stacy. He always forgets his EpiPen. If your husband knows that maybe he took the EpiPen with him, said Unla, trying to comfort the worried Stacy. Yes, maybe, probably. I'm just worrying myself over nothing, said Stacy, laughing nervously. And where to now? What is the plan? They made described themselves inside Eugena's party wagon, and she had prepared a special surprise for Stacy's birthday, and before they arrived to the venue, Karina insisted that Stacy be blindfolded, and those who could see had to hold in their mirth. And the maidens pushed Stacy out of a flight of stairs. They took a left, a right, they bumped into a couple of people, and they set the maiden on a chair. When the blindfold was removed, all assembled yelled, "Surprise!" And boy was Stacy surprised by what she saw. Back in Camp Flamingo, the guys were telling stories around the campfire, and the boys in the meantime were burning marshmallows. At a certain point, the men began to ask Bruno for legal advice, and in order to brag, Bruno mentioned his most recent case, and when he concluded his tirade, he noticed that the officers surrounding him looked extremely hostile. But the man was guilty, he said, and I was there. He attacked Jeremy. A lawyer only knows what his client tells him, retorted Bruno. And even without my intervention, the prosecutor's case was held together by circumstantial evidence brought forth by the brother of the victim, and Jeremy's co-workers threw him under the bus because they need their job. Sedanta furious began to scream Bruno's ear out, and Jeremy, growing weary of Sedanta screeching like a pickup, said, "And now, Sedanta, this is all your fault for pressuring me into getting a job that I didn't want." "I can't carry the house bills all by myself, Jeremy," protested Sedanta. "It is your fault for buying a house you can't afford, and I was fine living in inefficiency," said Jeremy. The two began to bicker about money like an old married couple, and Jeremy, tired of arguing, left in a huff to wander about in the Everglades in the middle of the night. Sedanta, embarrassed, entered his tent in order to sulk. He had made a scene in front of his new friend, so he didn't want to be seen. Bruno entered Sedanta's tent, and he found the guy hiding inside his sleeping bag. "I'm sorry, this is all my fault," said Bruno apologetically, and he added after bringing out a card, If you are ever in any legal trouble, I will be more than happy to give you a freebie." "It's fine, don't worry about it," said Sedanta, not bothering to come out of his hiding spot. "Jeremy was probably going to quit sooner or later. He doesn't do well with people." "It is hard to do well with others when you are a magnet for bullies," said Kain, contributing to the conversation. "I'm going to look for Jeremy. Do you want to come with me?" "Nah, don't bother. Jeremy can take care of himself," said Sedanta, hiding deeper into his sleeping bag. "Unlike me, he has a great sense of direction." "Your brother doesn't know these woods. He could get lost," insisted Kain. "I can't face him when he's this angry," said Sedanta. "I was hoping that his stupid cat would mellow him out, but Tiba just made things worse." "Moving to a new house always creates tension," said Gen, mentoring his underling. "I think it will help if we start calling Tiba his stupid cat," said Farley, offering his own unsolicited advice. "But Tiba is Jeremy's cat," said Sedanta, peering out of his hiding spot. "Tiba hisses every time I try to touch him, and at night Tiba always falls asleep on top of my face. And you see this scar on my nose? It was the stupid cat, and I can't walk 5 steps without that stupid cat ambushing my feet. The cat hates me, and I hate it because it hates me." Tiba passed by the tent and it rubbed against Kane's back, and the cat was such an ugly cupcake that Kane had a hard time believing Sedanta's story. Kane picked up the cat and he went to look for Jeremy, and in order to keep his nephew from getting lost, Kane tied a lifeline around his waist, and even without the flashlight, Kane was barely able to see 5 steps in front of him. Tiba began to shift uncomfortably in Kane's arms, and in spite of his best effort, the stupid cat ran away, and at moments like this, Kane was regretting all of his life's choices. Yeah, 'cause the cat ran away in the middle of dark woods in the middle of the Everglades where there be pythons, and then where the hell did the cat go? "Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Psst, psst. Come back, T-Ball," said Kane, shifting around on the floor looking for the cat. Kane heard a low meow, and he crawled through the darkness looking for the source of the meowing, and he found the source inside a hole underneath a tree. He dug his hand into the hole, and instead of T-Ball, Kane pulled out a panther kitten. The moment he picked up the panther kitten, Kane heard the panther mother growling. Kane placed the kitten down, and with a trembling hand, he held up his gun. With the flashlight, he tried to find the panther mother, but he couldn't see her. The bushes began to rustle around him, and Kane, turning around, attempted to shoot towards the bushes he saw moving. The gun didn't fire because he forgot to remove the safety, and in his panic state, Kane imagined that the gun was malfunctioning. He ran away from the unknown creature that was pursuing him, and he bumped into Jeremy, and he yelled, thinking that he had gotten attacked by the panther. "Grandpa, help!" yelled Kane, covering his face. "Kane, why are you yelling?" asked Jeremy, placing his thin hand on Kane's shoulder. "Jeremy, we gotta run. The panther's after me," said Kane, taking in deep breaths, and he felt the lifeline around him becoming heavier. "But you told us not to run away from the panther," reasoned Jeremy. "I know what I said, Jeremy," said Kane with a hysterical pitch to his voice, "but I pissed off the panther, and now she wants to kill me. Grandpa, I want my grandpa." Before Kane could say more, he was overcome by a crying fit, and he called up in a fetus position, waiting for his grandpa or the panther to come find him. Jeremy took the gun, and he coolly faced the darkness. There was something indeed stalking Kane, but it wasn't a panther. Jeremy narrowed his eyes, and he removed the safety, and he took aim, and then he shot something only his eyes were able to see. The noise stopped as soon as he fired the gun, and at the sound of the gun, Kane left his seat. He took the flashlight, and he began to follow the lifeline, and he found Jeremy walking back with Kane. Kane had his face buried in his hand while he sobbed uncontrollably, and his arms and knees were all covered in scratches caused by his mad dash to the woods. The panther got to him, explained Jeremy, and I shot something in the darkness. I do not know what it was, but it stopped chasing us. We will deal with it in the morning, said Kain, guiding the two young men back to camp. I'm sorry I caused so much trouble, said Jeremy apologetically. Don't worry about it, said Kain, petting Jeremy's thin shoulder. The next time you get in a fight with your brother, please don't wander off. Kain brought out from his knapsack a first aid kit, and he treated Kain's wound. Jeremy apologized to the camper for all of the trouble he caused, and then he began to look for his cat. Kain didn't have the heart to tell him that he had lost T-Ball. Jeremy reached into his knapsack and he brought out T-Ball's favorite food, anchovy. Jeremy took the can and he began to fan it in all directions in order to lure the cat back to camp. He said this, like fanning the scent of the anchovy. When that didn't work, Jeremy just left the can open and he sat down to wait for the cat to return of his own accord. He always comes back, said Jeremy, and I have his favorite meal and he won't be able to resist temptation forever. Your cat's expensive food is another reason why you have to get a day job, retorted Siddhanta, coming out of his hiding spot. Let's not start this again, hissed Jeremy. Siddhanta went to sit down beside Jeremy, and Jeremy brought out his pocket knife as a threat display. Siddhanta, taking the hint, went to sit away from Jeremy, and the bad moment eventually passed, though it was a pity that the cat was still missing. To kill some time, the men began to share spooky stories, and the kids were already inside their tents, for it was past their bedtime, and Cal slept like a log while Oswald kept waking up at the slightest sound. Oswald was eventually able to consolidate his sleep when his father Farley got inside the tent. Farley patted his son's back till the lad finally fell into a deep slumber. He said, everything's fine, son, everything's fine. Parallel to this event, Stacy was looking upon the big surprise right in front of the face. Was the biggest member she had ever laid eyes upon, and the speedo didn't do much to mask it. Rather, it perfectly delineated its flaccid features. The music grew, and the performance began to dance seductively around the birthday girl. Stacy laughed nervously, and she covered her face while wishing for the earth to swallow her whole, and her face turned as red as a tomato while her terrible friends kept taking pictures of this embarrassing moment. When it was finally over, Stacy breathed in a sigh of relief. Wasn't that fun? Asked Eugenia, giggling. If you embarrass me like that again, I will kill you, whispered Stacy, dropping her mask. What? I can't hear you, said Eugenia, coming closer. That was a little too wild for my taste, like Stacy forcing a fake smile. Do you want another lap dance? Asked Eugenia. My treat. Oh, God, no, said Stacy, laughing nervously. The awkward moment passed. The men began to flock around the younger maidens like Karina, Eugenia, and Dorothy, who was finally old enough to party with her big sister. And keeping an eye on Dorothy was her mother, Eunice. This wasn't her type of venue, still she had found it amusing to see Stacy extremely embarrassed. Eunice was suddenly distracted from her maternal duties by Eugenia, who asked her stepmother to dance. Why didn't Dad go to the camping trip with the boys? Asked Eugenia. Your father doesn't like to socialize with people he hasn't fully investigated, guessed Eunice. He's so paranoid, said Eugenia, laughing. He has his reasons, said Eunice. Since he was born poor, he knows how the proletarian thinks. And speaking of peasants, how is your new boyfriend working for you? I see you spending a lot of time with him. Calling Kain my boyfriend is a bit of a stretch, Mom, said Eugenia. Eunice smiled happily, and it wasn't often that Eugenia called her Mom. And I tried to sleep with him when he was sober, and regardless of my best effort, he wasn't remotely inspired, if you catch my drift. Men cannot fake it like women do, and if they are not into you, nothing you do will be able to get a rise out of them, said Eunice, who was more experienced. Though in your case, I think the problem was that you tried to seduce him while he was in mourning. That was a very insensitive thing for you to do, Eugenia, and I'm surprised that you two are still in speaking terms considering all the trouble you have caused him. Other than his body, what else do you like about Kain? I like the way he cooks, I like dancing with him, and I like that he isn't constantly pressuring me for sex. But that is also kind of the reason why I despise him, said Eugenia, frowning. So he respects you and he treats you like a person. Why don't you like that, Eugenia? Asked Eunice, putting things in perspective for her stepdaughter. Mother and daughter spent the rest of the night overanalyzing Kain like he was a product, and back in the Everglades the others were starting to go to bed, and Kain was by now extremely mellowed out and he was taking comfort in the brain massage that his father was giving him with his cold, long, delicate fingers. And at a certain point, Kain asked, "Dad, did you ever get around to looking inside the box I gave you?" "I didn't want to open it without you," lied Jack. The truth was that he had completely forgotten all about it. "What box?" Now I'm curious again. "Kain had a little tiny castle buried in the backyard at our original house," said Jack, "and we should all get together and look inside." "Okay," said Kain, Johnny, "and I think I've fed the mosquitoes enough. Good night, Dad." The last person to go to bed was Ken, and he was keeping vigil over everyone's sleep, and Farley, who had the bladder the size of a walnut, awoke close to midnight, and he released Ken to his night watch duty. And just when Farley was starting to fall asleep, he saw Tiba returning to camp. And Tiba had something in his mouth, and the cat flung that object at Farley. Farley screamed when he noticed that the cat had thrown him a live snake. Like, the snake was still alive, the cat threw him a living, breathing snake. It was thankfully a non-venomous baby python. Tybalt ate his food before getting inside his carry bag, and Farley took the chance to close the bag to keep the cat from running away again. Farley took the bag with the cat and he placed it over his lap, and he figured that if there was any danger, the cat was probably going to hiss or something. He dug his hand into the bag in order to pet Tybalt a little, and the soothing purring of the cat eventually lulled Farley to sleep. And when everyone finally dormant, Alessia took that chance to make his move. He visited Jeremy's den and he poked the light till Jeremy awoke, and Alessia whispered, "Jeremy, your face is identical to that of a woman. Were you born that way, or did you get a plastic surgery?" "I was born this way," said Jeremy, "and Siddhanta says that I resemble Queen Nefertiti." "Have you ever slept with a man?" asked Alessia. "No, and you can't prove that I sleep with the same man more than 5 times a week," said Jeremy, being evasive. "Oh, you have a boyfriend. I'm sorry for coming on to you. And why did you bring him over?" asked Alessia, lying down beside Jeremy. "I couldn't get him to come out of the closet, and he practically lives there," retorted Jeremy. And he yawned and he turned his back to Alessia, and he immediately fell asleep again. Alessia entered Siddhanta's tent, and Siddhanta extremely hostile kicked Alessia out as soon as he showed his face. For his final stop, Alessia tried his luck with Kain. "Is sleeping with you a requirement to be your friend?" asked Kain after hearing Alessia's indecent proposal. "Yes, if you don't sleep with me, I won't hang out with you anymore," said Alessia's lost demon. "You sound just like Karina," said Kain, narrowing his eyes, and she too began to require that I sleep with her in order to maintain our friendship. And whenever a man broke up with her, it fell on me to lick her wounds, and she always left me as soon as I knew I piqued her interest. "You're such a beautiful man, and why do you put up with that?" asked Alessia, shocked. "Because Karina always comes back, and even when she's with another, she's always there for me," said Kain. "And every other woman I have ever dated always leaves me, but Karina, she cares about me, and she's always trying to help me. And even when she hurts me, she does so with my best interest in mind." "You sound just like my mother," said Alessia, "and my mom was always making excuses for my drunk and abusive father. Kain, you need to break free of that abusive relationship." "Are you insane, Alessia?" "The stupid things you say. Karina is neither a drunkard nor an abuser," said Kain, laughing, and then he added, turning seriously, "Whenever people attack me, Karina's always there to defend me, and when I get hurt, she heals me. And when I'm sad, she plays with me to help me forget my woes. Karina is always trying to include me in her activity, and Karina stayed while the rest of you left just because I didn't go to college." Alessia gave a slight smile, and he took Kain's hand, and then he said, "I promise to stay with you forever if you become mine and mine alone." "You are as shallow as other women who came before, and if I wasn't beautiful, you wouldn't even be bothering to talk to me," said Kain, leaving his sleeping bag. Kain left the tent and he went to sleep beside his father Jack, and Jack opened his sleeping bag to allow for his son to roost there beside him, and he was rather happy not to be sleeping alone anymore. And Jack petted the lovely strands of his son's hair, and he was surprised that someone as beautiful had come out of an ugly duckling such as himself. "And if I had your face and your body, I would fuck every shit that brushed up against me," said Jack, resting his head against Kain's strong shoulder. "Eugenia's going to leave me soon, and I wasn't able to rise to the challenge because I was in a foul mood, and she's probably been telling the 4 winds that I'm a closet case," said Kain. "And that I tell these people that I'm hurting, and their first instinct is to seduce me." Well, Kain, it is common for men and women your age to use sex as a coping mechanism, and when you say I'm sad, what they hear is make love to me, explained Jack. Mary has never cured me of my woes, said Kain, yawning. Your girlfriend must not be doing it right, son, said Jack, giggling. Yeah, probably, said Kain, falling asleep. The following morning came awoke to the smell of bacon and eggs, and when he left his tent, he was surprised to see that the man taking photos of a large dead python. On his forehead, he had the bullet that Jeremy had fired in almost absolute darkness. Even if it was a so-called lucky shot, it was still an impressive accomplishment. With the python photo shoot out of the way, Ken went with the boys and the young men to an airboat tour of the mangroves. The party saw gators, a herd of dugongs, and they visited the fishing grounds of baby bull sharks. And for the next activity, Farley suggested that they go biking. Ken stayed behind with Jeremy, and nobody had ever bothered to teach Ken how to ride a bicycle. That explained why he only goes jogging, said Ken, while lazily riding his bike at the same speed as Jack. Has Ken always been like this? Asked Jack. Has he always been like what, Jackie? Asked Ken. I don't know, something about him is not normal, said Jack, worried. Define normal, said Ken. Touché, brother, said Jack, agreeing with his gent. Back in camp, Jeremy was showing Ken his sweet motorcycle. Ken sat on it, and he imagined what it would be like to be riding it. And to remove the guessing work, Jeremy allowed Ken to sit on the sidecar. Jeremy drove around the parking lot for a bit to give Ken a general feel of what it was like to ride a motorcycle. Other boy men that had stayed behind also asked to ride on the sidecar, and Bruno, on the other hand, insisted on driving the genuine article. If you crash it, you're paying for it, said Jeremy. Fair enough, said Bruno, sitting on the bike. And Bruno got a feel for the control, and after accelerating once, the bike left him behind. Jeremy said dryly, you scratched the paint, that will be $500. That's much for a little scratch, said Bruno, licking his index finger before trying to remove the black scratches. Surely $80 will be more than enough to fix it. It is a custom paint job and you ruined them. And if you don't have the money to pay for it, I am going to need your insurance information. Despite Bruno's bad effort, he wasn't able to convince Jimmy to accept the $80 for the scratch paint job. And Bruno gradually forked over $800 for the custom paint job, and he got charged an extra $300 for being such an immature about the accident. Alright, so that's the end of that chapter. The Lover's Pentacles, chapter 15, is Strength. The first thing that Ken did when he returned home was open. The camping trip came to an end without any further incident. The first thing that Ken did when he returned home was to open the time capsule with Jack, Ken, and Esther. The time capsule was a thin lunchbox featuring the Muppets. Ken never cared for the Muppets, but his mother only allowed him to see educational shows. Inside the box, there were some water-soaked letters, and based on the handwriting, the letters had been penned by Ken's mother, Bella. The other letters had an unfamiliar handwriting. Jack looked through the envelopes in search of anything of value, and he smiled when he found an envelope with $10,000. And for the correspondence, they were promptly thrown into the garbage can. The final object of interest was Bella's jewelry box. The box was filled with all expensive jewelry that Bella had bought with Jack's credit card. So you hit your mother's nest egg, and that is why she went ballistic, said Jack thoughtfully. Pretty much, said Kain. Mother was going to run away with her lover, but she didn't want to start over without a penny to her name. So I hid her nest egg, and I destroyed her favorite dress. Everything went according to plan, except for the part where she nearly killed me. If your mother was stealing from your father, you should have told us, said Ken. I did, but you didn't understand me, Uncle Ken, said Ken. At the end of our conversation, you thought you bought me an Atari, and I also told Grandpa that my mother hated me and about the NyQuil, and I don't know what he understood, but the result of the conversation was that he gave my mother more spending money. The woman is dead, Kain, said Jack, rubbing his temple. She no longer has the power to hurt you, and while you keep bringing her up in practically every topic of conversation, I don't always bring her out, said Kain meekly, and before meeting Eugenia, I had never spoken about her. She reminds me a lot of my mother. Kain, your mother left you when you were 4, and when she came back, you only interacted with her for a few days before she passed away. There isn't a lot of your mother for you to remember, reasoned Esther, and believe me when I say this, Eugenia is nothing like Bella. The two do not even look alike, and if you do not believe me, take a better look at the photograph I left by your nightstand. Kain went to his bedroom and he got a good look at the photo, and after seeing that face so often in random places, he had grown desensitized to Bella's face. Esther suggested, "Tell your mother how you feel, Kain." "What's the point? She's already dead," protested Kain. "She can still hear you in the afterlife," reasoned Jack, "and if anything, this pointless task might be therapeutic." Kain stared at the portrait of his mother, and the black and white photograph showcased a medium-built woman with a perky bosom, raven eyes, and gray eyes just like the ones of her son Kain. Kain outwardly stared at the photograph, wishing to get away from this situation. And Jack took his son's hand and he said, "Here's what I would like to say to your mother. Bella, you monster. How could you do that to the baby? And there's a special place in hell for demons like you. And there, you see that, Kain? I gave that woman a piece of my mind, and I feel all the better for it." Kain, after thinking his lines, said, "Mother, if you didn't have the intention of loving me, I wish you would have left as soon as I was born." Kain then buried his face in his palms to cry, and Jack took Bella's photograph and he threw her in the garbage can where she belonged. And since this time castle belonged to Kain, it fell on him to decide how to divvy out the money. He gave his father $4,000, and the other $6,000 was divided among the other three siblings. And as for the jewelry, Esther was going to slowly pawn it. As for the jewelry, Esther was going to slowly pawn it off, and the word they came and Kain fell back into his new happy routine. At the crack of dawn, he would go jogging, and after his morning workout, he would shower and then make breakfast. His father would drive Kain to work and Esther to the senior center, and he would process evidence till he was bored to tears, and then he would assist Siddhartha on his patrols, and in the middle of the day he would be sent to Unla to do his exposure therapy for 1 hour before being shipped back to his office. And once he clocked out, Kain would spend 2 hours helping Eugenia with her thesis, and at night he would watch TV with his father, or he would play video games while his father played the guitar. And Kain was finally at peace with his father's presence. Jack, on the other hand, was still iffy about the entire situation, and when he started living with Kain, Jack had imagined that the two would be roomies. He had underestimated just how emotionally needy his son truly was. Jack had imagined that his son had grown up happy without him, and it was convenient for him to think that way. And on one night, Jack was staring at their unfamiliar roof, and sleeping beside him was his son Kain. And when Kain was a toddler, he would always leave the crib to sleep beside his father. And after the first few times of doing that, Jack would place the baby beside him in order to save the infant the trip. Jack kept thinking about his early life with Kain, and he was trying to decipher what about his parenting style had inspired so much love and devotion on a child that he rarely saw. And when the two were together, Jack was always playing with his son, or he would buy him many things to overcompensate. And he was always complimenting every little thing that Kain did, and even when he made mistakes. And Jack would engage Kain in conversation, then asking his son to repeat himself in order to understand his babbling. Jack was also physically affectionate. He was like a huggy father. But in a good way, a la Cuban stuff. Maybe he remembers me fondly because I was probably the only person who ever hugged him, said Jack more to himself. And as if to confirm this fact, Kain snuggled closer to his father. The following morning, Jack used his lunch break to speak to Una about his big baby. And when he entered her office, she was in the middle of giving her sister Barbara a treatment. Jack watched with curiosity the liquid being pumped into Barbara's veins, and once it was over, Barbara sighed with relief. "Give me some of that," said Jack happily. "It is just a bit of supplement," said Una, "and the other injection is steroids. My sister suffers from psoriasis, and the steroids help clear up her condition, and you wanted to check up on Kain's progress." "Or regression," said Jack, "and he has been a little clingy these past few days." "I can only imagine," said Una dryly, and she opened her cabinet and she dug up a few articles on touch starvation, and she photocopied those articles in order to give Jack a bit of literature to help him understand his son's latest malfunction. "So the days he gets extra clingy is because he's under a lot of stress," commented Jack, and changing the subject, he asked, "And how's your daughter doing?" "She's pretty busy with her new work and her new girlfriend," said Una, "and now that she has a full-time job, she has completed her transition into adulthood." When Ken is with you, what does he talk about, asked Jan. Doubt the patient confidentiality, said Una. I can give you the specific, but mostly your son feels guilty for not living up to his grandpa's expectations. And he also doesn't like his job, but he likes the financial security and he enjoys spending time with his uncle. He's currently conflicted with the Eugenia situation and he likes her, but he doesn't want to develop an emotional attachment to someone who is incapable of loving him. Why does he think that Eugenia won't fall in love with him, asked Jan. What I got from his diary was that Eugenia would leave him because not even his own mother was able to love him, said Una. The woman who had ever dated him leave, and Karina is also guilty in this environment. Nobody's perfect, said Jan, trying to be conciliatory. And if I was kid, I would just enjoy Eugenia's body without forming an emotional bond. And not every affair needs to be important or meaningful. Jan returned to his work with his study mind, and he debated this topic with his boss Arjuna. And Arjuna gifted his underling a copy of the Bhagavad Gita to give to Kain. And this Hindu book gave Kain a lot of food for thought, and he decided to date Eugenia without stressing about the real possibility that she was going to leave him, or as soon as she got bored of him. It was a cloudy September afternoon in Eugenia's beachfront property, and with her thesis completed, she was pondering what to do with her newfound freedom. And there was an unexpected knocking at the door, and Dorothy was the one to answer it, and she giggled when she saw Kain clutching a Tupperware filled with home-baked goodies. And Dorothy took the goodies, and she went to the kitchen to march down on the elegantly decorated cupcakes. And Michael was at home for a change, and he wasn't in a working type of mood, and he was sitting in the couch with his wife on knees. And the two were watching Mythbusters, and Michael frowned when he saw Kain's cheap tribute. And after trying the cupcake, Michael had to admit that Kain was an excellent pastry chef. Do you know any other recipes? Asked Michael. I do, but most of the cooking I do is purely utilitarian, explained Kain. And he was about to rant about his sad, pathetic, lonely childhood, but he chose not to. So when I get bored of eating the same thing over and over, I attempt to learn new recipes. I recently learned how to make Cuban flan. Unla taught me how to make it. Why are you here? Asked Michael, interrupting Kain's baking rant. I came to hang out with Eugenia, said Kain. Her thesis is already done, said Michael, and he reached into his pocket and he handed Kain $100 for your troubles. Are you paying me to go away? Asked Kain, becoming offended. Take this payment for what it is, said Michael, placing his arm around Kain's shoulder. You provided a service, and now you're receiving remuneration for all your hard work. Thanks, I guess, said Kain, grudgingly accepting the money. Kain went to Eugenia's room, and after helping Eugenia with her schoolwork, he had become familiar with her bedrooms, and the balcony windows were littered with orchids that Eugenia watered religiously, and there was a library filled with her coursework and her writing table and an expensive Apple computer. Her walk-in closet was overstuffed with dresses, shoes, handbags, and just about everything she needed to shine. And her flavor for craftsman furniture made or reclaimed wood contrasted greatly with the mid-century modern decor of the rest of the house. Eugenia was roosting on top of her bed while she watched an episode of Blind Date, and she had not bothered to get changed out of her pajama. Kain sat down on the bed and he offered Eugenia a cupcake. Eugenia took the cupcake unceremoniously, and she waited 10 minutes, and then she sighed with disappointment. She turned her head, and then she saw that it was Kain who was sitting beside her. You didn't like the cupcake? Asked Kain. It was fine. It was great even, said Eugenia, not desiring to elaborate. And what are you doing here, Kain? Kain too. Never mind. See you around, Eugenia, said Kain, leaving the bedroom. Bye, Kain, said Eugenia, still sunning out. Kain made his way downstairs, and on his commented, leaving so soon? Can't say that I blame you. I wasn't leaving, lied Kain, and Eugenia simply wanted me to bring her a glass of water. Kain made his way towards the kitchen, and Michael watched with what amusement the lad struggling to find the refrigerator, and the fridge seamlessly blended with the other cabinets. And on his playing hostess left her seat, and she opened the fridge for Kain, and she dug for him a sparkling water, and then she handed it to him. The young man returned to sit beside Eugenia, and Kain placed the cold water within Eugenia's grasp, and the medium opened it absent-mindedly without bothering to look at the man sitting beside her. And there was an awkward silence, and Kain fiddled with the wad of cash he had received from Michael. Since he didn't feel right about taking this money, he left it beside Eugenia's nightstand. And during the commercials, he attempted to talk to Eugenia. How are you doing today, Eugenia? Asked Kain. I'm fine, and you? Do you need anything from me? Asked Eugenia. I didn't come here to take anything from you, Eugenia, said Kain. Then why are you here? Insisted Eugenia. I came to hang out, said Kain. Oh, exclaimed Eugenia, surprised. I'm not in the mood to go out with you, and I'm feeling a little cozy. That's fine, we do not need to be doing exciting things to enjoy each other's company, reasoned Kain. Right, said Eugenia dryly. If you say so. The commercials ended, so Eugenia returned to focusing on the blind date episode, and when the episode finally ended, she looked at the clock before stretching her elegant limbs, and she turned to look at Kain, but he was gone. Kain drove under the rain to Karina's house, and he knocked at her door, and the person who answered was Bruno. If it isn't my favorite third wheel, said Bruno, giving an exaggerated fake smile. Come in, make yourself at home. Bruno returned to the couch to sit beside Karina, and the couple were watching a telenovela called Bésame Tonto, or Kiss Me, Fool. In the episode, the heroine was running away from her beloved. Kain sat down on the floor beside Eugenia, and he rested his head against her knee. And Bruno narrowed his eyes, but he knew that it was a moot point to protest. Karina began to absently-mindedly pet Kain's hair. At a certain point, Kain said, Karina, would you still have hooked up with Bruno had I accepted your marriage proposal? Karina laughed nervously, and Bruno pondered how to respond to this scenario, and in the end he said, well, answer him, Karina. We have a right to know. I'm going to level with you, Kain, said Karina. As much as we like to joke about the topic of getting married, you and I have unreconcilable differences. I want children, you don't want children. I am ambitious while you are content to live in complete stagnation. I like to experience new things while you are afraid of what the world has to offer. More than anything, my main problem with you, Kain, is that you're too immature. Kain sat there like a stone while he listened to Karina's long list of critiques, and Bruno interrupted Karina at a certain point. Be that as it may, the problem that you find in your friend may not be perceived as a defect by another. You need to find a woman that goes with your lifestyle. The whole opposite attraction is a myth because people are not magnets. I don't quite agree with you, Bruno, said Karina. My parents were opposites who ended up becoming inseparable. My mother is serious, but my father was lighthearted and playful, and my father was passionate about his work, while mother only gets emotionally attached to patients she personally loves, and those are superficial differences, and it was our core similarities that laid the foundation of our marriage, said Unla, entering the room with snack for her guests. So tell me, Kain, why are you here? You didn't just come here to watch telenovelas. If you want me to leave, just say so, said Kain, wrapping his arms around Karina's leg. Did Eugenia dump you already? Asked Unla, trying to guess at the problem. Yeah, we used to spend a lot of time together while we were working on her thesis, but as soon as she finished her homework, she stopped calling me. And I sent her a text message 2 days ago, and she hasn't even looked at it, said Kain, pouting while looking at his cell phone. Are you certain you sent it to the right number? Asked Karina, taking the phone. Yeah, that's her number, said Kain, frowning. Maybe she's doing a power play, suggested Karina. What a bother. I hate it when women get into the power play mentality, protested Kain. And why is it so important for her to be the one in charge, and why can't we be equal partners? You're making a baseless assumption based on her failure to respond to one text message, said Unla. With women, I find it more efficient to take a direct approach, said Bruno. I want you to go to the store and buy the cheapest flowers you can find, put on a nice outfit, and invite her to a date. Though there is a possibility that during the time you were hesitant and she found herself another. That is something that I hadn't considered, said Kain. Though I suppose it was bound to happen sooner or later. A beautiful heiress like Eugenia probably has hundreds of suitors. Let's find out then, said Karina, calling up Eugenia. The two maidens chatted like parrots for a bit, and Eugenia eventually brought up the question. So, are you and Kain a couple? I see the two of you hanging out so often. Me and Kain, we are... Is he listening? Did he put you out to this? Asked Eugenia, sitting up. There was a slight smile painted on her face, and the power play that her stepmother had suggested had actually worked. Bruno took the phone from Karina, and then he said to Eugenia, Kain wanted us to ask you to go on a date, just the two of you without any other chaperones. Do you accept? Eugenia pretended to carefully consider her options, and she eventually said yes. And as part of her power play, she insisted that Kain pick the venue for her date. Kain began to think of possible date ideas, but everything that popped into his head sounded boring. The venue is not important, said Bruno, offering more unsolicited advice. As long as the two of you are enjoying each other's company, it won't matter where you take Eugenia. Then again, if Eugenia's doing a power play, there's a good chance that she's going to hit everywhere you take her, said Karina thoughtfully. So regardless of what you pick, you are going to choose wrong. So there's no pressure, Kain. I have a suggestion, said Una, bringing a cap and some paper strips. We're each going to write a date idea, and then you're going to draw from a hat. And the first set of suggestions are going to be the possible restaurants, and you can't have a day without eating out. Karina and Bruno, amused, began to write possible restaurant, and Bruno wrote down his favorite junk food restaurant, while Eugenia wrote down her favorite sushi place. Una also drew in there a few suggestions of her own, and Kain closed his eye and he drew from the hat Cece's Pizza Buffet. Bruno laughed sinisterly, seeing that they had chosen his favorite buffet. The entertainment venue that Kain randomly picked was Boomers. What is Boomers? Asked Karina, looking at the name. It is a park I went to once with my grandpa. It has mini golf, go-karts, arcade games, and laser tag arena, said Kain shyly. Sounds like a lot of fun, said Karina, giggling. As soon as Kain left, Karina said to Bruno, that sounds like the perfect date for two teenagers. Seems about right for those two immature brats, said Bruno dryly. Kain drove back to Eugenia's house, and he had managed to drive without suffering any panic attacks. And it was a good day, even if it was raining. Eugenia saw through the lenses the type of outfit that Kain was sporting, and she frowned when she realized that they were not going anywhere fancy. She went into her walk-in closet and she dressed herself with the cheapest thing she could find, some ripped jean shorts and a Within Temptation t-shirt. Kain drove for an hour till he arrived at Boomer's amusement park. Eugenia raised an eyebrow, extremely perplexed by the situation, and she was starting to regret not accepting Kain's original offer of staying in the bedroom and doing nothing. Kain opened the door for Eugenia, and the two got completely drenched as they ran towards the entrance of the park. The interior had an arcade, and the two went to the coin machine, and they got $100 in quarters. The first game that Kain insisted that they try was the arcade port of Guitar Hero, and it was the first time Eugenia had ever attempted to play a video game, and her mother had been more doll-oriented, and the two pushed a couple of songs together till they got a game over thanks to Eugenia. The two then went to shoot hoops, and when Kain finally ran out of corners, Eugenia breathed a sigh of relief. She no longer needed to pretend to be having fun, and with the rain pausing, Kain took Eugenia to play a bit of mini-golf. Eugenia played regular golf with her father, and it was one of the few activities that the two still did together. The first straight course was simple enough for Eugenia to perform, and there was a tricky one with a pyramid in the center. Eugenia got on all fours in order to calculate the proper angle of entry, and some of the teenagers took that chance to snap a few pictures of Eugenia's sublime caboose as seen through her shorts. Another course that gave Eugenia a headache was themed after Tetris. The blocks were at odd angles, and regardless of how much Eugenia tried, she couldn't get the ball into the hole. The trick is a bit counterintuitive, said Kain, hitting the golf ball backwards at a right angle, and the ball bounced around, and through a miracle, it made it past the obstacle of Tetris blocks. Giggling, he said, "You have no idea how many hours it took for my grandpa to figure this gimmick." "I take it you visited this place with your grandfather," said Eugenia. "Yeah, it was a good way to kill a few hours under the blistering sun," said Kain. "So we finally have something in common," said Eugenia. "And have you ever played real golf?" "I did a couple of times, but my grandpa became frustrated that I wasn't good at it," said Kain. "So we went back to playing mini-golf." Mini-golf may not be considered a serious sport, but it does offer its own unique thrill, said Eugenia, drawing out the beer pong mini-golf course. "So tell me, Kain, other than golf and video games, what else is your idea of fun?" "We could try laser tag," suggested Kain. "I feel that you would have an unfair advantage in that game," protested Eugenia. "We don't have to play against each other," said Kain. "We can be buddy cops." The two went to the laser tag arena, and they were playing against a bunch of other brats and a couple of teenagers and their parents. As soon as the game began, Kain dug for cover, and he dragged Eugenia down with him, and he got close to the walls, and he looked over the corner, and then he delivered a merciless barrage of lasers against the little kids. And once the brats were out of the game, Kain continued to make his way through the maze while keeping Eugenia behind him. When a man entered through Kain's blind spot, Eugenia began to fire blindly, and the noise she was making alerted Kain to the presence of the enemy. and he turned around to finish overkilling the man that had tried to sneak up on Eugenia, and at the end of the game, Eugenia and Kain were the sole survivors. And the first half of the day concluded successfully, and the two then went to eat at the Sisi's buffet pizza. Eugenia didn't know if Kain was dirt poor or if this was a power play from a miser. Kain coughed nervously before saying, "If you do not want to eat here, we can go elsewhere." "Oh, fuck it, I'm starving," said Eugenia, getting in line. Eugenia got some rotoni and a few cheese pizza slices. The pizza was good, and so was the pasta, and she figured that making a terrible pasta was something easier said than done. And with some food in the pit of her empty stomach, her mood improved. Kain got for himself a slice of every pizza, and it was his first time at this restaurant, and he wanted to try everything. The main showstopper was the cinnamon rolls, and even Eugenia, with her fancy paladar, was forced to admit that they were delicious, and the fact that everything was freshly baked also added to its yummy factor. Eugenia looked at the time, and then she saw that there was at least 4 more hours till midnight, and Eugenia could only consolidate her sleep past midnight. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. The Lover's Pentacle, chapter 16, The Fool. "Do you want to go to the movie theater?" asked Kain, saying the first thing that came to his mind. "Movie theaters are not really my thing," said Eugenia. "I have my own home theater, and you can come to my house and we can watch a flick." On the drive back to Eugenia's house, Kain would sneeze from time to time, and Eugenia had suggested that they shower to avoid catching a cold. Eugenia also wanted an excuse to ogle the merchandise. Kain undressed and he got inside the standing shower. Instead of curtains, the shower had clear glass sheet that kept the water out. Eugenia stood there while she examined Kain's new body, and when he turned around, she saw the type of package he was carrying. And it wasn't the biggest she had ever seen, but it was certainly very pretty to look at. Kain saw Eugenia staring at him, so he began to pass the soap over his body in a slow, seductive manner. The show had always worked on Karina, and it had a similar effect on Eugenia. Kain figured that he might as well sleep with Eugenia since he was in a good mood for a change. He imagined that the reason why Eugenia had become distant was because he had yet to sleep with her. Even in the heat of passion, Kain remembered to reach into his wallet to get some protection. After building up Eugenia's expectations, she was disappointed to discover that lovemaking with Kain wasn't wasn't Kain's strong point. After an hour, Eugenia got bored of the exercising futility, and she did her best mimicry of a woman who was satisfied before leaving the shower. And she pressed a button and a movie screen lowered itself, and she made a quick stop to the living room to fetch a Blu-ray. Her sister Dorothy regularly rented Blu-rays and DVDs. After looking at the new films over the top, Eugenia decided to watch How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. Kain left the bathroom wrapped in a towel, and he was completely oblivious to the fact that he had not matched Eugenia's ridiculously high expectations. Eugenia's first instinct was to critique Kain's technique or lack thereof, but when she saw his childish smile, she chose not to. Kain lay down beside Eugenia, and he drew her closer to have her rest her lovely head on top of his chest, and with his free hand he started to absentmindedly pet Eugenia's hair. The two began to watch a romantic comedy while they snuggled, and Eugenia had to admit that her new boyfriend was good in the snuggling department, and his conversation was pleasant, and at the end of the movie the two went for another round with similar results. Kain was the first to fall asleep, and Eugenia looked at her boyfriend while she meditated in all of her life choices. It was a pity that such a beautiful man didn't know how to make use of his assets. And while Eugenia was extremely unsatisfied in another part of Miami, there was Bruno rocking Karina's world. And as a man with high ambitions, he wanted to be the best at everything he ever attempted. And before choosing Karina, Bruno had plowed through hundreds of maidens in his search for his perfect first lady, and who would immediately break up with any woman that he perceived was just there to fool around. And Karina was the first maiden he had ever run into that wanted to have a serious relationship. And her little jealousy outbursts were a minor defect, but it was a problem that flattered his ego. At the end of the first play session, Karina received a photo from Eugenia, and Karina giggling showed the photo to Bruno, and the photograph was a selfie of Kain and Eugenia in bed together. So they finally did it. Good for them, said Bruno. I hope he used protection, said Karina, worried. Eugenia is a confirmed party animal, and who knows what sort of cooties she carries. You can be experienced and disease-free. It is all a matter of being careful and paying attention to the signs, said Bruno. And as soon as I hear a maiden complaining while she pees, that is my cue to scram. So tell me, Bruno, said Karina. You said I didn't know how to gyrate. How many others came before me? I can give you an estimate, said Bruno after kissing Karina on the nose. Karina gave Bruno a playful slap, and then she said, well, I can't judge either. I am also far more experienced than I care to admit. Have you ever slept with a woman? Asked Bruno, teasing Karina. No, do you want me to? Asked Karina. Yes, it would amuse me, lied Bruno, teasing Karina. Who do you have in mind? Asked Karina. Eugenia is a good option. I feel that you two had great chemistry together, like Bruno. And what would you have me do to Eugenia? Asked Karina, narrowing her eyes. And Bruno, falling for the trap, went on a rant about all of the perverted things he would like Karina to do to Eugenia. And at the end of his tirade, Karina screeched, if you like Eugenia so much, why are we even dating? It was a joke, said Bruno, laughing nervously. And if you felt uncomfortable about the topic, you could have politely asked to talk about literally anything else. And that's stupid, Bruno. You like Eugenia, admit it, screeched Karina. Calm down, Karina. You are going to wake up your mother, said Bruno. You are not talking yourself out of this mess, mister, hissed Karina, jumping out of bed, and she began to pace the bedroom in mimicry of Bruno during his court proceeding. Oh, how could I have been so blind? Why didn't I see the signs and know the time I wasted on you? Bruno left the bed and he started getting dressed. The pause created by his sudden sprint out of bed allowed him to mentally write up a rebuttal. Karina, you are right. There are things that I like about Eugenia, said Bruno coldly. Eugenia doesn't write letters to distant family members to force painful reunion. She doesn't hex her lovers whenever they act in contrary to her wishes, and she doesn't throw tantrums whenever she imagines that her boyfriend is cheating on her. I love you, Karina, but I can't stand living like this anymore. I'm sorry I'm not perfect, but neither are you, woman. And I can't spend every waking moment watching what I say or do. If you do not change, you are going to spend the rest of your life miserable and alone. Bruno left the house and he drove back to his apartment, and he sat down on his couch to face his chessboard. This retreat was a dangerous move, but he was close to checkmate, and he fell asleep while facing the chessboard. And as soon as Bruno left her house, Karina threw herself on top of the bed to kick and scream up a storm. Her mother, who had heard everything, entered her daughter's room in order to do damage control. Ona wanted her daughter to reconcile with her boyfriend instead of crawling back to Kain. Karina barely slept after her first big argument with Bruno, and when she drove to her day job, she fell asleep while driving. She realized she was asleep because she saw her father's emaciated ghost in her passenger seat. The presence woke her up before she smashed against a tree. Karina decided to err on the side of caution, and she packed her car and she went down her contact list to see who could give her a ride. Bruno happened to be driving by when he saw Karina looking visibly distressed. Like, this book came before Uber was a thing, because this is like the early 2000s, so Uber did not exist. Bruno entered the parking lot and he left his car to see what was wrong with his girlfriend. Are you stalking me now? Asked Karina with a hostile tone in her voice. I was driving to work when I noticed you had car problems, explained Bruno. We may not be getting along for the moment, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to turn a blind eye when you are in need of aid, Karina. I don't need your help, protested Karina. Stop being a brat, yelled Unla over the phone. Karina looked at the time, and since she was late for work, she reluctantly accepted Bruno's help. Bruno drove slowly through the Miami traffic, and Karina rested her head against her fist, and she began to doze off again. Bruno too yawned in spite of himself, and when Karina snapped out of her power nap, she was right at work. She walked out of her car with a weary step, and as soon as she entered the front door, the manager began to give her an earful. Bruno, seeing Karina getting yelled at, went inside to bully the bully, and after the shouting match, the manager yielded to Bruno's reasoning, and there were going to be days that, regardless of how early you awoke, the Miami traffic was going to conspire to make you late for work. And to further reinforce this idea, the owner of the establishment arrived a few minutes after Karina. They both happened to have played football with Bruno. shifting, the manager decided to leave Karina alone for the time being. Karina were half asleep without much enthusiasm, and her manager had yelled at her for being a few minutes late. After work, Karina was picked up by her mother, and she showered and she went to sleep, and she slept for 4 hours straight, and she awoke up around 9 p.m., and she thought of Kain, and her old habits compelled her to visit her best friend. She knocked on his door, and the one to answer was Jack. "I know why you're here, Karina," said Jack, narrowing his eyes, "and I'm not going to allow you to misuse my son. Your son, your son. You two wouldn't have reconciled if it wasn't for my intervention," protested Karina, stomping the floor in anger. "And you have my eternal gratitude, Karina. Now scram! Shoo! Shoo!" said Jack. "It's fine, Dad," said Kain, coming to the door. "Let her come inside." Jack stepped aside to allow Karina to enter within, and the same ritual played out as before. Karina cried and vented about Bruno for hours, and Kain hugged his friend and he offered her a sympathetic ear. When Karina kissed Kain, her friend did not return the kiss, and this time things played out differently. Karina attempted to make love to her best friend, and Kain moved away from her, and he said nervously, "I am still with Eugenia, and she hasn't broken up with me yet, so in good conscience I cannot be with you, Karina." "I was here first," protested Karina, "and you left me for Bruno." "You always leave me," said Kain with a trembling in his voice. "And frankly, I am tired." "Aren't you tired too, Karina?" "So that's how you want to play it. All right, Kain. It was nice knowing you," said Karina, picking up her purse to leave in a huff. Karina had expected for Kain to try to detain her, but her power move failed, and she slammed the door and she began to fumble with her keys. Before she moved away from the door, she heard Kain's voice say, "You're not the only one who's suffering, Karina, and while you were busy being angry at Bruno, do you know what that man did? He came to me and he begged me not to sleep with you. Karina, never mind. Just do whatever you want. It's not as if you're about to listen to what anyone else has to say." As soon as Karina drove away, Jack said to his son, "I am proud of you, son. You don't need that alley cat. You can do better. You can do so much better." "I hope that Karina works things out with Bruno," said Kain, lying down in the couch to sulk. "The guy really likes her, and of all of Karina's boyfriends, he's the first one to beg me for help." Karina began to drive around Miami with no clear direction or purpose, and she was still angry at Bruno, and she wanted to cheat on him. And with Kain finally growing a spine, she was forced to go on the prowl. She drove to Blue Martini, a bar with a lakeside view of Kendall, and she roosted by the bar for a few hours till she caught a fish. And her catch of the night was a brutish, extremely inebriated man. The two went to the bathroom, and after the man burped his cigarette breath into her face, Karina decided it felt like going home. The man, who was still in the heat of passion, didn't allow for Karina to leave, and when Karina started struggling, the man, infuriated, punched her in the face. Karina screamed like a wounded animal, and her scream attracted the attention of Bruno, who had indeed been stalking Karina for hours. And he jumped into the bathroom to save her, and he punched the man who had attacked Karina with much fury. And Bruno even went as far as smashing the guy with a tank lid. You know, like that thing that's on top of like the toilet, that heavy porcelain stuff. Like, Bruno drove Karina home, and Karina was meek and silent. Bruno, after thinking of a good line, broke the silence. "I think you need to go to anger management classes. You go from 0 to 100 very easily, and over the stupidest of reasons. Not only are you hurting yourself, but you're making miserable those around you." "I'm sorry, Bruno. I don't know what got over me," said Karina. "I'm the one who needs to apologize," said Bruno, speaking truthfully. "I should have intervened sooner, but I wanted to see how far your fury was going to take you." Karina sighed and said, "If you don't want to be my boyfriend anymore, I won't hold it against you." "It is a first bump in the road, and it is way too early to call it quits, don't you think?" reasoned Bruno. "You really want to put up with me?" asked Karina, smiling sadly, "after you caught me cheating on you?" "All I saw was a drunkard forcing himself on my girl. I will have to be a pretty mean-spirited individual to consider that an infidelity," said Bruno, taking Karina's hand to kiss it. "I changed my mind at the very end. That is why I screamed," said Karina. "I am sorry I'm no longer first lady material." "Nah, you are good enough," thought Bruno. Instead, he said, "There's no such thing as a perfect first lady, and as long as you're not a drug addict or a drunkard, I am quite happy to put up with your little abuses, Karina." "Wow, you really set the bar low for me, didn't you?" said Karina, laughing nervously. I am inflexible with regards to unhealthy vices, said Bruno. Everything else is negotiable. The two arrived to Unla's house, and the moment that Unla saw her daughter returning home with a swollen cheek, the woman pitched a fit. And when Unla was calmer, Karina explained to her mother how she had gotten punched in the face by a drunk guy she had picked up. And Bruno spent the night licking Karina's wounds, and close to midnight Karina managed to consolidate sleep. And she dreamed of her father, Juan Carlos, again, and he was looking more skeletal than ever. And her father was in his blue scrubs, and he was rocking a cradle at an unnatural pace. Karina came to stand before her father, and bloody tears were rolling down his emaciated cheeks. I want to keep the baby, but your mother won't let me, said Juan Carlos. Karina looked into the crib, and she saw that inside there was a plushie of Nana. Karina opened her mouth to speak, but her words came out as gibberish. As a man cannot take care of a baby, he cannot take care of a plushie, he cannot even take care of himself, said Juan Carlos, rocking the cradle with even more feverish energy. It took much willpower, but Karina managed to open her eyes, and she had escaped her nightmare for the time being. And she left the bed, and she petted her bunny Nana nervously, and she looked with envy at Bruno sleeping with his big mouth open. Like while she's having nightmares, he's like... How she envied the fact that he could fall asleep so easily. Karina opened her drawer, and she took out a Tylenol to help her fall asleep, and the next day she had Bruno take her to work, and at the end of her shift she visited Irina to get a psychic reading. Karina described her most recent dream. When you see a crib in your dream, it means it represents protection. You might also be pregnant, or somebody you know is going to have a baby, explained Irina. The crib also represents your desire to be a mother. What's the color of the crib? What was it made of? I think it was blue, and it was made of wood, said Karina, straining her memory. If it is blue, it means someone is going to have a baby boy. And the word crib represents family unity, explained Irina. Dreaming about stuffed animals is common, especially among those who grew up playing with plushies. And when they manifest in your dreams, they represent a longing for simpler times. As a small child, you had all your needs met, and you didn't need to worry about the well-being of others. What was the size of the stuffed animal? He was a little bunny plushie, said Karina, bringing out for her purse her little Nana plushie. Anita touched the little plushie, and then she spaced out for a bit, and she blinked twice, and then she said to Karina, tiny plushies reminds us of the fragility of life. Also, those who start new relationships tend to dream about white rabbits. In the dream, he was kind of gray, said Karina, narrowing her eyes. Then it means that someone is manipulating you, said Irina. And my father, asked Karina, why has he been haunting my dreams? In the dream world, your father is not your father. Rather, he is a manifestation of he's a manifestation of how you assert yourself in your relationship, said Irina. Karina thought of her father's frantic way of rocking the cradle and how it echoed her hysterical way of approaching all of her relationships. So like according to Irina, like the father represents just how it's an aspect of Karina's personality. Karina paid Irina for the psychic reader, and then she went to her mother for advice. Karina told her mother her most recent dream, and Ola began to digest the information from a clinical standpoint. When was the first time you dreamt of your father? Asked Ola. I think it was the night I met Bruno, said Karina, rubbing her temple. Both had the same green eyes. You had dated men with green eyes before, but you never had nightmares, said Ola dryly. What happened before you met Bruno? I was with Kain, and he threw up all over the floor of the bathroom, and I cleaned it up, explained Karina, looking at the floor. I would do that for your father whenever he didn't make it to the bathroom, said Ola, and that incident must have reminded you of him. I do not think that you ever truly processed his death, and do you want to talk about your father with me, Karina? If you think he will help, said Karina, shrugging her shoulders. The two ranted about Juan Carlos for hours, and when it came time to sleep, the nightmares did not return. The following morning, Karina got a text message from Alexia. He had been invited to an office party at his boss's penthouse, and he wanted Kain to be his +1. Karina texted back, why don't you just ask Kain out for a date? He has been a bit distant ever since we came back from the camping trip, tested Alessia. That's funny. Kain tells me that you're the one who's staying away, tested Karina. And he thinks that you do not want to be his friend because he refuses to sleep with you. He tells you everything, doesn't he? Tested Alessia before adding a few frowny faces. We are best friends after all, said Karina. Karina tested Kain and she said, Alessia needs you to be his +1. He doesn't want to be the only single loser at his office party. Are you willing to help him? Kain read the message and he called up Eugenia to see if she wanted to hang out. Eugenia said that she was going to be spending time with her little sister. Kain then called his father to see what he was up to. Jack was having a jam session with Eugenia, so he was busy. Kain asked Siddhanta to hang out, but his co-worker said it was date night. Destiny had ordained that Kain was to be Alexia's +1, and the alternative was for Kain to spend the night alone in an empty house. Kain opened his closet and he wore the blue tuxedo that Bruno had gifted him. Alexia drove out to Kain's house to pick him up, and he opened the door for him. Kain rubbed his temple and his face contorted into a grimace. Alexia, feeling sheepish, went back to the driver's seat to allow his friend to sit down without assistance. The two did not speak to one another for an hour, and Alexia arrived to Pentacle. And he parked near his boss's penthouse apartment, and the two left the car and they started to walk towards the skyscraper. I miss being a child, said Kain, sighing. Back then we could just be friends without the pressure of having that friendship evolve into something else. Yes, things were much simpler back then, said Alexia, laughing nervously. I miss the old Alexia, retorted Kain. We were able to hang out without you flirting with me every 5 seconds. The old me was a coward, too afraid to confess his feelings for you, Kain, retorted Alexia. They arrived at the entrance, and Alexia showed his invitation, and they got inside the clear glass elevator. And then Alexia pressed down the number 58. They got a good view of Pentacle on the ride up to the penthouse. If I was a woman, would you still reject me, Kain? Asked Alexia. Yes, I don't like pushy women, said Kain. I only tolerate Karina because she's the only true friend I have left in the entire world. But with other women, as soon as they start barking orders, I run for the hills, or I pretend to listen only to do the complete opposite. That is the quickest way to get them to break up with you. Have you ever been in love? Asked Alexia. The elevator door opened and the sappy conversation came to an end, and all of the guests began to hyper-focus on Alexia and his +1. Alexia shifted to war mode and he began to gossip with all of his co-workers. As for Kain, he began to roam around the penthouse while examining the decoration, and his eyes gravitated towards the balcony pool. A servant passed by with some champagne, and so Kain took the glass in order to relax, and in the balcony he found a chair and a table in the dark, unlit corner. He sat down and he brought out his game ball advice from within his coat. And with his headsets on, he was able to immerse himself in the game, and he was struggling to memorize the pattern of the Phoenix Magnia, and just when he had the boss almost beaten, Alexia gingerly took his game ball away. You couldn't wait 5 seconds for me to finish, yelled Kain, slamming his palm against the table. Ah, that's too bad. Was that your last life? Giggled Alexia, looking at the game over screen. Stop being a wallflower and come mingle. I don't know anyone here, protested Kain, getting his game back, and he turned it off and then he placed it inside his coat pocket. I miss the old Kain. There was a time when you were the life of the party, said Alexia, pulling Kain by the arm. Kain gradually allowed Alexia to guide him back into the living room, and Alexia's co-workers began to interrogate Kain, and they asked about his job, his sexual preferences, his religion, how much money he made, his education level, and his political affiliation. Kain responded with the mechanical politeness of a politician. He had heard all these questions before, and he had rehearsed vanilla answers to all of these inquiries, and he could no longer tolerate all of those strangers nitpicking his life. When he couldn't tolerate all those strangers nitpicking his life, Kain pulled Alexia by the arm to drag him to the dance floor. If he was dancing, he didn't have to answer any questions. Alright, so then that's, that chapter. So yeah, if people are like nitpicking your life, just go to the dance floor to get away from them. The Lover's Pentacle, chapter 17, the King of Cups. Alexia was sporting high heels, and after an hour of dancing non-stop, he was forced to sit down. Maiden began to brush up against Kain, so the young man turned around to dance with her. And when she started to interrogate Kain, he went to dance with another, and with his strategy, he avoided speaking to anyone for 3 hours. And he was completely drenched in sweat. When his legs could no longer sustain him, he wobbled to the bar and he sat down to have a cold beer. He gulped it down quickly since he was thirsty, and he was immediately overcome by a fit of paranoia. The beer had come from an open container, and the bartender could have easily drugged him. And when his back was turned, King looked for the bathroom and he threw up, and he gulped down water from the sink in order to quench his thirst. Waiting for him outside was Alexia, and he had seen King run to the bathroom, and he worried that his friend was drunk. I am fine. I only had 1 glass of champagne and a beer bottle, said King, and I think that caviar is rotten. It didn't sit right with me. Yeah, I agree. It wasn't all that good, said Alexia equanimously. Are you ready to head home, or do you need to bootlick a little more? Asked King. I have more than enough bootlicking for 1 day, said Alexia. I'm going to need you to look tipsy to use you as an excuse to leave the party early. King rested his arm over Alexia's shoulder, and he did his best impression of a drunkard who was struggling to walk. Alexia apologized to his boss, and with his permission, he was able to go home already. When the elevator door closed, King stopped malingering and he went to stand in the corner. I was thinking, Kain, why don't I give you a quick pick-me-up and then you give me a helping hand, said Alexia, coming to stand beside the moody Kain. I am with Eugenia, said Kain, folding his arm. And pray do tell me, where is this Eugenia you speak of? Asked Alexia, giggling. Is she hiding in your pocket? Alexia placed his hand into Kain's pocket to look for Eugenia. Kain, annoyed, placed his hand on Alexia's shoulder to keep his horny friend at arm's length. Kanye, if you're with Eugenia, then why are you with me? Asked Alexia, caressing Kain's strong muscular arms. I hate being in the house by myself, and since everyone was busy, I agreed to be your +1, explained Kain. Alexia, extremely deflated, went to stand at the other side of the elevator, and then he said, Aren't you afraid of being seen with someone like me? People will talk. People always talk, and I know what I am and what I like, and it doesn't matter how I project myself to others. El ladrón siempre juzga por su condición, said Kain. I don't get it, said Alexia. You live in Miami and you don't speak Spanish. Get with the program, Alexia, said Kain, laughing. Ha, very funny. If I learn Spanish, will you sleep with me? Insisted Alexia, chasing after Kain. Suavemente, bésame, Kain. See, I speak Spanish, my love. The two ran around the enclosed space till they reached the first floor. Kain, giggling, said, She's enough already. Have some self-control, Alexia. Alexia tried to give chase, but his high heels were slowing him down. The two ran out of the building and into the walkway, and Kain stopped running when he heard Alexia screaming in pain. Alexia had stumbled and fallen due to the ridiculously high heels he kept insisting on wearing. Kain returned to Alexia's side, and he gingerly picked up the skinny juice. My hero, said Alexia, kissing Kain on the cheek. Alexia could walk just fine, but he was malingering for attention, and his bruised knee did look pretty bad, though. I can still drop you, so stop pushing your luck, said Kain. I know you are lonely, and that mating is like your main coping mechanism or whatever, but try to have some self-control. Look at you, Mr. Sanson, using big words. Did you learn that from your shrink? Asked Alexia, giggling. Yes, said Kain, and maybe you should visit her. Una has a way of shrinking your problems to make them more manageable. Kain began to walk towards the parking lot while carrying his friend, and the conversation carried them as far as the car. Before they got inside, someone threw a rock at Kain. The rock missed him, and he struck the back of the window of the car. Kain placed Alexia down before turning around, and under the freaking street light, the two were able to see a group of bald men walking towards them. Kain reached into his pocket and he brought out his revolver, and this made the men pause. Alexia got inside the car quickly, and Kain opened the passenger seat, and he got inside the car and was still aiming his gun. Alexia turned on the car and he drove out of the parking lot quickly, and once the two of them were in the expressway, they breathed a sigh of relief. Next time we're paying for valet parking, said Kain. I'm sorry, Kain, said Alexia apologetically. It's not your fault, don't worry about it, said Kain, reclining back. After half an hour, Alexia arrived at Kane's home, and he lingered in front of the door since he didn't have the desire to return to his empty apartment. Kane, it has been a while, and I have needs that I want you to meet them, and I am begging you just for tonight, insisted Alexia, taking Kane's hand. Everyone just takes and takes, but no one's ever interested in giving me what I want, said Kane more to himself. If I give you what you want, will you become mine and mine alone, insisted Alexia. I want something you are incapable of giving me, Alexia. Respect, hissed Kane before closing the door in front of Alexia. Kane looked about his house and he frowned when he noticed that it was still empty. And with no one in the house, the bad thoughts began to creep inside his head, and he opened the door and he allowed his friend to sleep in the guest room. The following morning, Jack returned home, and his jam session with his sponsor had not gone as planned. The two had gone to the sandbar at Isla Morada to play live music, and their music had gotten a lukewarm reception. Jack was depressed, and he was angry at Ayuda for pressuring him to play in front of a real audience. I should have never turned my hobby into a profession, said Jack more to himself. Jack went into his bedroom and he got changed out of his stage outfit, and he looked at his scrawny reflection in the mirror. Nothing he wore ever looked good on him, and he grabbed the guitar to smash his reflection, but then he remembered that he was living in Kane's house. The new target for his feet was his pillow, and when he got tired of punching the pillow, he screamed into it. Kane, who was an early bird like his grandpa, came into his father's room to see if he was home, and he caught his father in the middle of his fit. And Kane sat down beside his father, and he patted his hair lovingly. And when Jack was calmer, Kane asked, "How do you want me to make your pancakes today?" "I'm not hungry," said Jack, refusing to get out of bed. "If you're not planning to eat, can you at least come sit with me at the table? And there's nothing more depressing than to eat alone." "Tell me about it," said Jack, getting out of his bed. "I'm going to shower first." Jack cried alone in the shower for half an hour, and when he finally regained control of his emotions, he went to sit at the breakfast table. The smell of bacon lured Alexia out of the guest room, and Jack narrowed his eyes when he saw Alexia coming into the room wearing one of Kane's pajamas. "When I told you to leave in the moment, this was not what I had in mind," said Jack, pointing to Alexia. "Nothing happened between us. You can relax," said Alexia, scratching his navel. And before Alexia got a chance to settle down, Jack said, "That seat belongs to Kane. Can I sit in this one?" as Alexia changed his place. "That one also belongs to Kane," said Jack, narrowing his eye. "Alexia paid him no mind. Dad is just a little moody because he's hungry," said Kane, coming over with Jack's plate. "You can sit wherever you like. You are my guest." Jack stared at his food without much enthusiasm, and the smell of fresh bacon eventually awoke his hunger, and he started to eat earnestly. Alexia was the next person to be fed, followed by the host himself, and there was an awkward silence reigning over the breakfast table that was only broken up by the sound of, silverware moving about. In order to break the ice, Kane said to Alexia, "Do you still play with Pokemon cards?" "Not really," asked Alexia, raising an eyebrow. "I was never into that card game, and I only played it because you seem to be very into that stupid kids game." "I only played it because I thought you liked it," lied Kane. "Kane still collects Pokemon cards, though he doesn't play the game with anyone," said Jack, contradicting his son. "Every time he goes to Publix, he buys a one Pokemon card worth 50 cents. Alexia laughed in spite of himself, and Kane narrowed his eyes and said, "You don't see me laughing at you for wearing a dress and makeup." "I'm sorry," said Alexia apologetically, and he added, giving a face mouth, "I still have my old deck, and I will be more than happy to play with you once in a while, Kane." "You shouldn't torture yourself for want of company, Alexia," said Kane. "And we like different things, and that's fine, and we shouldn't let these minor differences get in the way of rekindling our friendship." "I don't want to be your friend, Kane," complained Alexia. "I want to be your lover." "In life we don't always get what we want," said Kane in mimicry of his grandpa. "You can either accept the friendship that I'm offering you, or we can go our separate ways. The choice is yours, Alexia." Alexia meditated his options. He tried the pancakes, and in the end his stomach decided for him. And Alexia said without much enthusiasm, "Fine, we can be friends. Just friends." "Can I be your friend too, son?" asked Jack meekly. "We never stopped being friends, Dad," lied Kane. Hearing this white lie lifted Jack's spirits, and he dug into his pancakes with much enthusiasm. And after breakfast, Alexia went home, and he felt that he had abused Kane's hospitality enough. Kain picked up the dishes and he went to the sink to clean them up. How good is your singing voice, Kain? Asked Jack, brainstorming an idea. I don't know, you tell me. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, said Kain, singing the scales. Jack covered his ears when Kain hit a high note, and his singing voice was just ghastly. Just give it up, Dad. So what if you never become a famous musician or even a moderately successful one? As long as you're having fun playing your music, who cares what the audience thinks? You sound lost just like Eugenia, said Jack, resting his head on the table. How do you do it, Kain? How can you do that soul-sucking job you care nothing about? Doing a job I don't like isn't as bad as you might think, said Kain. My co-workers are nice and I make a decent salary and I have health insurance, and as long as I do what my uncle tells me, I can make it to retirement without getting shot at. What's not to love about being a cop? Do you ever consider making a career out of being an artist? Your portraits are quite realistic, and have you tried painting? Asked Jack. I am colorblind, and what do you think? I only draw in black and white, said Kain. I thought you were just being cheap, said Jack. And if I wasn't colorblind, I am a talentless actor, can only mimic nature, said Kain after he concluded the dishes. When Kain returned to his work, something had changed. Jack had pitched to his brother the idea of having Kain work as a forensic artist. Kain was brought before the current artist, and Officer Richard was a failed painter, and he had followed the artist path from a young age. And he even had a bachelor in fine arts. Kain entered the station with his portfolio. Richard wanted to see the level of skill of his prospective student, and he was way past retirement, and his wife was pressuring him to quit his day job already. He was a short fellow with a bald head and small, suspecting black eyes, and he had olive skin, and he looked through Kain's portfolio with much enthusiasm. As a draftsman, there was nothing special about Kain's drawing, and for the purposes of working as a forensic artist, he was good enough. All that mattered was that Kain could render realistic human faces. Richard gave Kain a drawing test. I'm going to give you a transcription of a victim's description of her attacker, and this is a person that has already been caught, so there's no need, so there won't be any pressure for you to get the details right. And you have until the end of the day to deliver your sketch, said Richard before departing. Kain read the transcript, and he spent the rest of the day doing that homework, and he made 3 sketches based on the flimsy information he had to go by. Richard passed by to see the final results. You get an E for effort, Kain, said Richard, looking at the drawings over the top, though in the future try not to be so literal with your drawing, unless you create caricatures instead of human beings. I do exactly what the person described, protested Kain. Yes, and that is a problem, said Richard. People do not normally find themselves in situations where they have to describe what a person looks like, and with child victims things are much harder, and due to the limited vocabulary, it is the role of a forensic sketch artist to sort through the muck in order to bring the perpetrator to life. Your second sketch was the most accurate. Richard raced into his portfolio, and he brought out the artist sketch he had made, and then showed Kain the photograph of the assailant. Kain had gotten pretty close, and the second time around, Richard handed his apprentice some workbooks that had him practice drawing human faces, and for homework Kain had to write down a description of his father's face. And this would give Kain a good idea of how difficult it was to convey with words what a person looks like. Kain didn't show any opposition to this new role, and he was getting a free art lesson, free art books, and he was getting paid to draw all day. It was a rainy September day in Karina's house, and she awoke to the smell of burnt toast. And she found beside her bed a grilled cheese sandwich, oatmeal, and a bottle of mineral water. Bruno had attempted to make her breakfast in bed, and he had left work early. Karina tried the grilled cheese sandwich. It was delicious, but a little too fatty for her slow metabolism. And she had the oatmeal with mineral water, and she felt bad about throwing away the sandwich, but she had to start watching her weight, as lately Bruno was spending all of his free time with her, and he only ever bothered to go to his apartment in order to work on his cases. Karina pondered on this current state of affairs, and with her boyfriend sleeping over practically every night, it almost felt as if they were living together. At the end of her breakfast, Karina went to work, and she was finally used to her job, and one could almost say that she was enjoying it. Her co-workers were a different story, and they spent most of their time gossiping like parrots, and there was one in particular that kept checking up on Karina. Karina didn't know what was the deal with that woman, but her constant interruptions were distracting, and her workday came to an end, and she tested Bruno to see what he was up to. And he reported that he was buried under a mountain of paperwork, and he sent a selfie of him surrounded by said paperwork. Karina drove home to her mother and Una took that chance to give a bit of therapy to her daughter. And the topic of conversation was a new behavior that Bruno was exhibiting, and when he thought he wasn't being watched, he would start pacing the room while mumbling to himself. Society has conditioned men to live lives of quiet desperation, and women only find out that there is a problem with their men when they explode, said Una. I only found out your father was sick when he started coughing up blood, and Bruno, the two of you only recently started dating. You do not know the type of baggage he is carrying, or what is his true normal behavior. So when his mask starts dropping, do try to keep your temper in check, otherwise you are never going to know the true Bruno. Keeping my temper in check is easier said than done, mother, retorted Karina. You never know until you try, said Online, and let us discuss your most recent jealousy, Osbert. And what did your man do that made you feel insecure about your relationship? Bruno has been working long hours with a co-worker, said Karina, and yesterday I came to his office to bring him dinner. If I don't feed him, he just orders takeout and I'm worried about his cholesterol levels. The point is that I made a scene because he didn't tell me that his co-worker was a woman. It is irrational for you to expect Bruno to avoid working with other women, said Unla. I know, Mom, I know. It is just she's very pretty, almost as pretty as Eugenia, said Karina. And the way she was leaning over Bruno, that slut was trying to seduce my man. Eureka, said Unla, giving a sly smile. Every time you speak of other women, you bring the name Eugenia. Your first major fight with Bruno was because of Eugenia. Tell me, Karina, what is your problem with Eugenia exactly? I don't have a problem with Eugenia. My problem is that I find it difficult to sleep with Bruno while he's thinking of another woman, said Karina, rubbing her temple. The only person who can't stop thinking of Eugenia is you, Karina, said Una, shaking her head sadly. Let's put that problem on ice for now, and let us discuss your first boyfriend, Malik. If I remember correctly, he left you for a girl that resembled Eugenia. I don't want to talk about Malik, Mama, protested Karina. You are never going to have a healthy relationship if you do not process the grief that this betrayal caused, insisted Una, putting her finger into her daughter's festering open wound. Karina was saved from the situation by Bruno arriving to her home early, and he was bringing a gift box for his girlfriends, and when she opened the box, she found inside some furniture for her little dollhouse. I was rummaging through a closet when I found these little miniatures for your dollhouse, said Bruno. Thank you, Bruno. It was a really thoughtful present, said Karina, looking at the miniature chair. You are not angry anymore. I wasn't angry at you, Karina, just exasperated. A man does get tired of getting yelled at every 5 seconds, protested Bruno. Perfect. Now that you're here, let's do some couples therapy, said Una, changing gambits. Karina and Bruno spent an hour talking about their feelings, and while Karina laid her heart open, Bruno only said half-truths. And it flattered his pride to know just how obsessed Karina was with him. And with therapy out of the way, the two settled down to watch telenovelas. All was forgiven, all was forgotten. The two made love after dinner, and after they finished, Karina got a new present from Bruno, and by the looks of the box, Karina imagined that she was getting a wedding ring. And when Bruno opened the box, there was a key to his apartment. You bought me a car? Asked Karina, smiling happily. Thank you. No, this is just a key to my apartment, said Bruno, yawning. You can show up unannounced whenever you want to. Your apartment stinks, Bruno, and I never want to set foot in that pigsty ever again, said Karina, frowning. But thanks for the sentiment, though. You're welcome, said Bruno, not feeling offended by the truth. His apartment was indeed a pigsty. Why do you even live like that, asked Karina? You clean after yourself everywhere else. Why can't you clean your own home? I work a lot, so I rarely had the energy to clean up after myself, lied Bruno. Karina narrowed her eyes when she noticed that her man had lied straight to her face, and she began to poke his belly to pressure him into telling her the truth. Bruno sighed with frustration before telling Karina a different lie. My apartment serves purely utilitarian purposes. I have no reason to clean it because I spend so little time in there. There, was that a bit of honesty so hard to manage? Asked Karina, resting her head on Bruno's shoulder. Yes, I felt myself dying a little, lied Bruno. Go to sleep, you big goof, said Karina, closing her eyes, and try not to snore. I can't control what I do in my sleep, said Bruno. That's why I said try, said Karina, pressing herself tighter against Bruno's bare flesh. Bruno stayed awake, staring at the roof, and Karina was sleeping soundly beside him, and the more time he spent with Karina, the easier it was for her to tell that he was lying. She was sharper than he had given her credit, and it annoyed him to the very core to be forced to be honest with the woman. Bruno ran through his head all the times that Karina had noted that he had been lying. He began to ponder what about his inflection of his voice or his mannerism had gave away the truth, and he needed to refine his act in order to get the woman to trust everything he said. Perhaps if he had a moment of brutal honesty with her, then maybe it would make it easier for Karina to believe everything else he said from that point forward. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Mostly because I can't read them more. Bye-bye, God bless. The Lovers, Pentacle 1, Chapter 18, The Empress. The morning came and Karina found when she noticed that Bruno had already left. He was such an early bird. It preferred that he could wake up on time even without the alarm. Instead of a fattening breakfast, she found egg white omelets with a toast. Karina had to give her boyfriend an A for effort. Her lecture on cholesterol had created an immediate change. She opened the key spot that had Bruno's apartment key. She took the key and she added it to her own key set. Now she could visit Bruno whenever she felt like it. Karina went to work, and during her lunch break she decided to visit Bruno's apartment. It was only a short drive away from her workplace, and since she only had 20 minutes left, she limited herself to vacuuming the floor and washing the few dirty dishes. On her way out of the apartment, she bumped into a stranger. "Pardon me, do you live in apartment 25B?" asked the green-eyed woman. "Yes, I live there with my husband," said Karina, marking her territory. "I see. I must have the wrong address," said the woman departing. The woman added internally, "Or maybe he moved without me." The woman thought, "Or maybe he moved without giving me the address." "Yes, you definitely had the wrong address, bitch," whispered Karina, being passive-aggressive. She reached into her purse to bring out her bunny plushie, and then she said to her doll, "We best stay on our toes, Nana." Karina drove back to her workplace, and her newest patient was a familiar face. After rattling her brain, Karina said, "You are Farley's kid. Your name is Oswald. What happened to you? Did the bullies beat you up?" Is it that obvious?" said Oswald, who had a swollen eye, and he was bruised from head to toe. "My father told me to fight back, and that they will leave me alone if I show them that I'm a man. Today I tried doing things his way, and this is the final result. I even got expelled for defending myself." "Maybe you should change schools," said Karina, examining the swollen eye. "To change schools, we will have to move," protested Oswald. "Maybe you could try homeschooling," suggested Karina. "Both of my parents work, and the jobs are far more important than their own son," said Oswald bitterly while pointing at the door. Karina peeped outside, and she saw Farley talking on the phone to one of his co-workers. She finished reading all of the boo-boos on Oswald's body. After reading Oswald's address, she pitched to his father this idea. "How good are your son's grades?" "I don't know," said Farley. How much is all of this going to cost me?" Karina wrote on her prescription pad, "If you bring the kid over to Mother's Clinic, we'll be able to give you a family discount." Farley was about to thank Karina, but the girl raised her finger to her lips. Changing the subject, she said, "That is for the insurance to decide. I am only a cog in the system. And I was looking at your son's charts, and I noticed that you live close to a really good charter school." "We can't afford it," said Farley. "You can't afford to have your son getting beaten up on a regular basis." "I too went to public schools, and the bullies will be back, Mr. Farley, and in bigger numbers," said Karina. Farley looked at his wimpy son all beaten up. Even with Karina's medicine, the kid still looked like a mess. Farley was afraid to face his wife with a baby looking like this. Karina gave Farley the address to the charter school that Carl attended. The school went by the fanciful name Omega Academy. Farley left with his son in order to check out the new school, and Karina felt quite proud of her good deed for the day. Her workday came to an end, and when she arrived home, she smiled when she saw Bruno already inside waiting for her. In his hand, he had his middle school yearbook. Karina, giggling, went to the attic to dig up her own yearbook, and she fancied what it would have been like to go to school with Bruno. Karina sat on the couch with her man and she looked through all of the pages in search of a kid that resembled Bruno. When she couldn't find him, Bruno flipped to the page that had his name and face. Karina laughed when she saw just how fat Bruno was as a child. I was an unsightly beast, wasn't I? Commented Bruno dryly. The type of beast that nobody gave a second glance to. At least you had green eyes, said Karina. I always had a weakness for guys with green eyes. So have we gone to school together? There is a good chance that I might have dated you. Did Mally have green eyes? Asked Bruno. Yes, said Karina, pouting. And I brought this here to tell you a little something about myself, Karina. Like you, I had my heart broken at a very young age, and I got so enamored with a girl that I even gave her my grandma's wedding ring. And one day I caught the bitch cheating on me, and when I asked her to return the wedding ring, she claimed to have pawned it off, and she told me that a disgusting whale like myself should consider himself lucky to have the attention of someone as pretty as herself, concluded Bruno. What happened after you two broke up? I started working out till I became strong enough to join the football team. I was no longer the fat nerd that nobody gave two shits about, and over the years I reinvented myself till I became the person that I am today. But deep down, I am still the same loser who is bitter and angry that his girlfriend cheated on him, said Bruno. Karina began to bite with Bruno, and Bruno vented about his girlfriend Kathy while Karina ranted about Malik. At a certain point, Karina said, "You know what will make us feel better?" "What?" asked Bruno dryly. "We should hex them. Let's visit Nina to have her put a major curse on those bastards that cheated on us," said Karina, laughing sinisterly. "If you want to curse Mali, I won't stop you, and what I really want is my grandma's wedding ring. My grandma gave me the ring before she passed away, and she told me to give that ring to the person I loved the most, and I stupidly gave it away to a creature who was incapable of loving me," said Bruno bitterly while pacing the room, and his mouth had finally dropped while talking about the wedding ring. "I gave that slut my grandma's ring." Bruno slumped over the couch to soak, and this was the first time that Karina had seen true human emotions from her boyfriend. And before going to bed, Karina went to her household shrine. Karina had been raised as a Roman Catholic by her parents, though she had stopped going to church due to a curious incident that had occurred when she was 4. The priest had asked her to come to stage, and with her in front of the congregation, the priest went on to rant about her slutty outfit. The only person who had a problem with her dress was the perverted priest, who saw it fit to publicly shame a 4-year-old child who had no control over what she wore. Her father, furious, got into a shouting match with the priest, and from that moment on, Karina's family had stopped going to church. And even though her family had divorced themselves from the Catholic Church, they didn't stop being Catholic. Karina showed Bruno the little shrine that consisted of 3 Virgin Mary statues and a dozen saint statues, and in the center there was a little statue of St. Jude, the patron saint of lost causes. Karina lighted a candle for the saint, and she gave him a glass of water. "I get the candle, but why the glass of water?" asked Bruno. "Irina says that if you want the saints to hear your prayer, you must leave them a glass of water," explained Karina. "It is a Cuban superstition." "Does it work?" asked Bruno. "Now with that attitude, you have to believe that it's going to work," insisted Karina. "Let me rephrase my question. Have your prayers ever been answered, Karina?" asked Bruno. "Yes, duh. But sometimes I don't like the answers that the saints give me," said Karina. "Let's go to bed now, and do you mind if I pray before going to sleep?" "I think you also want us to start going to church," asked Bruno dryly. "Heavens, no. My family divorced themselves from the Catholic Church decades ago," said Karina, smiling happily. "So why pray?" asked Bruno. "The Lord's temple is inside of me, and I do not need a judgmental priest as my mediator. I can talk to God directly," said Karina, taking out her rosary. Bruno decided to start questioning Karina's system of beliefs, and she was entitled to her hobby. Karina prayed an entire mercy rosary, and Bruno found it hypnotic to listen to Karina say over and over, "Ten misericordia de nosotros y del mundo entero." Have mercy, which means have mercy upon us and the rest of the world. Bruno was so entranced that he fell asleep while listening to Karina's soothing voice. The following morning he awoke late for work, and Karina had seen him sleeping, and instead of waking him up, she allowed him to oversleep. Bruno got dressed without showering, and he rode to his office. He sent a text message to Karina during a red light. "My job is as secure as you might think, and please don't ever let me oversleep." 3 exclamation points. "He must be really angry," said Karina, reading the text message. "What was I thinking? I hope Bruno doesn't get in trouble because of me." Karina texted her cousin Rodrigo. Rigo, Bruno was really tired, so I let him know sleep. Please don't be angry at him, alright? It was my fault. Rodrigo read the text message, and then he spoke to his boss. And when Bruno showed up to work, nobody made a big deal about his tardiness. Bruno breathed in a sigh of relief, and then he got to work. Just when he was getting into the floor, he had a knocking on his door that broke his concentration. That's the end of that chapter. The Lover's Pentacle, final chapter, Ace of Swords. What, I'm busy, yelled Bruno with his mask momentarily dropping, and he added in a calmer tone, I am sorry for raising my voice. Please come inside and tell me what you need. The secretary Darcy peeped into the room. Darcy was a paid intern whose job was to man the front desk. In her previous job, she would get yelled at on a regular basis, and for that reason, poor Darcy was trembling from head to toe when she entered Bruno's office. Darcy managed to stutter, there's someone. Tell me what you want to say, said Bruno, rubbing his temple. The secretary said, trembling, I don't have your cell phone. Bruno jumped out of his desk and he shoved a notebook and pencil in the woman's face, and she scribbled down this message. Your sister wants to speak to you. I have a lot of exes at callings of my sister. Please send her away, said Bruno, returning to his desk. She looks a lot like you, Mr. Bruno, and she has your last name, and she has green eyes identical to yours, said Darcy, switching to gossip mode. Before she could say more, Bruno's older sister, Rebecca, pushed herself into his office. Rebecca was in her late 40s. She had the same skin color and green eyes as her brother, and she was obese like most of the women of Bruno's family. You don't write? You stop answering my calls? For a minute there we were starting to worry that you might be dead, said Rebecca. And she added, smiling, you grew a beard. It looks good on you. Thanks, said Bruno dryly, coming to sit behind his desk. And why are you here, Rebecca? Look at the calendar, Bruno. You missed Becky's birthday, said Rebecca, pointing to the wall calendar. Becky was one of Bruno's nieces. He was in the habit of making sporadic visits to Kansas in order to spend time with Rebecca's daughter. On average, he would visit once per season, and this year he has stopped visiting under the excuse of being extremely busy with work. And one day he stopped calling his sister, and then just 2 months ago he stopped answering her text messages. He had even gone as far as to mark Rebecca's phone number as spam. Oh, right. Once I get paid, I will send her a present, said Bruno dryly. If you don't want anything from me, please leave. I am busy. Unlike you, I have to work to earn my daily bread. If you are in need, you can always ask your big sister for spending money, retorted Rebecca. I'd rather die than ask you for anything, Rebecca, said Bruno before pointing to the door. Please go home and don't ever bother me again. What is your problem, Bruno? What did I say or do to make you become so distant, asked Rebecca. You did the same thing you always do, sister, hissed Bruno. Just tell me what I did wrong so I can make it better, yelled Rebecca. You ruined my life, Rebecca, yelled Bruno, raising his voice. Rebecca had been the one to inform Bruno of the infidelity of his first girlfriend, and even to this day Bruno hated his sister for destroying his happiness. Outside his office, all of the co-workers had their ears pinned to the door, and Bruno was acting completely out of character, and they wanted to know the reason. All because Grandma gave me the ring that you coveted. I thought we got past that already, asked Rebecca, and why are you still pining after that woman? You have never been in love, so I don't expect you to understand, said Bruno, passing his hand over the left side of his head, and he brought out a sticky note and he wrote down Karina's address. I have a new girlfriend and here's her address. You can interrogate her to your heart's content, and she isn't poor, so you won't have to bribe her to go away. Oh, so Tanya told you that I paid her to go away, asked Rebecca shyly. And she was cheating on you, Bruno. And why do you always go for the sluts, Bruno? Why haven't you ever tried dating any girls that I have introduced to you? Rebecca, I don't have time to argue with you, and just because you have never worked a day in your life doesn't give you the right to get me fired, said Bruno dryly. Motherhood is a job, protested Rebecca. If motherhood was a job, you would have been fired ages ago, said Bruno, pointing towards the door. Because he'd be like, oh, so you're doing motherhood right now? But where are your daughters, Rebecca? You are bothering me and all my messy little affairs. Shoo, shoo, sister. Instead of meddling on my affairs, why don't you go home to take care of your daughters? Rebecca opened the door to get out of Bruno's office, and she giggled when she saw the audience that was piled behind the door. As soon as she left, Rodrigo began to interrogate his friend about Rebecca. Whenever Bruno flew home, all he said was that he was going to put flowers on his grandmother's grave, and now Rodrigo knew that his friend had a meddlesome older sister and even nieces. The hours rolled by with Bruno mentally preparing himself to endure his sister's visitation, and he had practiced his lines before the mirror to make certain that he created the perfect mimicry of a person who was happy and in love. Rodrigo warned Karina that Rebecca was going to visit her after work in order to interrogate her. Karina was equally surprised and distraught by the fact that Bruno had never mentioned that he had a sister. Then again, if Bruno hated his sister enough to pretend that she didn't exist, he had to have his reasons. Karina decided not to question the state of affairs, and she was going to take a page from Kain and just go with the flow. The promised hours came, and she felt tense about meeting the strange woman. She had a knocking on the door, and when she opened it, she saw Kain with his drawing supplies. "I need help with my homework," said Kain with a whiny tone in his voice. "Now is not a good time. I have a visit," said Karina, agitated. "Relax, Karina," said Una, giving her daughter a cold mineral water. "Today will be the same as any other day. Pretend that the stranger is just another patient." Karina drank her cold water, and she felt more at ease. And she welcomed Kain inside, and she began to help him with his homework. Kain wanted Karina to describe someone while he tried to draw the person based on her spoken words. Half an hour passed with the two occupied in this task, and Kain finished his drawing. Karina, frowning, said, "Close but not quite there. Do you have a photograph of the person you were thinking of?" asked Kain. "Don't need a photo. The woman I'm thinking of is going to make an appearance real soon," said Karina. Bruno entered the house, and he seemed like a completely different person. He was pale, and he kept nervously fidgeting with his hand. And while he waited for his sister to arrive, he paced up and down the living room, and whenever he passed near Karina, she was able to hear the man mumbling. Bruno heard a familiar knocking, and his personality immediately changed, and he opened the door for his sister, and he gave her a warm kiss on the cheek. "Rebecca, this is my girlfriend Karina," said Bruno, placing Karina in front of him to have the petite woman serve as a physical barrier between himself and his sister. "Pleased to meet you, Karina," said Rebecca, shaking hands with Karina. Una brought tea and biscuits for her guests, and Bruno had warned Karina that his sister thought she was British, and was sipping her tea. Rebecca started with her interrogation. The two women gave Rebecca a fragmented account of their adventures that only focused on the positives. At a certain point, Rebecca asked, "And how often do you two sleep together?" "Rebecca!" yelled Bruno, visibly infuriated. "Almost every night," said Karina, weirded out by the personal question, and she patted Bruno's hands till the veins disappeared from his temples. Karina added, "I can give you all the sordid details if that's what you want." "That won't be necessary," said Rebecca, laughing heartily. "How long are you going to be staying in Miami?" whispered Bruno. "It all depends on you, my little brother," said Rebecca, turning serious. "How irresponsible. Instead of meddling in my affairs, you should be taking care of your daughter," said Bruno. "You have nieces? Oh my God, can I see their pictures?" said Karina. All said Bruno crowded around Rebecca's cell phone, and Bruno, standing up, said, "I have to go to the can." Bruno lingered in the bathroom for 20 minutes while he pretended to do his business, and when he left the bathroom, his sister Rebecca was in the middle of saying, "My brother is a pathological liar, so take everything he says with a grain of salt." "Thank you for telling this to my girlfriend. Now Karina's never going to trust anything that I say," said Bruno dryly. "I was telling your girlfriend stories from when you were little," said Rebecca, blissfully unaware of the terrible harm she had done. "Now that you are older, I have no doubt that you have become a truthful and honest individual." That's nice. There's nothing I like more than for my sister to expose my dirty laundry to all who have ears to listen," said Bruno coldly, and he added, raising his voice, "And why do you tell Karina about my bulimia while you're at it?" There was an awkward silence, and Bruno could no longer tolerate breathing the same air as his sister Rebecca. He got his car keys and he drove away, and Rebecca sighed sadly, and she handed Karina a business card with her contact information. "We didn't realize that Bruno had a problem until he collapsed, and if you see him being cheating but not getting any way, he's probably throwing up when your back is turned," said Rebecca. Rebecca picked up her purse and she left, and Karina texted Bruno to tell him that Rebecca was gone, but she didn't get a reply. The following day, Bruno didn't show up to work, and Rodrigo went to Bruno's apartment to check up on him, and he found Rebecca tidying up the place. Your brother didn't show up to work today, said Rodrigo. That can be good. Rain or shine, Bruno always goes to work, said Rebecca. Rebecca tried calling Bruno, but he didn't answer, and Rodrigo texted his friend, I'm worried, Bruno. Are you alright? With no reply, Rodrigo started to worry, and he called Kain to have him put an APB on Bruno. Back in the station, Kain was gossiping with his uncle about Rebecca, and the conversation was interrupted by Rodrigo's call. Alright, Amanda, said Kain before hanging up, and then he said to his uncle, Bruno's missing. Missing how? Asked Kain, completely unperturbed. He wasn't at his home, and he didn't show up to work, explained Kain. Bruno never misses a day of work, or so Rodrigo claims. Bruno is a grown man and not a child. He's probably at a bar drinking away his woes, reasoned Gant. He will be back on his own. I don't know, Uncle, said Kain, worried. When you were fixing Bruno's cell phone, did you put the thing? Asked Bruno. Asked Gant. Ah, yes, the thing, said Kain, remembering the tracker that he had placed in Bruno's cell phone. Kain went to his desk and he came back with his computer and he tested Bruno in order to trigger the pin back. And according to the pin back, Bruno was in a domino park in Little Havana. And he was regularly playing chess and domino in that park. Kain tested the address to Rodrigo, and Rodrigo drove with Rebecca to the domino park. They parked beside Bruno's car, and Rodrigo opened the hood and he removed the core components to keep the car from turning on. The two found Bruno playing chess by himself, and at the moment his black knight was cornered. Regardless of what move he made, was going to end in checkmate, and all of the other pieces in the chessboard were white. They were tokens of how Bruno perceived his relationship with others. The two sat down before Bruno, and Rodrigo was the first to break this silence, and he looked at the chessboard and he asked, Are you winning? Does it look like I'm winning? Said Bruno, pointing to the black king. At this point in the game, all I can do is avoid checkmate. I had the ring, Bruno, said Rebecca, taking out of her pocket her grandmother's ring. You can give it to Karina when you're ready to marry her. Keep it, said Bruno, putting away the chess pieces. Give it to someone you love, Rebecca. Where are you all going? Asked Rebecca. Where you can't follow, said Bruno. And he went to his car and he turned on the ignition, and as much as he tried, the car wouldn't start. He sighed wearily as he started to walk aimlessly. Please, Bruno, don't shut me out, insisted Rebecca, pulling at her brother's arm. Everything was perfect until you showed up, said Bruno, flinching away from his sister's touch. And why couldn't you just let me be happy? Why do you have to go and ruin my life, Rebecca? You can't pretend that I don't exist, Bruno. I'm going to be a part of your life whether you want to or not, insisted Rebecca. I hate you, Rebecca. God, just leave me alone, yelled Bruno. Let's go home, Bruno, said Rodrigo, mediating. Your sister's not going to be able to stay in Florida forever. Rodrigo placed his arm around Bruno's shoulder to keep his friend from escaping, and Bruno wearily stopped showing resistance, and after meditating things, Rodrigo decided to take Bruno to Karina's house. While Bruno showered, Rodrigo conversed with Rebecca. Every time you called, Bruno would tell me that you were a psychotic ex-lover, said Rodrigo, laughing. Bruno can hate me as much as he wants, but I'm never going to stop taking care of him, said Rebecca. And what did he tell you about his life in Florida? Asked Rodrigo. He just limited himself to status updates, though he didn't mention you by name often, said Rebecca. What did he say about me? Asked Rodrigo, curious. He would say something like, I'm helping Rodrigo with his homework, we are going to football practice, or we are going to a party. I am visiting the strip club with Rodrigo, or Rodrigo got me a job in a law firm, and I'm working on a case with Rodrigo, etc., explained Rebecca. I see, said Rodrigo, sitting down on the bed. It is funny how you can interact with a person for so long and not truly know anything about him. I once asked him about his family, and he told me that he was found in a garbage can. My father told that to Bruno as a joke, and he scarred him for life. My dad, he isn't the type of man to mince words. If he doesn't like you, he will let you know, explained Rebecca. He sounds like an asshole, commented Rodrigo. But is your brother adopted? I was at his birth, said Rebecca. Trust me, he isn't adopted. And why would I trust you? We just met, commented Rodrigo, suspicious of the stranger that calls herself Bruno's sister. The conversation was interrupted when Bruno left the bathroom wrapped in a towel, and he jumped into Karina's side of the bed and he closed his eyes to pretend to be asleep. The hours ebbed away and he tried to regain control of his emotions. Karina arrived after her finishing her shifts, and she had spent her day digesting all of the recent developments, and from time to time she would get updates from her cousin Rodrigo. She was pissed that Bruno had never spoken about his family, but in his defense, Karina had never asked him about them. She also didn't like the shouting or reaction that Bruno had to his sister calling him a pathological liar. Then again, Karina didn't have the moral authority to judge Bruno for having a moment of childishness. This is just another bump in the road, said Karina while driving home. It makes sense for Bruno not to open up to a woman he has only known for a couple of months. The fact that he still lies to me just means that he doesn't trust me yet. And why should he? I go crazy at the drop of a hat. Karina arrived at her house and she dug into her purse and she brought out her keys. And the first one she tried didn't open, and when she looked at it, she recognized it as Bruno's apartment key. He's starting to open up, and he told me about his first love, his grandma's ring, and given enough time, Bruno would have told me everything else. Said Karina, staring at Bruno's key. Rationally speaking, there's no reason to be angry at him. Karina took a deep breath, and then she entered the house, and the moment she came inside, the conversation stopped abruptly. And no one was in the middle of interrogating Rebecca, and Ola responded to every question with a cold disdain of a trained healthcare physician. And while Rebecca was judging Ola was diagnosing Rebecca. Ola was certain that Rebecca had diabetes, and her puffy face also told Ola that Rebecca had hyperthyroidism. Ola wanted to ask Rebecca about her overall health, but she didn't care much for the intruder that had shattered the fragile peace that they were enjoying. Mom, I'm home, said Karina. Welcome home, honey, said Ola, completely switching gambits. And she removed her daughter's coat and she took her back. Karina went to the bedroom to take her shower, and while she undressed, she noticed Bruno's green eyes staring at her from within the safety of the bedsheet. Bruno closed his eyes and he turned his back to continue to pretend to be asleep. Karina showered too quickly and she came out of the bathroom in her pajamas, and she sat down beside Bruno and she patted his back till he turned around, and he drew Karina into his embrace and he said nothing while he continued to soak. You shouldn't have just left just because your sister called you a liar, said Karina, breaking the silence. And when Bruno didn't answer, she added, so I get why you were so on edge. She ruined your first relationship, so you were afraid that she was going to spoil everything again. Why couldn't she just let me be happy, protested Bruno. Look, Bruno, it makes sense that she would freak out after not hearing you for months, said Karina. It wouldn't have killed you to give her a call every once in a while. I didn't want to fly to Kansas to prove that I was talking to my sister like Bruno. You're not as good as a liar as you seem, Bruno, said Karina, petting her man's black curls. He really did have quite the pretty mane. I don't want my sister in my life. I hate her, said Bruno. Everything was going perfect for us till she showed us, and since her marriage sucks, she spends all of her free time thinking of different ways of making my life miserable. She just can't stand seeing me happy, and she only ever tells bad things about me. Karina, and Rebecca still wonders why I despise her so. The only bad thing she said about you was that you were a chronic liar, said Karina. A woman can forgive an infidelity, but never a lie, reasoned Bruno. For as long as we stay together, you're always going to be doubting everything I say. And you, Bruno, do you believe everything I say? Asked Karina. Yes, lied Bruno. He reached under his pillow and he brought out a gift box, and when Karina opened it, she saw the infamous ring that Bruno had been bitching about. Here's my grandma's ring. Rebecca had been keeping it safe for my poor judgment, and she wanted you to have it since she deems you worthy of being my wife. That little prayer you made to your saint worked a little too well. Karina tried on the ring and she smiled and she said, giggling, does this mean what I think it means? No, it doesn't, said Bruno. This isn't a marriage proposal. Think of the ring as a goodbye present, and I want you to give the ring to someone you truly love, Karina. You're breaking up with me because your sister approves of our relationship, asked Karina, confused. Yes, said Bruno, speaking truthfully. If you want to be angry at someone, be angry at my sister. She ruined everything. Stop being a big baby, Bruno, said Rebecca, entering the room. You are the one who is ruining everything this time around, and why are you breaking up with your girlfriend just because of something thoughtless I said? That has always been your problem, sister. You never think before you speak, hissed Bruno. For as long as I can remember, you have been poking fun at my weight, and every time I sat down to eat an ice cream, every time I ate a slice of pizza, every time I tried to eat a little cookie, you were criticizing, and now you wonder why I have an eating disorder. You did this to me, Rebecca. You did. All because Grandma gave me the ring you coveted. Rebecca wasn't able to contradict that statement, and her silence told us assembled that Bruno was speaking the truth. And now Karina understood why Bruno had moved halfway across the U.S. and he was trying to get away from the bullies that called themselves his family. Karina took Bruno's hand and she returned the wedding ring. Here you go, Bruno. If this ring means so much to you, keep it, said Karina, patting Bruno's hand lovingly. Now stop belly aching and get out of bed. You can expect me to play hostess to your sister or by myself. Bruno hid under the sheets, and he finally had his grandma's wedding ring, and he petted it lovingly while his mind began to be invaded by all of the happy memories he had of his grandmother. Bruno put it on the ring, and he sprung out of bed with a cheaper step, and Lola prepared dinner for her family and the two guests, and after dinner, Bruno went with his sister to get his car. The two spent the night in his depressing apartment. Rebecca commented, "This place hasn't changed one bit. Would it kill you to buy a single decoration?" "I haven't a need for decorations," commented Bruno. "Unlike you, I am not a hoarder." "Then what do you do with your money?" asked Rebecca. "I eat, I go watch movies, I go to the strip club with Rodrigo, I take Karina out in fancy restaurant, and while you hoard objects, I enrich myself with experiences," said Bruno. "Bruno, if you want your girlfriend to take you seriously, you need to fix up this apartment," said Rebecca. "Karina was taking me seriously until you showed up," said Bruno, "but it's fine. I'm already used to you ruining my relationship. And since to you Karina no longer respects or loves me, and the only feelings I now inspire in her are pity, I give her about a week before she dumps me. If she leaves you because of me, she isn't the one," said Rebecca. "A loyal woman is supposed to weather the storm and not leave when things become slightly difficult." "Good night, Rebecca," said Bruno, going to bed. The following morning, Bruno went to work, and it was the only thing he felt he had left. And he poured his body and soul into his defense, and despite his best effort, his client was found guilty. At first, he blamed his sister for his failures, and Bruno felt his grandmother's ring in his pocket. And he sighed, and he became convinced that he was the one to blame for everything. And regardless of how Bruno perceived his failure, he had done a good job defending his client, and instead of running for a decade, the client was only going to be in prison for less than a year. And since Bruno was still looking grumpy, Rodrigo suggested that they all go out for happy hour. Bruno tested his plans to Rebecca, who self-invited to the party in order to interrogate Bruno's co-workers and boss. And he figured why delay the inevitable, and he found her presence so life-draining that he couldn't even summon the energy to pretend to be having fun. Around midnight, Bruno went home with his sister in order to allow his co-workers the freedom to have fun without him. And he looked at his clean, organized apartment without much enthusiasm, and he removed his shoes, jacket, and tie. And on his way out to his bedroom, he stepped on something unfamiliar. And when he turned on the lights of the stairs, he saw a trail of rose petals, and waiting for him inside his bedroom was his girlfriend, Karina. Alright, that's the end of the Lover's Pentacle. Bye-bye and God bless.